things far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Bigas, bakit ba bigas para sa bigas?
Honor of kings is what we fight for. Looney, Abra, Malupiton, 2025.
Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas.
Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas.
Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas.
Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas.
Happy birthday at TNT! Pangmalawakang coverage with free data, calls, and texts at sulit na rewards.
TNT, 25 years, tuloy ang sulit saya sa buong bansa.
The exclusive affinity guidelines for Misty Marshes. The only copy available. Authenticity guaranteed. Be it meetings or partings, leave no regret behind. You found a love that's truly rare. May your wish come true. Unhappy bonds should be severed. May your wish come true. Are you the seeker of today?
I am Ogron, the seer.
A fated encounter.
Back to the marsh.
A chance encounter can still lead to friendship. How could you put it like that, Master Seer? And just your report. There are no enemies that fate can't bring together.
It's called tough love.
3 to the left, 3 to the right. Twist and turn. I so got this down. Uh-oh. Hey ho, listen to this one. I'm in a terrible mood. What a plain-looking, disobedient brat. I'm so gonna snitch on you. It's up to you how much excitement you can handle.
Honor of Kings. Honor of
Apat na koponan ang natira.
Honor of Kings.
Isa lang ang tatawaging hari.
Ang makakuha ng gusto nila kapag kami ang kaharap.
Blacklist International, the pinnacle. Ang bigay Tommy 1!
Nasa tuktok kami at balak namin manatili yun.
Maramdamang panalo kapag pinagdutaan ka.
Boom Esports, the giant.
Hindi kami madaling timagin.
Simula sa pool, alam na namin kung saan kami pupunta. Sa Kings World Cup.
Rough World Era Katiba, the shadows.
Hindi mo na kailangan makita ang pangalan para maramdaman ito.
Is that gonna be it for our WKD Game 1?
Bago sa liga, pero handang magulo. Akyatin ang anumang bundok para sa KWC.
ACT Esports Club, the Ascendants.
Dito kami nararapat.
Tumiyong pag-asa ng Pinas. Tumiyong pag-asa ng Pinas. Papalipas, kakapasituas para sa Pinas. Tumiyong pag-asa ng Pinas. Tumiyong pag-asa ng Pinas.
Live from One Ayala, lahat sila ay magpapakita rin. Isa lang ang makakauwi ng corona. Kaya sa mga players, ipakita mo ang pagsik ng Pinoy sa Honor of Kings.
Sila ang papasok sa playoff!
Ito na ang entablado. Ipakilala mo kung sino ka.
Honor of Kings. Honor of Kings. Honor of Kings. Gamitan mo ng utak, dagdagan ng puso, laban hanggang dulo, bawal na sumuko. Gamitan mo ng utak, dagdagan ng puso, laban hanggang dulo, bawal na sumuko. Hindi mo naman dirigma, sa akin na nananalaytay, watawat ng Pilipinas, sa akin ibabagayway. Sa kasaysayan na matitirang taga-salaysay, ang matamis na tagumpay ay walang kapantay. Sa lalaki, ang pwersa ko ay puputangin, humahawi ng isang batalyon para buhawi. Di magbawakas sa digmaan hanggat ang huling hari ay di pa nasasakalyan. Bituka ng huling pare, uod ng barumbado kapag ng balagbag. Sugutan ng patago hanggat di papasag. Puso lang ang dala ko, palaglan ng palag. Uulan ng palaso, takas ang alasag. Kasi kapag ako nakuwala, lahat natutulala. Hindi nila inaasahan ng mga atake ko na namulaga, namulaba ang mga mata na parang mata kalawasa sa kadata. Lumalag pa ka mga katawan ng mga kalaban na nakakatapatisya. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang itigas, takad matigas, para sa bigas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang itigas, takad matigas, para sa bigas.
Ikaw kaya makikiba yung galing. Kahit ka ng veterano sa akin yung ano pa rin. Kahit letra ng gamit kaya kang buntaling. Kahit pagsama-sama ka akin lang mo bumahin. Yung asa mo, sinabog yung dating boys to men. Sobrang toxic na galawan dapat dyan boys sunin. Ako yung prince of landing, lahat mo puksain. One hit kill, lahat susubukin for the win. Paalam sa karera yung advance condolence. Mga kulang sa intelligence, no offense. Walang hanggang na kami ang the best, okay. Paya kayo sa amin in-game hanggang sa online trends, diba?
Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang itigas, takad matigas, para sa bigas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang itigas, takad matigas, para sa bigas. Cash. Cash.
Hindi mo dapat gagawin ito eh. Pero wala, binuhay niyo ulit ang dragon man.
Sigurado bomba misyon, yun lang ang aking misyon. Malupito ng paborito kong bidyante na jowa mo. Patag-aaway itong dalawa, di ba mag-tropa to? O ano kung mag-isa mong nagagawa? Pag nagsama ka, mas malakas. Ibig paghilaan bababa, bakit di na lang tayo maghatak ng pataas? Kasi
tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang itigas, takad matigas, para sa bigas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang itigas, takad matigas, para sa bigas. Honor of Kings is what we fight for. Luni, Abra, Malupiton, 2025.
Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. 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 Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas.
tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas.
Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas.
coverage with free data, calls, and texts at sulit na rewards. for Misty Marshes. The only copy available. Authenticity guaranteed. Be it meetings or partings, leave no regret behind. You found a love that's truly rare. May your wish come true. Unhappy bonds should be severed. May your wish come true. Are you the seeker of today?
I am Ogron, the seer.
A fated encounter.
Back to the marsh.
A chance encounter can still lead to friendship. How could you put it like that, Master Seer? And just your report. There are no enemies that fate can't bring together.
It's called tough love. 3 to the left, 3 to the right. Twist and turn. I so got this down. Uh-oh. On you. It's up to you how much excitement you can handle.
Apat na koponan ang natira.
Honor of Kings.
Isa lang ang tatawaging hari.
makakuha ng gusto nila kapag kami ang kaharap.
Blacklist International, the pinnacle. I'm the gay champion one!
Nasa tuktok kami at balak namin manatili yun.
Maramdamang panalo kapag pinagdutaan ka.
Boom Esports, the giant.
Hindi kami madaling tipagin.
Simulat sa pool, alam na namin kung saan kami pupunta. Sa Kings World Cup.
Rock Roll Lira Academy, the shadows.
Hindi mo na kailangan makita ang pangalan para maramdamin.
Please don't gonna be in for RWKD one.
Bago sa liga, pero handang magulo. Akyatin ang anumang bundo para sa KWC.
ACT Esports Club, the Ascendants.
Dito kami nakarapat.
Live from One Ayala, lahat sila ay magpapakita rin. Isa lang ang makakauwi ng corona. Kaya sa mga players, ipakita mo ang pagsik ng Pinoy sa Olympics. Ito na ang entablado. Ipakilala mo kung sino ka.
Dagdagan ng puso, laban hanggang dulo. Bawal na sumuko, gamitan mo ng utak. Dagdagan ng puso, laban hanggang dulo. Bawal na sumuko. Di ko naman dirigma, sa akin na nananalaytay. Wat-hawat ng Pilipinas, sa akin ibabagayway. Sa kasaysayan na matitira, taga-salaysay. Ang matamis na tagumpay ay walang kapantay. Sa nalahi, ang pwersa ko ay puputangin. Humahawi ng isang batalyon para buhawi. Di magbabakas sa digmaan hanggat ang huling hari. Hindi pa nasasalagyan, nagbito ka ng huling pare. Ubod ng marumbayo, kapat ng balagbag. Sugutan ng patago hanggat di papasag. Puso lang ang dala ko, palaglan ng palag. Uulan ng palaso, takas ang kalasag. Kasi kapag ako nakuwala, lahat ang tutulala. Hindi nila inaasahan ng mga tayo na ng bulaga. Ng mula pa ang mga mata, ng mga mata, ka ng mawasa sa kadata. Lumalag pa ka mga katawan ng mga kalaban na nakakatapat siya. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang itigas, takad matigas, para sa bigas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang itigas, takad matigas, para sa bigas.
Ikaw kaya makikiba yung galing. Kahit ka ng veterano sa akin, ano pa rin. Kahit letra ng gamit, kaya kang butaling. Kahit magsama-sama, akin lang mo bumahin. Yung asawa, sila po yung dating boys to men. Sobrang toxic na galawan, dapat dyan boys sunin. Ako yung preso, plan nila at pupusain. One hit kila at susubukin for the win. Paalam sa karera yung advance condolence. Mga kulang sa intelligence, no offense. Walang duda na kami ang the best, okay. Kaya kayo sa amin in-game hanggang sa online trend, diba?
Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang itigas, takad matigas, para sa bigas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang itigas, takad matigas, para sa bigas. Cash.
Hindi mo dapat gagawin nila eh. Pero wala, binuhay niyo ulit ang dragon man. Sa panisyon, yun lang ang aking misyon. Malupito ng paborito kong bidyante na jowa mo. Ba't nag-aaway tong dalawa, di ba magtropa to? O ano kung mag-isa mong nagagawa? Pag nagsama ka mas malakas. Ibig paghilaan bababa, bakit di na lang tayo maghatak ng pataas?
Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ilikas, nagbatigas para sa bigas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ilikas, nagbatigas para sa bigas. Honor of kings is what we fight for. Looney, Abra, Malupiton, 2025. Honor of kings. Honor of kings. Honor of kings. Honor of kings.
Apat na koponan ang natira.
Honor of kings.
Isa lang ang tatawaging hari.
Makakuha ng gusto nila kapag kami ang kaharap.
Blacklist International, the pinnacle. I'm the game champion one!
Nasa tuktok kami at balak namin manatili yun.
Maramdamang panalo kapag pinagdutaan ka.
Boom Esports, the giant.
Hindi kami madaling tipagin.
Simulat sa pool, alam na namin kung saan kami pupunta. Sa Kings World Cup.
Rock Roll Yura Academy, the shadows.
Hindi mo na kailangan makita ang pangalan para maramdaman ito.
He's the Philippines or RWKD King One.
Bago sa liga, pero handang magulo. Paakyatin ang anumang mundo para sa KWC.
ACT Esports Club.
Dito kami nararapat.
Live from One Ayala, lahat sila ay magpapakita rin. Isa lang ang makakauwi ng corona. Kaya sa mga players, ipakita mo ang pagsik ng Pinoy sa Olympics. Ito na ang entablado. Ipakilala mo kung sino ka.
Yesterday was just a spark. Today we light the fire. Welcome to PKL Honor of Kings, the playoffs. Blacklist International and Boom Esports are destined to face each other once more in the upper bracket finals. The fiercest rival in the league. But remember, one team's journey ends today as we fill in the final three. And only one more gets to secure their shot at the Kings World Cup at EWC in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Will it be RWKD or ACT? Now this is not just a tournament, it's a battlefield. And every step brings them closer to the throne. So let's get this started. Casters, pasok.
What is up, Philippines and Philippine Kings League? We're now back for day number 2. Yes, this is not day number 1, and we're going to keep the fun going and action for today. I'm OSX, I'm with Dash. Dash, how are you? We were supposed to hit a second day last night, and I'm happy. I had rest, I had sleep. How are you?
It was almost day 2 when we ended yesterday, but maybe it was day 2 for you because you had to go home and had to take some sleep. But I'm okay. I'm doing fine. It was fun the last days. Last day was fun because there was a lot of games. It was great. The games were fast, honestly. But in the end, there were a lot of pauses in the game. But you know what? We apologize to everyone if that happened. But today is going to be better. Don't worry about it. How about you, man? How about you?
Can you elaborate more on fast games, Mr. Eugene Esteban? Because we kind of like had the most longest game on record.
Yeah. Longest best of 5.
Oh,
longest best of 5.
Probably the best day of my life, right? Like, how do you extend that kind of series even in my kind of like casting career? It's one of like the best things that we want to keep on seeing, because teams yesterday were like they were kind of what do you call this? They're not really complacent, but this time they were like kind of be focused on how to get their spot for Esports World Cup, which was confirmed last night. So there was no elimination yet, but now we're on a day of elimination, and this is going to be in the lower bracket. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, man, there's going to be, you know what? Honestly, I'm not sure. I really don't want to have any eliminations. If we can just send all the teams for the Kings World Cup, it will be good. I'll be happy with that. But we only have 3 slots, so we have to eliminate 1 team for later on. So it will be a dream shattered in this one for the playoffs. It's gonna be feeling really sad later on our last series. But how about you? What do you think about that?
Everybody, Eugene Dash has said it. Bring all the teams. Somebody get his back details now and get every team there is for the Filipino to represent in the Esports World Cup. Man, I'm with you, mainly because of the fact that we had first-hand experience last year. Like, we didn't have a great run for our Filipino representatives, right? Blacklist and Boom, respectively. But we had the time to actually prepare on what's going to happen this time around. We're looking at teams from Malaysia, China, and I believe what you said, like, how about send them all? But for this, it's kind of been a bit of a tight situation for RWKD and ACT. Blacklist versus ACT specifically, it wasn't really an easy 3-0.
Yeah, especially during the last time that we've seen them. I mean, it was an international competition. The last one, the Invitational Season 3 was an international competition. We did well during that time, which is why we have 3 slots for the KWC, which is nice. Yeah, and Blacklist International was the reason why we were able to get those 3 slots. So getting that slot for them was very well deserved. And now we have Boom Esports also, who competed for us last year. Very happy about that. But now, with what happened during the Invitationals, Boom wasn't there. So this is like redemption for Boom Esports, right? But this time, this too, if Rough World Era gets it, they are very well deserved because they got the slot during the last Invitational. But if ACT gets it also, this will be historic for the PH.
Well, talking about RWKD, I'm a fan of underdog teams. I'm a fan of teams who really want to climb up on top, because RWKD on the first day of the playoffs, it kind of like was a shaky start, right, from the draft and the execution. But as we look onto the playoff bracket, this is the current standings, Mr. Dash, and what is going to happen for today. We're going to be at the lower bracket semis and the upper bracket finals.
Yeah, upper bracket finals, we're going to be seeing the team who's going to be waiting for the grand finals. Blacklist versus Boom. A classic that everybody always wants to watch and wants to see. If Boom Esports had great advancements from the regular season, I hope they will be able to topple Blacklist this time around. But Blacklist has been so strong recently. But on the lower bracket semis, it might be way harder because Rough World Era hasn't lost a single game against ACT.
Damn, if we talk about losses and teams who's on a winning streak, count me in for Blacklist. Like in my champion prediction, I'm rooting for this one. But as you said, yesterday we've seen Boom Esports, and you were saying that this could be the redemption run from the Invitationals from this year. This could be a chance for them to show up and, well, maybe surprise them with something new, because yesterday we were brought back to their signature compositions, which was the Athena in the Philippines. It's kind of like a famous thing. Like, when you hear about Boom Esports, they're the team who's like they were famous for the feeding Athena strategy. Strategically feeding Athena strategy. Like, yesterday in the cast, we were like questioning, when will this stop the Athena for keep on feeding for the other team? Because it's kind of like there's a difference in terms of the EXP.
Yeah. EXP, gold, there's a difference. Every time you kill Athena, it's basically you're killing a minion. So it was not worth it. You're getting like 50 gold every time you fight them, and you're racking up the bounty on your head. Which was why when Syndicate died that time, Carl got like 1,000 gold. And that was when the game started swinging to the side of Boom Esports. That was so good. But again, everybody, for this one, it will be going to Mara first. She's going to be introducing the teams.
Nakita ko yung reaction niyo kahapon. Kitang-kita yung joy. Especially your family, Carl, nandito sila. Now, gaano ka-importante sa inyo and how life-changing is it that you get to go to the Kings World Cup at EWC and to represent the Philippines?
Ayun po, since once a year lang po kasi nangyayari yung Esports World Cup and grabe din po yung prize pool doon. So, sobrang laki pong opportunity na makapaglaro doon. And ayun po, makapag-compete po kasi kami with other teams. So, ayun, sana manalo po kami para po lalo po namin maingganyo yung mga kapwa Pilipino po natin na parang na may kaya po patunayan sa esports. Hindi lang po sa mga ibang sports.
That's right. That's exactly it. You get to meet the best in the world, and also you're proving that esports is now a career. That once it was just a dream, but now you get to make your dreams come true. How about for you, Carl? You've represented the country many times before, but this time, it's going to be for Honor of Kings. It's going to be at the Kings World Cup. And how is that for you?
Siguro, bukod sa masaya, and parang, yun, magre-represent kami ng PH, tapos mapapatunayan namin na yung lakas ng Pinas na hindi lang sa kahit anong sports, pati sa esports, yun, kaya namin sumabay.
Kaya talaga natin sumabay. At doon, ipapakilala nyo kung sino tayo. Now, kayo ang sinasabi na fiercest rivals in the league. Kayo din ang ating EWC representative. Bakit nga ba sinasabi nila na kayo yung fiercest? Nararamdaman niyo ba yun?
Siguro po kami po kasi yung pinakamalakas mag-jungle. Kami dalawa. Kaya po sinasabi.
Nagpapakilala! So bakit nga ba sa tingin mo kayo yung fiercest?
Ayun, siguro yung drive naming dalawa, I mean yung team namin, na lagi kami na nagtatapat sa dulo. So, baka dahil dun, yun siguro.
And long-time friends din kayo.
Opo.
Long time, what's great about this is that you guys are long-time friends, but today, you'll be rivals. But in the end, magkakampi kayo to represent the Philippines. Now, sabi nga nila, papakilala nyo kung sino kayo doon sa Riyadh. Paano mo ipapakilala kung sino kayo?
Yun, yung lakas siguro ng mga Pinoy, yung parang yung puso ng Pinoy na yun, hindi na natatakot kahit kanino. Yun siguro, yun yung parang magiging, doon yung magpapakilala. Yun sa lakas.
Mag-pentakill ka doon! He had the first ever pentakill sa ating PKL. Ikaw, paano ka magpapakilala?
Wala, siguro lang po. Ako si Just G, yung sinayang niya po.
And we heard it from these two great players. Kaya ngayon, mabalik na tayo sa ating mga casters. Pasok.
Thank you so much, Mara. That was our interview on site with the Blacklist International and Boom Esports. That was a great of an exchange on how are they looking forward in their matches of today. But one thing also brings back to me is the day number 1 of PKL regular season. It's Black versus Boom Dash once more. And we saw that first interaction where Black was so close and being defeated by Boom the first game.
It's one of the things that we loved about the game is how they are going to be playing, because these two teams are everybody was looking at these two teams during the start. And when they were able to fight, oh man, it was the biggest game that we've had for the first time in the regular season. And I love that. I want to see more of this El Clasico of Boom Esports versus Blacklist.
Well, you said it correctly, El Clasico, as we call it here in the desk. Because if we are talking about how Black and Boom has been the strong and considered one of the fiercest rivals there is in PKL playoffs. One thing also that stands the ground on how these two will be in par of being our representatives in EWC, they're the ones who are going to prove themselves once more if we can do it, because last time, the other teams from Malaysia and China have been so far. Like, it was an experience kind of difference, right? And now, with the time given and experience, I think they can prove themselves once more, don't you think?
Yeah, honestly, MKL and even KPL have been the strongest. Right now, we have AG for KPL, so it's going to be really scary. But you know what? We're bridging the gap. That's one of the good things about the Philippines, is that we're bridging the gap slowly, and we had time. So maybe this time in the bigger stage, it's been a year since we had Honor of Kings in the Philippines. So I do think it's enough time for them to actually win this.
Well, as we call it in the Philippines, magpakilala ka kung sino ka. In English, this is where you show everybody in the world who you are. How would you introduce yourself, Dash?
I'm Dash. Hello, how are you doing? How about you? Oh, okay. Let's take a look at the teams first here for the kill participation. I think I've seen the feed here for the top 4 kill participation for average stats. We're seeing Fleur with 83.2%, Chaz on 79, Ormson on 78, and Tatsuri on 76%. This is a lot. Looking at it, Rough World really has the most amount of kill participation for this one.
Well, thank you for catching that up, Mr. Dash, because I got silenced, by the way, by the arrow hit by Garo. But now, going back on this display that we're looking at with the top 4, I believe that RW4 has one of the main contributions in team fight, mainly because of her or his presence being the roamer for RW, which has an amazing run. And we've seen it time and time again that Fleur can carry one of the unorthodox, as we call it in the caster's desk, that this player alone can carry different unexpected picks, especially in the draft.
Yeah, and just seeing it in the stats here for their side is actually really good. But the only difference that I've seen from those stats is that Tatsuri, even as a mid laner, was the only non-roamer in those top 4 stats that we had there. So it just means that Tatsuri was doing a good job at roaming, getting some kills for the team, sticking to his jungler Carl. So that's a good thing for Boom Esports.
Well, I think with us recognizing who the top 4 is, maybe we can call them one of the playmakers of the team, as we kind of expect it to be, because in the game, it's not just about the roamer, it's not just about the jungler. It could have been everybody on how this team can actually work. And we were talking about it before the match, that this team, or some of the teams in PKL, doesn't have a coach, right?
Yeah, they don't really have a coach, especially the Rough World. If I remember correctly, they don't have a coach as a team. So it will have a lot of problems when it comes to the drafting, which is what we saw from yesterday's game. So that could be a challenge that they have to tackle right now on our last series.
Damn, they actually had to put some salt in it, right? I mean, putting on the reality of things, it's kind of like a challenge also on whose voice you're going to follow, right? In the team. And speaking of who, on what is his motivations, we saw about Miggy from Boom Esports. My motivation is my family, my wife, because my wife is about to give birth to my first son, so I want to work hard to earn more for my son's future. Thank you for translating in English. Dash, this is Boom Miggy on his motivations.
Yeah, his motivations, honestly, very honorable here for Miggy. I really love this motivation. And also, getting that ticket to the Kings World Cup already secures a bit of that for them, and that is actually good for Boom Esports. But let's take a look at this one for Chammy.
Okay, Chammy won on his motivation as well.
Well,
right now, this is not AI. This is live translation, everybody. My motivation is to go into pro scene, to be a champion and be part of the international stage and a team, if I translate correctly, because the motivations of Chammy 1 and as the the whole of the Blacklist International is to fully solidify the representing the Filipinos into the bigger stage. So motivations, everybody, being shown by one of the best between Blacklist International and Boom Esports.
Yeah, they're called international for a reason. So being a champion in the international stage is actually a good motivation here for Chammy. And he has been here grinding a lot of times already ever since he was a younger. He was still there, and seeing him right here on the bigger stage of the PKL, it's always good to see this development from players.
Man, Chammy 1 was my favorite yesterday. I mean, throughout their history, the Clash laner of Blacklist International, despite they have this captain, Chami Won, in tight situations and close encounters, to be specific, yesterday, it could have been a win for ACT, but for Blacklist, finding a very small mistake in opening, that's where Chami Won capitalized on one of the main picks. And you were talking about earlier, when we were preparing for this broadcast, what was it?
Wait, what was it?
Chami Won's best and finest.
So far, yeah, Charlotte. The Charlotte is actually so good. Charlotte from yesterday was the best. And that's the reason why they won that game. Honestly, if it was not for him, they could have lost that game because it's looking like ACT was mounting a win for that game number 3.
Yeah, it was so close. And so looking at the potential and how Blacklist International proves things into the game, there's some moments that kind of like slow down in a pace where they could they couldn't get a great snowball for Just G, but to them, seeing the advantage of a small mistake in HOK games, it's kind of like a big opportunity for them that they could be taken advantage of.
Yeah, and you know what? I was doubting their composition from yesterday. Yesterday, it was like, wait, this composition doesn't have any damage. We were talking about it with Osiris, but they were still able to pull through with what they had there because of Chami. I wasn't expecting Chami to deal that much damage, especially structural damage in the end. So having that just shows that they are one of the, honestly, the best in the Philippines right now because they recognize their objectives.
Well, they have been waiting yesterday. They have that time to actually relax and look after the teams who's fighting on the first series. But for Chami Won and the rest of the team of Blacklist International, I call this one of the teams that had this solid foundation of strong bond and chemistry from group of friends turns professional athletes. Now into the situation of esports, they have proven time and time again that they are really connected from one another, and also connecting to a team who has also experience. We also give it to Boom Esports as well.
Yeah, we all have history about Boom Esports and Blacklist International from last year. These two teams have been at it the whole time. But during last year, Boom Esports was the one leading the charge for the Philippines. They were the strongest team until the end of the year, in where Blacklist had this like epiphany. They had this eureka moment on their compositions, and they were just better starting year 2025.
Yeah, I believe that. Like in EWC in last year, they're one of the possibly the last representative of the Filipinos there is. But for the prize pool, we kind of went home smiling, right? It was still a perfect time to be alive always. So I hope you guys are hearing me correctly, because it's kind of raining in the Philippines right now. So I'm hoping you are still tuning in with us. So if there's anything we can improve on, feel free to drop it in the chat. So now going back on this match, Dash. Boom versus Blacklist, kind of like a seeding potential. Who's gonna get the first seed of the grand finals? Probably tomorrow, right? They're already safe.
Oh man, you know what? For this one, I already predicted Blacklist International yesterday because I don't want to do a dare. I remember the dares that we had.
No. This doesn't exempt you, man. You need to do something.
Yeah, you know what? I said it yesterday. I was voting for Blacklist International to be the grand finals winners. But you know what? I'm actually rooting for Boom Esports.
Wow, change of heart.
Yeah.
What made you, Mr. Eugene?
Oh, yeah, it's actually really good. But again, before we say anything, let's just throw it to Mara first on her interview.
HOK Hanyo! So meron tayong participants dito. Ipakilala nyo kung sino kayo.
Hello everyone, I am Vitrix from Caloocan City. Okay, ang layo ko na pinanggalingan ko, and I just want to introduce myself. I am from CLF Production and I'm also a competitive player. But ngayon, casual na lang dahil hindi naman na, oh my god. So ayun lang. Enjoy! Yun lang.
Parang sinulat mo yung intro mo So you play professionally?
No, just competitive sa mga tournaments around the community.
Around the like PKL?
Yeah, and also pala, I'm a content creator on TikTok.
Okay, na-advertise. Sige, sabihin mo na rin yung social media mo para ma-advertise natin.
Pangalan ko sa TikTok is Vitrix. You can add me there. Sana gusto niyo yung mga nakakwenta content. Yun na lang.
All the way from Caloocan, ilang oras yung biyahe?
Almost 2 days. Oh my God.
2 days?
No.
Naglalakad ka?
No. Almost 2 hours kasi
Almost 2 hours. Make some noise if it took you 2 hours to get here. Ang daming 2 hours. Okay, yung partner mo, ipakilala mo kung sino ka.
Hi, I'm Ian Sosa. I want to start some business, but I won't specify what this business is. I won't specify.
Okay, you want to start a business, pero secret.
Yeah.
Ano ba sinabi? Okay, taga-saan ka?
Lupa City.
Muntinlupa. Gano'n katagal yung biyahe mo?
Kanina 30 minutes lang.
Okay, quick lang. Magkaibigan ba kayo or random?
No.
Random. Okay, no, talagang sabi niya, no. Hindi kayo na kaibigan. Okay, ngayon pipili tayo. Ito ang HOK Henyo. Pipili tayo kung sino ang manguhula at kung sino ang hulaan. Nakapag-decide na ba kayo? Ikaw yung manguhula. Okay, bigyan sa same word. We have 60 seconds. 3 categories. Casters, player, or hero. All right. Pipili tayo here. Okay. Shuffle natin. Kasi baka nakita nyo. Ayan. Yung lady muna, yung ayaw mo maging kaibigan. Ayan, okay. All right. Keep it there. And then, go right across of her. Ikaw magsasabi ng oo, hindi, pwede. Timer ready? You guys are ready? In 3, 2, 1, HOK Henyo!
Player.
Ata.
Oh my gosh.
Pwede ka mag-pass.
Caster.
Caster.
No!
Diata.
Hindi.
Ano yung isa pa?
Nanonood ka ba? Okay. Caster, hero, or player, pwede ka mag-pass. Pwede kang mag-pass.
Hero. Hero, caster,
37 seconds.
Player.
Question.
Boom.
Ha?
Pwede kang mag-pass.
Boom.
Ano?
Player ng boom.
Ano?
Boom! Boom! Player ng boom!
Ata.
Boom!
Ata.
Pass na to.
Pwede pass! 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 Kulang ko ah! We have a few more seconds.
Player. Player.
Oh!
Yes.
Blacklist.
Ha?
Blacklist.
Ah!
Shami. Just Chi.
Timer's done! Timer's done! Oh my God! Gusto mo tignan? Sisi. Ray! Parang pingi ka ata! Okay. Pero okay lang. Kasi meron kayong consolation prize para meron kayong kalaban. Meron kayong kalaban dito. Nagulat ako ah. Okay. So, step aside muna tayo. Okay lang yan. Kasi baka yung kalaban nyo, baka rin magkaroon ng 0 points. Pero sayang yun, ang dali lang nun. Alright, next contestants. Come on down. Nagchichika pa sila. Okay. Hello, ladies. What are your names? Ipakilala nyo kung sino kayo.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Meow Meow. And I'm
Meow Meow?
Meow Meow.
Oh, Meow Meow.
Hello, I'm Aya.
Okay, and you're both cosplayers.
Yes.
So ito ang laro natin ngayon. It's HOK Henyo. You have 60 seconds. Categories, player, hero, or caster. Sino ang manguhula at sino ang huhulaan? Ikaw yung manguhula. Alright, let's go in position. Meron tayong 3 categories and you will pick. Pwede kayong mag-pass if you want. Wait. Nakita mo eh. Okay. Alright, lagi ka sa last. Alright. You have 60 seconds. You can hold it up. Ayan.
Tao.
Timer ready? Starts now.
Tao. Hero.
Wait,
Oh my God,
lahat
like-
sila tao. Hero,
Player?
casters,
Caster?
and players.
Pass.
Pass? Okay. Ayan.
Tao. Pass.
Pass? Ay, sorry!
Tao. Nandito. Hindi. Oh my God. Caster. Hero. Hoy, lalaki.
Pwede.
Page.
24 seconds. 24.
Hindi ko alam. Oh my God. Dharma. Hindi. Green? Oh my God. Tense. Oh my God. Byron?
Hindi.
Oh my God. Kaiser?
Hindi.
Oh, Grande?
Lighter.
Long?
Okay. Nakita niya. Okay, yan.
Hindi.
Hero?
Timer ends now. You got one right. The last one is Ogrim. Congratulations, you got one right. And you get a prize. An exclusive merch from PKL Honor of Kings. Ayan, thank you so much. This is yours. Meron kayong t-shirt, meron kayong loot bag, and stickers. Now, mag-uumpisa ang laban natin sa ilang sandali. Meron ba kayong gusto sabihin sa lahat ng ating mga manonood para ma-encourage sila na maglaro ng HOK?
Yes, magkaroon na kayo ng HOK kung hindi nyo pa download it now.
Download it now.
I'm inviting everyone to stay tuned kasi alam ko mainit ang laban today. So yun, watch.
Good job and congratulations. Now, mag-uumpisa na ang ating laban sa ilang sandali. Pero meron pa tayong maraming kailangan pag-usapan. Kaya babalikan na natin ang ating mga casters. Pasok!
Okay, I'm kind of guessing what kind of hero this is in my head. Actually, I don't know. Is this?
You're seeing it in the camera.
Is this a person?
No.
Is he on the broadcast?
No.
I actually don't know what hero this is. Does this have a friend?
Yes.
Is this Nakaruru?
No.
Okay,
No.
pass. Oh, it's Agudo. I didn't know they were fun games in day number 2. I should have been there. We should have been there.
You know what? Yeah.
Right now?
I wanted to play that. You know what? When they were playing a while ago, I was like screaming the names of yes, no.
It's kind of like a difficult part where one of our colleagues in the broadcast actually turned a professional player today. Shinbo, my goodness. I didn't know you were playing for Boom Esports. How dare
that's
you?
true. Oh, man.
I didn't know he was part of Boom. Why is he not on the list?
It was also part of Blacklist. They said it a while ago. It was part of Blacklist.
They loaned him?
Yeah,
How is that possible?
Oh, man. He's Grandmaster 100 stars, so I think
No.
Shinbo
It's
gets
too
the
much.
pass.
Like,
okay.
No, it's kind of too much. But for you guys who's watching us right now onto the stream and you're planning or maybe deciding to go into One Ayala, please do go today. We're there until tomorrow. Well, our spirit maybe, but here physically we're here with you for the English desk. Now going back to how the games are going there. There's a lot of merch. There's a lot of cosplayers happening. You mentioned about the cosplayers, Dash. Is Nakaruru one of your favorite in your games?
No, actually, I don't like Nakaruru.
No, agree.
I hate Nakaruru so much.
Yeah, she's kind of like an RG hero. Like if a great jungler uses her correctly, I don't know. It's a complete snowball, not unless late game potential lineup shows up.
Yeah, well, she needs a snowball though. If she didn't get a snowball, game's lost. Yeah,
completely. It's a total game lost for the team. So one of the things that I'm looking forward to is the fun and games happening on day 2. But right now, one of the things that we're looking forward to is the teams who's going to be moving forward into the semifinals tomorrow, even the grand finals. So going back there, now we're a topic earlier, Dash. I was asking you how you want to introduce yourself. I think I got cut off recently. So this is the part where we go back on what happened yesterday, or maybe onto the history of Blacklist, Boom, and ACT. Let's bring it down one by one.
Yeah, we need to talk about this team still. From yesterday's game, Boom and Rough World Era, we have seen some times in where Rough World Era had some moments of brilliance. Because remember, they won game 1. And I thought they could actually defeat Boom moving forward, but it was not enough. It was just not enough when it came to the playstyle that they were showing during yesterday.
Yeah, it's kind of like more of the execution, more of the hesitation of the draft. Actually, it's going to be executed properly in game. It's kind of like a different thing, right? Like in the draft, we see this face card value, we see how it's going to be working, but onto the situation where they're up against a team who's also had experience and had a greater way of taking advantage of how their cards are not shown it on the entire regular season. That's where they were surprised as well on how to counter one of the heroes that has been completely used by Boom Esports. So maybe yesterday we're looking at the match or the highlights from ACT and Black. It wasn't an easy 3-0, right?
Yeah. Game 2, Game 3, it was hard. You know what? I thought ACT could have won Game 2 and Game 3, but we have seen some hesitations from this team. That's the reason why Blacklist was just playing the macro, to be honest. They were playing the macro. They were playing it smart. They were not moved because they know if they try to clash ACT, they are going to lose, especially game number 2. But Blacklist is just so smart, recognizing that they didn't need to do any clashes so that they could win.
Well, I believe in you. Like, they're playing it smart, specifically when they got the Luna. They were opening openings for for an ACT to actually
Yeah, that was a dominating game. Game 1 was crazy because when Jessie got the Luna, nothing. ACT can't do anything about the Luna.
Kind of like brings back the first interaction of Blacklist International on their day number 1. Luna was one of their picks, right? So one of the favorites of Just G as well. So in that scenario yesterday, I just want to go back on, you were pointing out RWKD on the execution. So yesterday, RWKD had this creative way of executing their draft. And so far, they were kind of losing it when they had discovered that Boom Esports actually went with the Athena. We were talking earlier on how they were kind of like going back to the textbook where Boom Esports did not overthink.
Oh, yeah. What I like about what they did there for Boom Esports is that the Athena was just making sure that Syndicate is not going to have a good time.
Oh, yeah.
Syndicate didn't have a good time that game. 2 Azure buffs have been stolen from him that game. He was not able to do anything from that. And that's why, starting from there, Syndicate was just going in this rinse and repeat of trying to kill Athena. But there was no goal to be had every time he tried to kill Athena.
No, as you said, it was a kind of like a minion AXP and gold. It doesn't matter. And they were rocking the double smites with Athena. And so we kind of like observing it yesterday. They were not overthinking more of the process because teams who actually had this experience back in the championships where BSE or Black Shrew Esports picked Agudo for the first time, right? Like they're like chasing, wow, how are we going to counter this? Like, it was kind of like a deer in headlights, and RWKD was really struggling to find an opening.
Yeah, Black Shrew, and if ever it's going to be Black Shrew or Nova Esports, they know how to answer that. They've seen that. The Athena composition that they did. They know how to answer that. But here, I do think not a lot of teams in the Philippines know how to answer the Athena, which is why it was smart for Boom Esports that they didn't show that Athena during the whole regular season, because they're going to show it here in the playoffs.
Yeah, who'd have thought, right? Like, you're going to introduce yourself in the playoffs as going back to your roots. But I mean, again, guys, we're in a global ban pick system wherein teams are expecting, they might prioritize the long, they might prioritize the Ogren. But for Boom Esports, how we go back to something that's kind of like not predictable. As you said, the regular season was like a on the Athena, and now they were like, I kind of missed the point that we kind of started this right. It's Boom Esports just showing up.
Oh, yeah. Boom Esports were really just good from yesterday. But again, I want to talk about the priority of ACT and Blacklist on that series. I was kind of expecting ACT to take at least one game against Blacklist, but it was a bit far off. It looks like Blacklist was just on point from yesterday's games. But before that, everybody, we are just going to be talking about our sponsors. We have our sponsors, TNT. Thank you very much. May free HOK vouchers for TNT subscribers. Mag-load lang kayo ng TNT Only 5G. With non-stop data 30, may Only 5G ka na plus Only data in 4G areas for 1 day. Now may free HOK voucher ka pa. Load na sa TNT hanggang June 15 lang to.
And great discounts await you when you purchase TT Racing products by using our special HOK PKL vouchers. Get as much as 3,000 pesos off when you use the voucher codes HOK PKL 3,000, 2,000, and 1,000 on the ttracing.ph checkout page. Terms and conditions apply. You bring the passion, bring the comfort. TT Racing has your back. The official seat choice of PKL.
Yeah, and last but not the least, the Philippine Kings League is under the regulation and supervision of the Games and Amusement Board.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you guys for being... You know what? The Games and Amusement Board staff were there until 11, by the way.
Wait, yesterday?
Yeah, and we had to shout them out like, hey guys, thank you for being here.
Shout-outs, Gab. Shout-outs.
Perfect. So, we have a lot of speculations, everybody. We're excited as much as you are, but now we're heading for a short break. Don't go anywhere. Stay in tune. We'll be right back.
Pag-asa ng Pinas, kami ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami ang pag-asa ng Pinas, tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Kami ang pag-asa ng Pinas, kami ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami ang pag-asa ng Pinas, tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas.
Ikaw kaya matikiba yung galing, kahit gano'ng veterano sa'kin mukhang noob pa rin. Yung asta boys in the hood, yung dating boys to men. Sobrang toxic na galawan, dapat dyan poisonin. Ako yung prince of landing, lahat pupuksain. Kulang sa intelligence, no offense. Win, paalam sa karera nyo, advanced condolence. Mga kulang sa intelligence, no offense. Walang duda na kami ang the best, oo guess. Pahiya kayo sa amin in-game hanggang sa online trends, diba? Common sense.
Kami ang pag-asa ng Pinas, kami ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami ang pag-asa ng Pinas, tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Kami ang pag-asa ng Pinas, kami ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami ang pag-asa ng Pinas, tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas.
Cash G. Hindi ko na dapat gagawin to eh, pero wala, binuhay niyo uli ang dragon man. Kra! Samda na bo, kanda na pita, la kanda na pita, la kanda na punza, la kanda na pita, la kanda na punta, la kinda na bu. Se lo topira da pi, se lo topira da bu. Se lo topila da kulo, sa pila da kalita pila dum. Pero ang kompetisyon, bigyan mo ng kombinasyon, siguradong bumpanisyon, yun lang ang aking misyon. Malupito ng paboritong kombidyante na jowa mo. Ba't nag-aaway tong dalawa, di ba magtropa to? O ano kung mag-isa mong nagagawa? Pag nagsama ka mas malakas, imbis maghilaan pababa, bakit di na lang tayo maghatakan ng pataas? Kasi
tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas, tayo ang pag-asa.
Welcome back to PKL Honor of Kings, the playoffs. For our first match, it'll be a battle in the upper bracket finals to see who will head to the grand finals. This is between the two fiercest rivals in the league. Introducing Blacklist International. Chammy 1, Just Street, Dragon, Golden Kite, Chaz, Chewables, and Coach TG.
Pahinga ka muna.
Car, Tatsuri, Toshi, Impressive, Draw, and Coach Cian. Will get to represent the country at the Esports World Cup for the Kings World Cup in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Nakuha man nila ang slot? Well, corona naman ang kailangan nilang abutin. Let's get it started. Casters, pasok!
There we go. We're already starting on how the heat is forming up with Blacklist International and Boomy Sports. Now, Dash, we're talking about how the sweep wasn't easy for Blacklist International. Care to elaborate more on that?
Yeah, I mean, it was not as easy as I was expecting from yesterday, but Blacklist has been doing pretty well. ACT, what they need to do here this time is to find a way to win against Rough World, and I think they have the tools for it.
Well, completely. Experience, chemistry, all checks. Actually forms with this team in great quality of synergy of how they can perform throughout the game. So right now we see the two coaches shook hands, kind of like tension is building up. As Mara said, both are representing the Philippines in the Esports World Cup, but the crown or the trophy is still up for grabs. Again, you said you had a change of heart for Boom Esports yesterday.
Oh yeah, I think I'm still gonna be going for Boom Esports this time because I know you're gonna go with Blacklist International, right? For your vote.
It's for the documentary and the debate, for the healthy exchange of the argument. But yeah, I believe in Blacklist fully 100%. You didn't have a dare. If you lost,
I have a dare.
What is it?
I'm gonna the hottest hot sauce that I can buy. I'm gonna be using a spoon and eat it with it.
Are you
just
sure?
One spoon,
really?
one spoon of the hot sauce. Yeah,
you have the similar.
I'm gonna make a content for that.
Really? Oh my god, man! I am really hoping that you're close to somewhere that has a toilet. Just
But I'm at home, so yes.
But if you have high tolerance, go be my guest. But you have a similar dare with Mr. Manjeet Faldas that he wanted to eat the time stand
spicy noodles,
or some Korean fried chicken. So mine was I'm just gonna give out merchandise. That's it.
Okay.
They kind of say, "Wow, is that too easy?" I mean, well, for a sentimental person like me, it's kind of like a limited edition. Like, I don't wanna. You know,
is that a limited edition like OSX T-shirt?
No,
like
man,
that?
it's Honor of Kings Grandmaster pin sealed.
Whoa,
sealed.
okay.
Yeah, man. I remember back then where we're in Jakarta. I know you had the chance as well to cast with Kin, Haller, and Blam. Shout out to you guys if you're hearing us right now. We had a chance to play the game on site in Indonesia. We could get limited edition pins, and Haller got the winning chance of getting the pin 5 times.
What? 5 times?
Unfortunately, he get it. I think maybe it's all the pins.
Oh, I need to ask that from him.
Yeah, I don't know if it's 5 or 2.
Pin.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Let's see if we will be able to get it though.
Yeah, it's the pin of the first championship. So yeah, we're kind of like hearing a lot of stuff right now into the game, the on-site audience. It's amazing to get the feel of this because everybody, there's nothing like it where you're on site, right, Dash?
Yeah, you know what? On site will be really fun. We saw the casters there a while ago. They were 3, and we were 2 here in the English broadcast. So this is going to be a lot more fun. Yeah, that's true. So this time, I would want to get a pin. I want to get a pin from Haller. I'm going to message him right now, Haller.
Oh, yeah,
Gonna get some of those pins.
Oh, yeah. The only thing you could get the pins if you invite us over. Maybe see you in the Middle East, probably. We're hoping for that because, again, the goodies are here with us. So it's kind of like a deal kind of thing, you know? So limited edition, we got that a lot in the Philippines. So
oh man,
I'm just saying. You
know what? That's worth it. That's a good giveaway that you have right there, OSX. And we are just sending ourselves to the fire. And you're giving a giveaway. You
mean the heat, brother? The temperature. The temperature. The dry heat of the Middle East.
Philippines?
Yeah.
Okay. Of the Middle East.
Sorry, I'm just kind of like assuming like we're gonna go there. now, player head to head. What do you think about this? There's a difference between Just Chi and Caller right now. You were talking about it off cam, how these 2 junglers are in part of one of the greatest rivals in PKL.
They were the best. They were the best. They are still the best junglers that we have here in the PKL. Both of these guys, especially Just Chi, which is why you see his average damage is way higher than that of Carl. But the KDA is also because some of the games at Boom Esports was not as flawless as Blacklist. But you know what? These 2 junglers are very close when it comes to skill.
Oh yeah, I agree with you. There's no question to that. But the KDA, we know how Just Chi wants to start with the jungler. They want macro. They want to do their own rotation with the first 2 minutes of the game where they can have information as well for their farm lane. Depending on situation, these 2 coaches have trained so far with different teams. Even in the Chinese server, I had we've seen our friends back there. But now, as I said it, these 2 coaches had a chance to had scrims and had a way to have a challenge with the teams onto the Chinese server. Chinese teams, Malaysian teams. So now, as you said, with time, experience, preparation, this could be a challenge that we are looking forward to. I mean, this is the playoffs, by the way.
Yeah, you know what? It's possible that they might be able to go the lengths like what they did during the invitationals, especially for Blacklist. But with the performance of Boom right now, I do think they could do it again. But let's take a look at this. Blacklist versus Boom, all games that they had was a 2-0.
Well, they were the team who remained undefeated series-wise.
Yeah.
Blacklist International, no defeats. And I had this argument yesterday in the Filipino broadcast, like, how do you find something that you need to improve on? Like a team who didn't have a loss all throughout the regular season, now in the playoffs, what could be their possible level up?
Yeah, that's good. That's true. That's a good question. Especially you don't really have... Being the strongest has its merits and has its cons.
Oh, yeah.
And one of the biggest cons is that it's going to be hard to climb more in the region itself just because you don't have any enemies that could actually pose a challenge to you at that point.
Oh, man, I agree with you. Like, right now, Boom had the exchange of, like, a series losses or with exchange of with the scoreboard as well. So with that, it's going to be in question, and how will they execute this? Because I had a chance to speak with Kotiji as well, like how you feeling for this matches moving forward into the playoffs, day 1 and day 2. And he just literally said, like, I'm hoping we don't get choked in the middle and we just keep the momentum going. That's it. Like, man, we've seen them had the ball, like in by facts and by matches in this invitationals, right? Come on.
Yeah, you know what? They dropped the ball to Nongshim. Game 7. Man, that felt so bad, especially for the people watching us. You were there. You were there.
Man. I didn't so bad, eat Nongshim noodles since then. I never ate anything spicy. Yeah, because of that, man. Like, it broke my heart.
Oh, man. We're not going to be... We have this Nongshim boycott now because they defeated Blacklist International. All the casters haven't eaten Nongshim noodles since then.
Yeah, even though you had varieties of noodles, we love you. How we get that cup of noodles, we're watching K-drama in the Philippines, but everybody's like, they stood there and they had the question like, should we keep on binge watching or whatever? But yeah, man, it only shows that South Korea prepared so much to defeat one of our best of the best in the Philippines.
Yeah, and it was not really a big edge coming in from Nongshim Red Force. It was the ultimate battle. It was a best of 7, everyone. And I was afraid going into this game, OSX, how they are going to be tackling this. Because right now we're on a best of 5. But Blacklist, even before this, was playing best of 7s. And that's harder.
Well, speaking of series, we started in the regular season with the best of 3s, and as we talked about yesterday, the global ban pick system would really change in the best of 5. Who will you prioritize? Because for me, we've seen the shift of mage choices heading into game number 3 and 4, but for Blacklist and Boom, with experience speaking through itself, looking at Coach TG right now with Blacklist International, we call him has the Coach of all generations.
Coach of all generations.
Yes.
Yeah.
He only knows. Here. Yeah. For what eons? Wow. The word eon. Oh my goodness. For
oh man.
How old are you, man? Like, that's
could be the coach's face of all generations for Coach TG. Yeah, it's been a while. We've seen him, but looking at this first picks coming in from Blacklist International, just prioritizing the pay. This early in the game, even without the presence of the top 3 Clash laners, this might be surprising for Blacklist.
Man, you just said it. Long, Ogren wasn't even on the board, not even on the ban list. Like Luna, Byron.
Arlie Mai.
Yeah, man, like there's so much open. So this is how Black and Boom decides. Like, yeah, let's kind of forget the fact that, yeah, they're top of the list, they're top of the board. How about we play it by the Jedi mind tricks, as I call it, where you can actually... Oh, there you go, Mr. Eugene.
Love it.
Arlie and the Diadea. How you think about this with the first 2 picks? First 3, by the way.
Yeah, this is the classic combo that everybody has been doing on other regions. The Arlie Diadea is just so good just because they can hold you down and also have the early game presence well known for both the pay, the Arlie. So they have the early game damage already for the side of Blacklist.
early game presence and damage. You're talking about the EXP being shared by the idea. The more like they kind of had the advantage to rotate early. That's where the idea shines. And you were talking about the Ogre. We were talking about it sooner. Now the Ogren, okay, heading to maybe the middle half of the draft, I say.
Yeah.
They're more likely on the priority of getting the Charlotte first. And you were a fan of this completely.
Oh, yeah. A fan of Charlotte, but because you don't really have a choice here, I'm okay with the Charlotte getting first pick. Because if not, if the Byron, Maheen, or Dharma are open, I'm not going to prefer Charlotte. But this time, at least they denied Chami on getting that Charlotte for himself. But talking about the Ogren and the Yixing, I like that they picked the Yixing together with the Ogren because Yixing is a good counter to Ogren. So having both of them on the same comp is actually really good.
Yeah, the Blood Brothers, as we kind of like see it here. Like you have the AoE with the World's My Board now. You have the chance to reach the back line for the path of passing for Ogren. Now it only shows that they don't like to play with the Mayin, as you said, and also the Lady Jeanne. I kind of didn't expect that the Lady Jeanne could be the option here for the ban because yesterday is kind of a game 3 kind of thing. Kind of the game 2, game 3 kind of thing because Yixing is one of the first priority hero picks on both. So maybe it only shows that you want to go for full sustain here, specifically with the Yuan being picked up by Boom.
Ooh, that's a good pick, though. Picking up the Yuan just so you have the healing and also the mournful tempo pressure coming in from Boom Esports. Very safe pick so that they can flex the last pick on their side. But right now with Blacklist, they do have a choice of taking the Meister and away for Dragon. But the problem here is if they do that, they do have crowd control. But the problem here is I think Princess Frost would be way better just so the Ogren couldn't move forward as fast.
Oh, okay. You're kind of saying it kind of be losing on the damage. Wow! Angela and the Mulan. Okay, flashy it is. I didn't expect that for Black International to do it in the game number 1. Kind of like they're
look at the colorway. The colorway of Blacklist comp.
Yeah, there's only one. Yeah, except for the idea. Change your hair color, please. Man, I get you. I didn't expect Blacklist International to do this shift with the Mulan because I believe they kind of, I had a chance to chat with him yesterday. He kind of want to stick with the guns of our classic comic book structure. So, Luara!
What?
Okay, we're so focused on the Mulan, we kind of forget the girl onto the farm lane.
Oh man, what is this? Okay, let's talk about this. Let's talk about the composition. We have seen Mulan from Chami before. He's so good at playing Mulan. So there's a lot of movement from the side of Blacklist. Not really a front-to-back composition, so you do expect them to move a lot, which is good if it's against the Yixing. So there's not going to be a full team fight this is going to happen here, so that's the goal. But on the other hand, Boom Esports wants a full team fight. With the Luara on your side, you need to go front to back.
Oh, yeah, man. Like, I know she has reach, she has bulk. Like, in all team fighting presence, you have a way to deplete out of HP. Thanks to the idea and how Blacklist International plays with team fights, they have a safe space here for the early to completely function. Not unless they go aggressive early game. You have the Yixing, by the way. You have the Ogren as well on how to deplete the hell of the early game of the early. Now on to the debut of the Luara. I'm going to put my wish list here, Mr. Dash.
What wish list?
Being top 5% Luban on Asia, kind of pick Luban number 7. On summary,
they both start with the Lu, so.
Yes, correct. Thank you for supporting me. Do you have a wish list, Mr. Eugene?
You know what? From the picks? From everybody's picks?
Yeah.
Did you put the wishes in Luara?
No, only Luban, Gui Gutsi, and so far that's the thing that I'm kind of expecting for RWKD. But how about you? Come on, we need kind of a list here.
What list do I have? I want to
Just give me one. Just give me one.
A Young John Clash Lane.
Young John Clash Lane. Okay, somebody gets getting busy, or maybe you're getting ganked more of the Young John. I kind of hate that hero, by the way. Now, guys, in the game.
That's true.
Blacklist International Boom Esports. Let's head on and discover. This feels like day number 1 of the PKL regular season where they picked the... Oh my goodness! Right away? Chami, you won with the Mulan.
First and foremost, they got it. Just She getting chased down. Wasn't able to go for the steal, though. They might be able to get the kill. Carlo, no! They actually got the kill in the end. What a good flash coming in from the side of Boom Esports. A 1, maybe a 2-for-1 already. And Carl taking the Crimson buff right now.
Oh my
and
goodness.
right now,
He's
Toshi's still going to go
God.
for the chase down. Wow. He still got the kill in the end there. And they are going to be backing off right there. They got the kill in the end. Carl was not successful. And the game is still not over. The destiny has been popped. And Tatsuri is still gonna survive.
Oh my goodness, early game advantage, invasion, quality, only present in Blacklist International and Boom Esports. We're just doing the introduction, guys. It was completely taken advantage of by Blacklist International onto the power spike of Mulan early game, and Chami won. Yeah, take my Charlotte, take everything that you want, but Toshi onto this Luara, they're not afraid to use it here. Early game advantage, they want to keep the race on their end.
Yeah, and getting the first few kills on Toshi is always going to be important. Boom always has this ability of making Toshi viable in this game. So that's the goal. Find a way to get Toshi accelerated to his items and everything will be good. Bitter Farewell has been used against Toshi. Gonna go for the chase down. Golden Kite actually gets the kill in the end. And that is an answer from Impressive to get a 1-for-1.
Yeah, that's the challenge of picking up Luara, kind of similar to Luban. That's the mobility check for you. The flash was on cooldown and Toshi really struggled. And that is against an early complete full mobility, and now that's the challenge of Boom Esports to be pulled off. They're either going to be babysitting. Oh my god, fight is about to happen once
Still
again.
has the flash, got the knockback though, perfect. And now Boom Esports is just going to push them away. Carlos in position right here to go and maybe try to take the fight, but no, they're just pushing them back.
Wow, look at the pressure. Continuous pressure by Blacklist International. Luara sent to the base once more. Now action continues to brew into the mid lane.
Oh,
look at this, Dash.
Souls got them to the board. That is a perfect kill coming in from Carl, but Chami not going to be able to answer back. Was able to dash away a while ago, but he might be chased down. Carl's going to go in, going to try to get the kill. The execution's there. Double kill for Carl.
Oh my goodness. Continuous pressure. Countered back by Boom. Save with a swing. And completely, HP not going to be going out for Boom Esports to be taken from Blacklist International's laning stage. Now continuing their visits here, man, present onto the invasions, Blacklist and Boom. They love doing this since day number 1. Now with a different flavor, Luara on Toshi. Now Golden Kite, I just want to talk about the farm lane matchup here. I believe still Arlie has the upper advantage against this Luara.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Nobody's going to be winning against the Arlie unless it's going to be a concert queue, for example. So Achano could actually win against an Arlie and a Direnjia, but here, this time, the World is My Board with the flash has been used, but wasn't able to catch Just She in the end there.
Yeah, it's kind of like a chase for Blacklist if they want to keep on doing the pressure. But as you said, they're playing it safe. They're playing it cautious. But 4-6 kind of a scoreline. Boom Esports, they want to keep their board here for Toshi because the KDA right now is kind of like a slow kind of progress for the Luara to show up or pop off. So maybe we're seeing some visits here from Chami 1. And the farm lane could be the point of contention for Boom Esports to kind of like aid for now. And the Tyrant open for the taken.
What a fast take from Blacklist International. Look at what they did there. They just pushed away the people at the farm lane so that they wouldn't be able to contest the Tyrant. What good timing from these guys.
Yeah, timing is all about for Blacklist International. We've said it and observed it correctly. How do you want to keep on playing with the macro game from the matches we've seen yesterday? Boom Esports right now. This is really a first series worthy kind of contention with the best of the best with the Blacklist and Boom. So far, we're seeing a slow kind of pressure up top with the Ogren. Okay, farm lane once more.
Gonna go for the chase down, but they were able to flash away. Impressive, even with ending Sora right here on the front. Carl, not really the good place to go in. Dragon has been trapped, but they're still inside. Chami goes in, answers back, gets the kill. And Impressive doesn't have the ending Sora anymore. He's gonna be the next casualty on the board, and that's 3 on the checklist of Blacklist.
I want to go back how Dragon completely zoned out member of Boom Esports correctly in that team fight. Nobody could come close in that blazing brilliance burnout that Blacklist International did. And that was a complete turnaround for Blacklist International. Thanks to the platform bounce, keep it HOK. It's kind of like keeping up on how we want to maintain the pace here on how we did the early game. And now Blacklist looks like they're not giving a bad position.
Got it. Impressive. Was able to get the stun with a Burnful tempo, but not enough to actually be a threat to Blacklist.
Oh my, talking about positioning, Dash, that platform bounce could make or break you onto Blacklist International's positioning. It's onto the farm lane. How is Toshi going to find an opening here on how they're aggressively pushing from mid to farm lane right now?
Yeah, Blacklist, what I like about what they're doing here, I think Toshi just needs to get the Eternity Blade and maybe the Daybreaker. But look at the community prediction here, OSX. It's 86% to Blacklist, but now getting chased down, though. Impressive. Gonna try and slow Just She down, but here comes the fray. Here comes the team. Here they go. They go back and fight back. Carl was able to get the Conductor Souls in. They got everybody on low HP. That's 2 executes coming in from Carl. They go forward and they take down Tree. What a good revenge coming in from Boom.
Yeah, that's Boom Esports wrapping around back on Blacklist International. They knew and they never saw it coming on how they kind of sustain and follow up onto the right moment. Crucial team fight for Carl, and that's the Ogren doing magic, zoning out, reaching the back line, and Boom Esports correcting. Kind of like the chance of Blacklist. Kind of a turning table moment there for Black.
Yeah, look at the gold advantage here that they have. Carl has a 500 gold lead onto Just She, and this is a good thing. You know what? Whenever you're fighting against a pay, the goal is to not be far down when it comes to the gold compared to the pay. But if you have advantage against the pay, you're winning the game.
Okay, I think it's all about the pay back earlier. Maybe if you talk about how pay actually be an advantage for damage, because if Chami has been doing a lot of great things in the back line, we talk about the sustain being present as well for the Ogren. So I know where you're getting it. I hear, oh no, something's gonna be caged in.
Well, this is my board. Is gonna be here. Was able to flash in with a Sundering Slash, but it's not gonna be getting the kill against Tatsuri. They're pushing the bot side. Nobody's there to defend. They still have the TP though, so that could be used in order for them to defend this. But Golden Kite is gonna take this for sure.
Okay, macro present. Check for Blacklist International, willing to sacrifice Chami 1 for a second turn in the farm lane. Still a winning moment for Blacklist to keep on doing. Oh, you kind of want to pay back here for Boom Esports, but it was too late. Minions pushing in down bottom. Now mid lane onto the full protection.
Unending Zoro has been used already. Impressive. Gonna be backing off. What a great timing from their side. They were just able to take him off with that blazing brilliance.
Okay, perfect. Once again, I don't want to keep up on how Angela's gonna be a looping damage of burst as time goes by in the mid to the late game dash. This is the one of the heroes in HOK that you want to keep on spamming once late game is eminent and prominent for damage against Boom Esports lineup.
Oh, yeah. And the damage, especially against tanks, have been really, really good. Chami has been seen here. Board is going to be used. Chami goes into the back. Sundering Slash, enough to get the shutdown right on Tatsuri. Weren't able to get the kill, but Toshi was able to flash back in order for him to survive. They got the kill on one. They go to the back line. Zoro got the heal back for impressive. They got the slowdown. They got more kills on the board, but Pei, Just She is finishing the bot side. He might be able to push the tower there. Never mind. He backed off.
Oh my goodness, thanks to the platform bounce once more. How do you keep up and take advantage of the backline ambush on how you did that to Blacklist International? Toshi finding an opening and giving Carl once more. Oh, hey. Okay, we're heading in for a boss. And it's kind of like a... Oh, and I'm frozen.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm frozen.
Yeah, that's true.
And I'm back.
Okay, you're back. You're back.
Okay. I didn't expect that.
Yeah. We go back to the tech pause now. I mean, we've seen it. During this game, I thought it was very, very far off, but Blacklist was just able to get this 2K gold lead just on that last fight that we used.
Okay. The last two fights. And how Boom Esports is reacting and using the platform bounce dash. I've been eyeing on how the teams take advantage of the small windows that they could use against Blacklist International. Slowly, they're seeing it as a potential and how they're overstaying as well in their own camp.
Oh, yeah, that is really true. That is the reason why Blacklist has been giving the kills here. But what I like about this game is that nobody is holding punches. Everybody was just going at it. And this is probably one of the highest kill games that we have just because of the fights that we have early on in this one.
Yeah, man. Like I'm excited to how this game goes. Like into the pause as we go to the tech pause once again. Okay, I'm counting it. First tech pause of the day. And I'm hoping this will be the last. Okay, but the reason why we're doing this is because we're looking at the integrity of the match as well, to be fair with everybody. But yeah, who loves continuous action? I do.
Oh man, that's true. That's true. I hope this is gonna be the last, if ever. But I think players are getting ready here. Look at them. Look at the players here. Not even phased about what's happening in the game. And I like that. Well, let's talk about the composition that they have there.
Okay,
for
come on.
Blacklist. And what I like about this is they didn't prioritize the high priority picks for Chami. And what I like about that is the respect that they have for both Clash laners. Because Miggy and Chami, both of them are really good Clash laners. And most of the bans have been focused on them.
Yeah, the respect onto the Clash laners on both has been the start of their draft. They want to play around it, they want to build around it. And so far, the exchange early game, Chami had the first blood and has to continuously find the pressure point for Boom Esports. The farm lane here, they only have one high ground turret left to be punctured out by Blacklist International. And these teams, Boom Esports and Blacklist International, this is where both of the Clash laners shine because of their macro game.
Oh,
their
yeah.
play style, so much better.
Yeah, they've been checking each other out ever since. And what I like about this is that they jinx each other whenever somebody tried to go, like, they want to go in, they want to go fight, they want to go to this jungle. They know that that's going to happen. And that's why the reaction coming from Blacklist is actually so good. And even for Boom, because they know what Blacklist is going to do.
Oh yeah, man. Like now they kind of like onto the interview with Mara Aquino, they kind of admitted, yeah, we're friends, we're long-term friends, even to the scrimmages. They kind of know each other's back, right? Like they know how to address. And I am feeling we're going back in the game. We're going back in the game soon. And so they kind of like, say, are we going to go back? And they're
I think so.
Yeah, he's holding his phone. Come on, transition. Yeah. I kind of getting ahead of myself.
Once the lower third actually goes out, that is when we go into the game. So at least now, maybe they're still testing things out, but we're still waiting for them to get into the game itself.
Oh man, we're kind of hype about this match is gonna go, and we both know they're representing the Philippines in Esports World Cup, as we say it once again. But one thing that matters here is the championship of the grand finals, because the crown and the trophy is up for grabs. This is the inaugural Philippine Kings League in the Philippines. And who's gonna get the first champion? Who's gonna be the first champion is gonna give out a lot of representation for the Filipino fans out there.
Yeah, the most important thing about this is going to the Kings World Cup, to be honest, because just getting a slot in the Kings World Cup, you're already set for life. As a player.
Yeah, I agree with you, man. The prize pool of Esports World Cup, it's not just prize pool. It says life-changing prize pool. That's how big it is.
That's true.
It could change literally your life. And going back to their motivations, I think this would really connect on how they want to keep on doing their life and passion for esports and being an esports athlete.
Oh yeah, that is true. Especially that is basically the highest thing that you could reach as an esports player, because once you get there, you had the pride of being there, being flown through Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and playing for the biggest stage of Honor of Kings is actually a greatest thing to have as a player.
Yeah, man, it's possibly the most greatest experience there is. There's a lot of chocolates, by the way, in the pantry.
Wait, really?
Which the Filipinos actually get, and they kind of use it as a take-home kind of prize for our friends and family, which is not a bad thing. It's being refilled every day. They kind of have a share of me and Majid kind of have a share of like getting a bag or two. So it's kind of like a reward for we all need sweets.
Doing a good job, yeah.
Yeah, of course. We were doing a great job there. That last time around. But one of the perks that's one. But one thing also that gives the better experience is the prize pool and the teams competing for this kind of title, right?
Oh yeah, competing for the title, especially for the first season of the PKL, getting the first ever champion for the PKL. Actually so good to have the pride of the teams here, and also being known as the best team in the Philippines. people take pride in it. Teams will take pride in it.
Of course, man. Like the best representations. I kind of want to go back to the roots here. I know me and you had a share of community casting on how we started our casting career back there years ago. We're not old. Don't ask our ages, please. We're
not
young.
old, guys. We're very young.
Goodness. Anyway, our kind of share here with Dash, me and Dash had the share of casting different kinds of titles back then. But one thing stands out from the teams who want to win the competition. Every time I ask them, are you looking forward to getting that cash prize for you and your team? And completely, they just say no. We're not really rooting for the cash. It kind of like it comes second.
Yeah,
it comes second. But what matters is the title of being called champion or maybe first place. I think that's the thing that matters for the teams who are also being part of the community.
Yeah,
in HOK.
Being like the best player in a certain game is something that you could add anywhere and like say, hey, I became the best player in this game. And that's something that players always want to have. And these players also, they want to have it themselves, and having the chance to do so is very important for these players. But again, I thought we're gonna go to the game itself. But never mind.
I didn't know that.
Okay, OSX. Right now, we're going to be going to a break, everyone. We're just going to be back. And when we are back, we're going to be back to game number 1.
凯因已经变成恶魔了，快杀了他！杀了他！妖若未成凡人，我竟然有点喜欢这小子。
Honor of Kings.
4 na koponan ang natira.
Honor of Kings.
Isa lang ang tatawaging hari.
Makakuha ng gusto nila kapag kami ang kaharap.
Blacklist International, the pinnacle. Ang binigay ni Charmy 1!
Nasa tuktok kami at balak naming manatili ron.
Mas ramdamang panalo kapag pinagdudaan ka.
Boom Esports, the giant.
Hindi kami madaling tibagin.
Simulat sa pool, alam na namin kung saan kami pupunta. Sa Kings World Cup.
Rough World Era Kadiliman, the Shadows.
Hindi mo na kailangan makita ang panganib para maramdaman ito.
Is that gonna be it? Or RWKD getting what?
Bago sa liga, pero handang manggulo. Aakyatin ng anumang bundo para sa KWC.
ACT Esports Club, The Ascendants.
Dito kami nararapat.
Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Napakaligas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas.
Live from One Ayala, lahat sila ay magpapakitang gilas. Isa lang ang makakauwi ng corona. Kaya sa mga players, ipakita mo ang pagsik ng Pinoy sa Honor of Kings.
Sila ang papasok sa playoff!
Ito na ang entablado. Ipakilala mo kung sino ka.
那副铠甲是怎么回事？
凯因已经变成恶魔了，快杀了他！杀了他！
妖若未成凡人，我竟然有点喜欢这小子。
Honor of Kings. Honor.
Apat na koponan ang natira.
Honor of Kings.
Isa lang ang tatawaging hari.
Ang makakuha ng gusto nila kapag kami ang kaharap.
Blacklist International, the pinnacle.
Ang binigay ni Charmy 1!
Nasa tuktok kami at balak naming manatili ron.
Mas ramdamang panalo kapag pinagdudahan ka.
Boom Esports, the giant.
Hindi kami madaling tibagin.
Simulat sa pool, alam na namin kung saan kami pupunta. Sa Kings World Cup.
Rough World Era Kadiliman, the shadows.
Hindi mo na kailangan makita ang panganib para maramdaman ito.
Is that gonna be it for RWKD getting one?
Bago sa liga pero handang manggulo. Aakyatin ng anumang bundo para sa KWC.
ACT Esports Club, the Ascendants.
Dito kami nararapat.
Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Napakalikas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas.
Live from One Ayala, lahat sila ay magpapakitang rila. Isa lang ang makakauwi ng corona. Kaya sa mga players, ipakita mo ang pagsik ng Pinoy sa Honor of Kings.
Sila papasok sa playoff!
Ito na ang entablado. Ipakilala mo kung sino ka.
Seeker up today?
I am Ogron, the Seer.
A fated encounter.
Back to the marsh.
A chance encounter can still lead to friendship. How could you put it like that, Master Seer? I'm just here to report. There are no enemies that fate can't bring together. The exclusive affinity guidelines for Misty Marshes. The only copy available. Authenticity guaranteed. Be it meetings or partings, leave no regret behind. You found a love that's truly rare. May your wish come true. Unhappy bonds should be severed. May your wish come true.
It's called tough love. 3 to the left, 3 to the right. Twist and turn. I so got this down.
move. What a plain-looking, disobedient brat. I'm so gonna snitch on you. It's up to you how much excitement you can handle.
Happy anniversary at TNT! Pangmalawakang coverage. With free data, calls, and texts. At sulit na rewards.
Boss! Nakita ba yon?
Honor of Kings. Honor.
Apat na koponan ang natira.
Honor of Kings.
Isa lang ang tatawaging hari.
Ang makakuha ng gusto nila kapag kami ang kaharap.
Blacklist International, the pinnacle. Ang binigay ni Johnny 1!
Nasa tuktok kami at balak naming manatili ron.
Mas ramdamang panalo kapag pinagdudahan ka.
Boom Esports, the giant.
Hindi kami madaling tibagin.
Simulat sa pool, alam na namin kung saan kami pupunta. Sa Kings World Cup.
Rough World Era Kadiliman, the Shadows.
Hindi Di mo na kailangan makita ang panganib para maramdaman ito.
Is that gonna be it? Or RWKD getting one?
Bago sa liga pero handang manggulo. Aakyatin ng anumang bundo para sa KWC.
ACT Esports Club. The Ascendants.
Dito kami nararapat.
Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Napakaligas, takot matigas para sa bigas.
Napakaganda kumatin ko ang Orson will finish it all.
Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas.
Live from One Ayala. Lahat sila ay magpapakitang gilas. Isa lang ang makakauwi ng corona. Kaya sa mga players, ipakita mo ang pagsik ng Pinoy sa Honor of Kings.
Sila papasok sa playoff!
Ito na ang entablado. Ipakilala mo kung sino ka.
Seeker up today?
I am Ogron, the Seer.
A fated encounter.
Back to the marsh.
A chance encounter can still lead to friendship. How could you put it like that, Master Seer? I'm just here to report. There are no enemies that fate can't bring together. The exclusive affinity guidelines for Misty Marshes. The only copy available. Authenticity guaranteed. Be it meetings or partings, leave no regret behind. You found a love that's truly rare. May your wish come true. Unhappy bonds should be severed. May your wish come true.
It's called tough love. 3 to the left, 3 to the right. Twist and turn. I so got this down. Uh-oh. Hey, y'all, listen to this one. I'm in a terrible mood. What a plain-looking, disobedient brat. I'm so gonna snitch on you. It's up to you how much excitement you can handle.
Happy anniversary at TNT! Pangmalawakang coverage. With free data, calls, and texts. At sulit na rewards.
TNT, 25 years, tuloy ang sulit saya sa
magdirigma Hawat ng Pilipinas sa aking ibawagayway Sa kasaysayan ng matitirang taga-salaysay Ang matamis na tagumpay ay walang kapantay Ubusan ng lahi, ang pwersa ko ay pupuntangi Humahawi ng isang batalyon, parang buhawi Di magwawakas sa digmaan hanggat ang huling hari Ay di pa nasasakal gamit, bituka ng huling pare Hubod ng barumbado kapag nang balagbag Sugutan ng patago hanggat di papasag Puso lang ang dala ko, palaglan ng palag Uulan ng palaso, taas ang kalasag Kasi kapag ako nakumana, lahat natutulala Hindi nila inaasahan ang mga atake ko na Nambubulaga, namumula pa ang mga mata Na parang bata, kalabawasa sa kada-atak Lumalago pa ka mga katawan ng mga kalaban na nakakatapat pa siya Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas
Bugaw kaya matik iba yung galing Kahit gano'ng veterano sa'kin mukhang noob pa rin Kahit letra lang gamit kaya kang buntaling Kahit pagsama-sama pa akin lang bobombahin Yung asta boys in the hood yung dating boys to men Sobrang toxic na galawan dapat dyan poisonin Ako yung prince of landing lahat pupuksain One hit kill lahat susubukin for the win Paalam sa karera nyo advanced condolence Mga kulang sa intelligence no offense Walang duda na kami ang the best yes Pahiya kayo sa amin in-game hanggang sa online trends Diba? Common sense
Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas
Hindi ko na dapat gagawin to eh. Pero wala, binuhay niyo uli ang dragon man. Gra! Samda na po, kanda na pita, lakanda na pita, lakanda na po, sa lakanda na pita, lakanda na po, darakinda na po. Sa latapira tapi, sa latapira tapu, sa latapira takulo, sa pela takalita pira. Pero mang kompetisyon, bigyan mo ng kombinasyon, siguradong bombanisyon, yun lang ang aking misyon. Malupito ng paboritong komedyante na jowa mo. Pag-nag-aaway tong dalawa, di ba magtropa to? O ano kung mag-isa mong nagagawa? Pag nagsama ka mas malakas Ibis maghilaan pababa Bakit di na lang tayo maghatakan ng pataas?
Yo, what's up? And we're back for a PKL day number 2 and it's the playoffs. I'm OSX. I'm with Dash here, and I know we're on a pause for game number 1. We're excited as you are, but we're heading back to the game momentarily. But Dash, we're in the first game, actions being dwelled upon by these two.
Oh yeah, I want to see who's gonna be actually winning from this game because midway we got a pause. There's a lot of kills that happened. Even before the pause, we were like at 10-12 on the amount of kills. So this game could go anywhere at this point. We're still not at the 10-minute mark, and you know what, man, could go anywhere. Could go boom, could go blacklist.
I know, man. Like we've seen some surprise debut picks for today. We have the Luara, Mulan getting picked up by the regular season by not as much, but now in a situation where blacklist could move forward into the upper bracket rather. Now they're really not afraid to try what could be their benefit for this kind of like global ban and pick system. You know, Luara and the Arlie, me and Dash were talking about like how will you be in par with that kind of a toolkit if you're Luara, right? What situation?
Yeah, usually when you fight against the Arlie, you need to have a lot of HP most of the time. For example, Achano usually wins against her and even Adivinje. Yeah. So those two are the only choices that were in my mind. But Luara never crossed my mind so far. And it's so funny that we're seeing it and it's actually working quite a bit because they got a bit of kills in the early parts of the game.
Yeah, man, I think for Luara, even on my games, it's kind of like a 1-2 combination on the skills, maybe onto the teammates that you could actually use for early ganks. You have that reinforcement Luara on her own. kind of like a 74, 60, 40, 70, 30 kind of thing. But we want to find out for ourselves, right? What's going to happen in this game? It's game number 1. It's Black versus Boom. We want to know how this game is going to go. There's a lot of actions, a lot of trampoline, jumping in on how Backline's going to go, because we were like breaking down some bits here with Dash from game number 1. It's kind of like hard for Boom to go in the back line. But now going back to the game, it's 10-12, man. Back on the action.
Okay, we got 10-12. We're still at the 9-minute mark in the game, and there was so much action even before this happened. It has been crazy. Boom still needs to fight back, climb back up, because the lead from Blacklist is still there.
Oh, yeah, the lead keeps on going, 10-12. It's a close team fight for Boom Esports. Now, on to the lanes here. They have taken 1 from Blacklist International from the farm lane. And I think on how for Chami 1 or Dragon is rotating. Oh, Tatsuri not in a good position here. Toshi, good thing he was there to aid some pokes in for Boom Esports. But looking at this, they want to maintain control and pressure here, Dash.
Yeah, good timing, and that blooming blade coming in from Chami 1 so that he doesn't get CC'd. So with this, right now, Blacklist International are just looking to take over the map. The map is painted blue right now, and Boom Esports are having a hard time pushing forward from the map.
Man, that's the main question. Like, that's the main thing that's going on in the mind of Boom Esports, right? How do they move forward with this kind of control and sustain that they have with Blacklist International now open for the taking? Are they going to get the second buff for themselves for Blacklist International, though? Team fight's about to break.
They're going to try to go and chase down, and right now, Overlord might be taken, might be stolen. They were able to take it in the end. They were able to kill on the back line, though. Carl is down, but they still were able to take what they needed here for the side of Boom Esports. 3 people are still alive. Just she going to go for the chase down, maybe kill Impressive in the end here. Yes, he might be able to, but the knockback was able to get almost the kill in Just she, but it was not enough just yet. Chad's got the kill. Blazing Brilliance was used, but it was still a 2-for-1 in the end there.
Damn, I was so close in seeing it second time around. Last night, we've seen Black taken 2 main objective despite the primal bond. Now on Blacklist International, taking that attempt against Boom Esports, you saw the damage just flash through or splash through on that team fight. It kind of like said, kind of like Boom Esports saying they can still fight back despite not getting the Tyrant buff damage. So with this is the question: how will they reach the backline now of Blacklist International with all of the composition being present?
Yeah, especially with the movement that they have. It's so hard to keep them at one place. Even the World is My Board from Tatsuri, even though he was doing such a good job there, he was still not able to do a really great job at getting the kill. Just she might be dead here. That was a good thing. That is exactly what Boom needed.
Yeah, he kind of need to wave his hair on the left a little bit and didn't know that somebody's behind that bush. And everybody was waiting for a mistake for Blacklist International to commit, but that was Just Chi out for 20 seconds. Now they need to defend and they need to equalize the wave somehow, because looking at the fact that they have been taking pressure from the farm lane, now they're kind of crossing the top lane here, Dash. Pokes coming in from Black and Boom, and they want to take this T2 onto the top closely against Black.
Shadow Vanguard already placed on the top side, though. This is going to be an easy push for them. Golden Kite was brought to low HP, which is why Toshi, he's slowly becoming a threat in this game. Once he builds that Daybreaker, this game might become in favor of Boom Esports. Right now, they're going for the top side. Carl already low. An Ending Sorrow was popped, and Boom Esports needs to back away here. They need to respect it. Chami, positioning himself at the back, might be able to get the kill that he needed, though. Sundering Slash won't be able to kill anybody, but at the back line, they got the kill. That is a big one from Toshi, and everybody from Black needed to back away Chami. The only one very tanky from the team. They need to move forward, try to bait out Carl, but it's still 1 kill coming in from Boom.
Oh my goodness, despite Chami 1 coming in from behind, Golden Kite, a great pickoff for Boom Esports, no casualty just yet. Looking at the goal difference, as you said, Daybreaker needs to be eminent here for the Luara to pop off some damage, but look like they're not stopping just yet. And look at the zone out from Boom Esports. You were just heading for a pause, and now they're awake just as this, Dash. They're waiting for another turret to be taken, and Black with the question at hand. Earlier on, how will Boom reach the back line? It was different. Black is slowly crumbling on this part of the game.
Oh man, he already has Blood Weeper and even Daybreaker. That's why when Golden Kite tried to fight him, he died instantly. It was fast from Toshi, so at this point, he's going to be a very big threat. They just need to find a way to defend Toshi in most of the fights, and this game could go in favor of Boom.
Oh man, it being in favor right now, if Boom has the upper hand against Blacklist International, they need to have this composure to keep on pushing the fire through them, because open moments for mistakes could mainly be capitalized by Blacklist International. Oh, out of position here. Are they planning to do this all along? Farm line pressure.
Gonna try to go for it. McGee might be dead here. Blazing Brilliance was used in order to get the kill on him. Just she still moving forward. Doesn't have the destiny at this point, so Tatsuri needs to be careful. Chami onto the backline, goes in for Toshi. Wasn't able to hit the right target. Sundering Slash was able to put them back. Carl still getting pushed away by the members here. Still alive in the end. Blood Rage comes in, and he gets 2 kills in the end. Mickey falls down on the back though. Golden Kai tried to fight a fight that he won't be able to win. 4 people are down, and Boom Esports has advantage here.
A disaster made by Carl onto the farm lane up against 3. They completely divided Blacklist International in taking that possible takedown or pick-off. But it all comes down to this. Boom Esports now knocking on the high ground turn. Is this it for game number 1, Dash?
8 seconds on the clock in order for them to get alive. Just she needs to clear the wave at the backline. He's trying his best to maybe get that. Just she wouldn't be able to. And that is it. They could finish the game. Boom Esports are trying to go for it, but they're backing away. It's still not over. Impressive is still backing up. Chami slow HP was able to get the slowdown, but this is a very, very fast Yuhuan, and they're still going for the chase down. Goes for it. Sundering Slash is going to be there to pull them back. They won't win this fight. Boom Esports needs to back away. Toshi's going to come in. The damage is going to go through. Chami's going to be next. He's going to be dead. The Destiny Encounter was able to slow them down. This is going to be very, very fast coming in from Boom Esports. They got the damage from Toshi. They got the kill in the end. Golden Kite going for the chase down, but the range from Toshi still very imminent. He still got the kill in the end, and he was able to dodge back. Golden Kite waiting, but Boom, they're still not over.
There was a moment from Boom Esports that they literally overstayed their welcome in the base of Blacklist International. Could have ended the game with that response coming in from Blacklist International. It could have been the last moment for Boom to bounce back to the base, but that miss, that kind of attempt from Blacklist, that was really bringing on hope to wipe everything out on 3. And Blacklist right now preying on a chance. They want to take off something out of Boom right now.
Yeah, just she gonna be the target. Sage's Sanctuary pop very early. Miggy needs to back off. They got it on the backline. Golden Kite. Oh no, this needs to be careful. Chami one goes forward. Toshi's just dodging back. He was able to survive. He had to flash over. And with this damage, I think Chami one is gonna be surviving. Tatsuri is gonna fall. And that is one more to the board. A 1-for-0 in that fight.
Boom Esports commending you how you're maintaining this control, this AoE. Impressive. Check. An impressive show of performance back there with the U1. Nobody could even come close. Now Black is going to do this final attempt to get this damage buff for themselves. The question is, yep, I don't want to ask it. They have took it, but now they need to clear waves from top to bottom just to maintain how they want to keep on countering the pressure out from Boom Esports.
Yeah, they're taking their time. Tatsuri still has 10 seconds in the clock before they drop down the Shadow Vanguard on whatever lane they need to. Right now, Chami has been an important part on most fights because he is always able to breach the back line. Tatsuri and Toshi needs to be careful whenever Chami has been seen.
Yeah, man. Okay. Despite how the advantage of teamfight is going with Boom Esports right now, gold lead slowly swing into Blacklist. The question is, how will they translate this into a fight that they could take out something out of Boom Esports? Despite their strong composition, a safe place for the Luar, as you said. The timing is everything for this hero to pop off. I think now it's time for output of damage. The question is, how will they reach or breach the front line? Kind of poking in here slowly from Blacklist International. Impressive!
Jachi in position, goes to the backline. Toshi's gonna be dying. That's perfect! Blacklist found the right fight, but is it gonna be enough? Yes, it will. Carl is now down. They have one on the back. Tatsuri is gonna be low, and 2 people are down from the side of Boom Esports, and this is gonna be good for their side. They're gonna be backing up. Good thing they still have one more fight to fight. Impressive is gonna fall, but they still have time. One more fight for Boom.
They need to clear the waves out back. Black is back slowly into this game number 1, 22-22. If there is such a wish kind of thing for these 2 numbers right onto our board, Blacklist literally wishing for this game to be in their favor. Now they're making quick turns to take out the high ground turn in the middle.
Can go for the finish. Chaos Cinders was able to hit. The Destiny has been popped. Nothing is going to be surviving. They won't be able to finish it. No, never mind. Blacklist still able to take the first game.
What a start of the day for playoffs day number 2. Blacklist International once again part of the seat are you sitting on right now? You're always on the edge of something. You're always on like, how are they keeping this up? But that is just completely show of performance from Boom and Black on how they recover quickly.
That's true. And with what we've seen here from their last fight especially, what happened there was they played their cards right because the fight was not like a big 5v5 fight. They got one. They found Toshi at the early stage of that fight, and that was the most important piece to win that game.
Man, Toshi, he was doing wonders of the Luara in the few moments where we're hitting minute 17. But as we go back onto the draft once more, 1-0, Boom Esports really had a way of shining this draft through with the Luara pick. But on the side of Blacklist, that's the opening we're saying since the beginning. If you give them even just small opening, that's they want to do. That's the one thing they wanted to do to capitalize on against this team.
Yeah, I love how dispersed they are whenever they fight in Blacklist. And that's what you want whenever you have a composition like this. Everybody can move freely around the fight, and they have to just disperse so that Boom Esports can't hit all their AoEs. And that's a smart way of thinking about the draft here. Coach GG had a really good way of thinking about this draft. And look at that constant graph that we had. Blacklist had the lead the whole time this game.
Man, if you talk about economy and you're mentioning even Coach TJ, I can see him even his face right now, kind of like worried at some second, because there was a time the Boomies was like, oh, you want to take advantage of a bit of an overstaying in our base, but it could have been a quick wraparound if they had the wave in the middle. But for MVP once more, Chami won, making entrances not just from the back, but for the team of Blacklist International 759 KDA, man.
Yeah, pulling out a hero out of the meta, just picking up the Mulan, and actually performing pretty well is just nothing short but impressive coming in from Chami 1. Again and again, this guy, the Charlotte, the Mulan, even with heroes that are not really that good, he's able to perform, and that's why he is the TNT MVP of our game.
Man, you were talking about Charlotte, and now this is the highlights that Blacklist International wanted to counter out on the lineup of Boom Esports. And as you go back to 14 minutes of the game, it was really close for Boom Esports to literally end the game right there and right now. But this kind of like overstaying that they have did against Blacklist, it could have been theirs, but if they literally went back to the base, it could have been a different thing. But now we were seeing some moments that Golden Kite Dragon wanted to take the kill out of Boom Esports with Toshi missing that hit. It could have been Blacklist International's place if taking that kill right away.
Yeah, especially that last fight. Look at the sync coming in from Chami and Just-G. When they both jumped on Toshi, there was nowhere for Toshi to go after that. And these guys are just so good at syncing up, especially when they know how to target, to get those targets. And they were able to get it. I love that they are still this type of team here.
I know, man. It's been the literal story of Blacklist International capitalizing on small mistakes. They're not giving up just yet on even to the last minute. And you said it correctly. It could have been theirs. It was completely an opening for Boom Esports to take. But good thing that takedown that they had from Blacklist, kind of like a blessing in disguise, I say, because they recalled on the right time, responded at the right time, rather. And that gave them a win in game number 1.
Yeah, just finding that blind spot in their vision is also super impressive. Coming in from Just-G, finding the blind spot, hiding on that brush was actually really perfect. Exactly what they needed. They got the win. And look at the side selection here for our next game. Blacklist is still going to go to the blue side, and red side will be for Boom.
Okay, priority on the side of the code. And we've seen the priority of Luna back then, yesterday, now the pay. Interestingly, now Mulan, and maybe in some cases, Chami one would rather not pick the common ones. I'm just assuming. I'm just assuming she just wanna hands off on the things that people know about him.
Yeah, and one thing that's good about them, especially with the picks, I like that they picked non-meta Clash laner, because that doesn't really affect what Blacklist still has in their belt. And this is a global ban and pick. Every time you pick something meta, you won't be seeing it in the next game. So having the Angela, the Mulan on your side is actually a good win for Blacklist.
Yeah, you're talking about the global ban system here, because in this kind of a risk that they're dealing with in a 5 hero pick, you need to commit. completely if you want to win this game. Because if you lose that fact, either you go with the bans, you go with the focus on who makes the plays on the other side of the team. But now that's Boom Esports kind of slow growing problem. So I'm excited how they will adjust in game number 2 because Luara, I don't know, man, like 50, 40, 60, I don't know, negative sometimes.
That's true. You know what? I would rather have a what have we seen? Shoyu? We have seen a Shoyu a lot of time.
Yeah,
of
course.
Yeah, and in the late game, he's very good. Compared to a Luara, he has a lot more range, but what the Luara had that game was AoE. And it fills the gap of the AoE for the composition, which is actually good, but really didn't work out just because he got caught. If he didn't got caught in that fight, they could have won that.
I think I agree with you. It was one of the moments that they could have went back onto the base and played more cautiously and safely. But yep, they're on to the moments of, I guess, look at a kill. But no, it's kind of a difficult thing if you're up against Blacklist. The recovery statistic into the matches from the regular season and as a team kind of like stands out. And this is what I think I like about Blacklist is they're not really complacent on the stuff that they can actually win, especially the 1v1s. They take it really cautiously and safely, as you said, into game number 1, and not risking more of the creative approaches as we've seen from their regular season. But yeah, long this time for Blacklist International on the priority blue side. Happy with it completely.
Ooh, Miggy back with the Mayin. Yesterday, this is one of the heroes that actually garnered them the win. So a Mayin on Boom is actually really good. They could go for a done on that last pick unless on the third pick unless Blacklist steals it from them so that they don't do the classic Dolya done combo. But Blacklist still has a lot of choices here.
Well, I agree with you. Like Long's being present here, no mage. Frozen mages just yet, so this is an opening. Okay, there you go. I was kind of like an early for me for game number 2, but hey, if you have the momentum, go ahead, Blacklist, take it. Lady Jean, you have the Zhang Fei up against Dolia and Mayin. Kind of like expecting this more like an invade comp. Maybe that's the reason why Boom denied and respected the Lamb, which had an amazing performance yesterday with the Liu Bang. So with this. Oh, okay. How is this happening once more? Shangguan and Dolia back in playoffs day number 2, respecting that Boom could actually take it from themselves.
Yeah, could actually take it for the game, but what else are they going to be picking here? Just because they picked up the Dolia, they do have a soft support already on their side, so not really a lot of crowd control for Boom Esports. But Blacklist recognizing the Shangguan that could be picked. Good catch from Coach TJ. But here for Blacklist, I like that they have a lot of crowd control. Even with the Long, you have the riding the wind, so you have crowd control, but they need more damage for this comp.
Oh yeah, I agree with you. They need more like a kind of like a Chammy one special since they banned out the Charlotte here. You play Charlotte too, right? The Charlotte into maybe you played Charlotte jungle, but now for Chammy one, there's more options, as you said. Maybe that's the reason why Boom is really taking their time here on picking the last 2 final picks for Black. But for the red side, it could be a reactive pick here, depending, because this is just some mid lane roam. We don't know what's coming in the jungle. Ogren is present for Blacklist.
Yeah,
just she would take it as well, depending if they want to take. Oh, okay, Nua. Okay, Nua. Okay, better way of making everybody uncomfortable from the back, which was the main problem from game number 1.
They shouldn't pick Ogren here because Agudo counters Ogren pretty well. And it's gonna be tough unless Joshi wants to take up the challenge and be like, oh yeah, counter me with the Agudo and I'll be okay with it and we'll still win. So if they pick up the Ogren here, that's a lot of respect, but never mind.
Yes.
They go with a fade. That is better. Way better for them. And the Sunset, just to add more on that crowd control aspect, the only problem that they have to deal with here is they might not have enough damage to get everybody to execute range, or rather execute threshold.
Oh yeah, I agree with you. Like the fade covers a lot of the map. Sunsin as well has more responses and set sail. But on to the last pick of Boom Esports, despite having this picks from Blacklist, physical damage immunity could actually shine early game, and this would be their aid for the farm because that was the most prioritized pressure for Blacklist International to just keep on doing from Boom Esports side. So maybe that's the reason why they have this kind of way of thinking like we shouldn't be off guard on how they want to continue the pressure from the early game start. So maybe good choice on them looking at this possible scenarios of being cautious against the Blacklist International's early game tempo.
Yeah, I like the answer that they have here for the last one, Concert U, for against the Long. That is the most basic counter that you could have against the Long. Whenever he drops the Flaming Palm, just pop in the protecting winds and you're not going to get any damage on them. So this is going to be the scary part about this. So with the counters coming in from Boom Esports, how are they going to dominate them? So far, I do think Boom has a way better composition than Blacklist, but Blacklist could get away with the crowd controls that they have here. So they can also utilize that.
Okay, maybe this sums up how we were questioning where damage going to be coming from Blacklist. So you have the Lady Jean. Long needs some time to pop off with the damage, and as well for Fade, kind of need to want to snowball for that since you want to take advantage of the map too. So with Boom Esports not overthinking stuff, they have been doing this yesterday. Maybe this would give them the opportunity to just be Boom Esports moving forward. Nobody uses Elsa skin. Come on.
Maybe Dragon just doesn't want to play the Elsa skin. I think so.
Oh, man. This is the first time I'm not seeing Elsa for
Lost
this
opportunity, right? Lost opportunity. Maybe he doesn't have the Elsa skin. Impossible.
What?
Impossible,
No.
Right?
You guys have a lot of tokens. It's impossible not to have the Elsa skin with you. Anyway, to the game.
Miggy.
Oh my God. Clash lane action once again.
Yeah, the
Will he get it?
Wave
Will
Render.
Chammy one do it?
Yeah, the Wave Render from Chammy has a lot of damage though. I thought they got the kill already, but he's not going to be jumping in.
Look at that poke and damage from Chammy 1. The Clash lane onto this matchup. Early game pokes and probably first bloods for this team, man. Clash laning contention. Clash laner contention.
Yeah, the damage coming in from Chammy 1 very early in the game is much, much better compared to Bayin unless she gets to level 4. Right now, it's going to be looking like chilling for most of our junglers. They're not going to be giving the second wave to the jungler, which is what I was kind of expecting, so that they get advantage as early as they can. But Carl, going to try to go and fight back against Chammy. Towards mobilization, Chammy doesn't have any flashes anymore, so could have gotten the kill, but not enough.
Okay. Now Chammy 1's going to be the focus of possible ganks here. Despite how he started early and strong, calling the attention of Carl for Miggy for the Mayin to be on par with the aid. And looks like somebody's coming to the rescue here.
Gonna go to the top side. Emergence comes in on the timing. Doesn't have any flashes. That's why they didn't get the kill there. Annihilation was able to throw him off, but just she didn't get the damage.
No, it was a different rescue, not from Black. It was Boom all along planning. They were literally calling Justy on the Clash lane, literally shaking things off in his early game momentum.
Yeah, this is what I love about the Nua getting picked, because the emergence is always going to be there and always a threat for any fights that they have. But what I like about what Dragon is doing is every time the Spike-tailed Beast comes in for Boom, they try to deny it. And it's going good so far because they have been taking it always.
I mean, it's a bit of a mini game here that we're seeing because it's the most important small detail for the early game for you to just slowly build up EXP and gold. And with Dragon here not really losing sight of the farm lane. Okay, somebody called in once more the attention here for the Clash lane. Somebody's heating up here. Mickey and Tatsuri once more. Oh, the Nua. Looks like the farm lane. And it's an opposite. Game number 2. It's a different pressure for Boom Esports. They're calling the shots here against Blacklist.
Yeah, they're calling where to go. Especially Tatsuri has been really good about this. And what's good about what they're doing, they have the platform bounce. Because of the platform bounce, you could definitely go for ganks a lot more times and not feel the repercussion of losing your lane. And that's why here, Tatsuri, didn't get hit. What a nice dodge. Was able to get the stun. Tatsuri's not going to survive this for sure. Good flashes from Blacklist. But here comes Impressive. Going to try and push them back, but not enough damage.
That was a beautiful attempt. That was a good call for Blacklist to take advantage of Tatsuri. And if you want to be the most stubborn Numa there is, you kind of want to be in a safe spot. Oh my goodness.
They got the set sail. They got the timing. He won't be able to back away here. Miggy needs to flash off. They have the Destructive Deluge in the right place. Even the Resplendence wasn't enough to save him.
Wow. We were talking about what happened a few seconds ago. Keep it. Blacklist International, an opening once more into the clash lane. Miggy is out. Objectives are open for Blacklist. Eyeing on this damage buff. Tyrant looks like Boom's going to contest as well.
Vaulting shot gonna come in. Gorge mobilization is gonna be there. Pushes him back away with Unbridled Outburst, but a timing from Annihilation from Tatsuri. Got the steal. Here he comes. Goes in for the second win, and that's the Resplendence to finish it off. And Golden Kite is gonna be next. He still has the ult. Forces it out of the way, and this bot lane tower is in danger.
Nasty! A very amazing, crucial kill tip once more. If you're a Nua, that's your literal responsibility throughout the game. Get everybody's buffs. Steal every damn thing that's available for a new one to be taken. Another rescue.
What a great fight. Oh, man.
Oh, no.
Just got taken down pretty fast, though. And right now, Miggy, they need to respect his damage. Look at the siege potential of Boom Esports. They already have T2 on the bot side, and they can definitely rotate to other parts of the map.
Maybe that's the reason why we have a change of heart for Boom Esports, Dash.
Gorge mobilization emergence with it, and that is another one for the books for Boom.
Leave us time to talk about you guys. Jeez. Literally, let us break down the game. But so far, Boom Esports literally waking up from that pause. Now continuing momentum.
Yeah, doesn't have the ult just yet. No rage, and he's going to fall down. A bit too aggressive on Chaz there. And another tower on the mid lane might be in danger. Boom Esports is not letting up. They have the commotion. They have the damage. Blacklist doesn't have it. That's why they're not scared.
Man, they're literally outnumbered by Boom Esports. Count for ball in because Blacklist's problem right now, they can't even reach how the protection of their beeline here on how Nua and Concert 2 is so safe, and not even Golden Kite has an opening on where to land those flaming palms thanks to the Dolia zoning everybody out. And with Carl back onto the focus of the clash with Miggy and Chammy 1, man, it started with this. The clash lane pressure.
Yep. Chammy also gonna be dead here. Never mind. Doesn't have the charges anymore. They won't be able to get the kill at this point. Not enough to get it. And then the Annihilation also missed in the end there. Right now, they have the Unbridled Outburst, pushes back Carl, gets Furball in, and was able to save himself.
Man, the macro presence of Boom Esports is off the roof. How do you get home safe with that? Huh? How do you get home safe with the Annihilation waiting to pop on you? And speaking of which, another one.
Emergence comes in again with a set sail. Almost gets it, but Boom Esports still are just going to be pushing the top side. Even bot lane, Miggy is not letting up, not giving any towers for Blacklist.
Man, we got to breathe. We got to breathe. I don't want to break things down a little bit here for Boom Esports. These guys are just getting onto the most possible fastest pace there is, because Blacklist is really not having a chance to breathe here against Boom Esports Water's depth, because this is the problem. How are they gonna be in front here against Carl and Impressive zone out by Dolia, by the way, and this has led to a bigger problem. No kills just yet for Golden Kite. A hungry long for this game, Dash.
Yeah, not even able to get any damage in. And that's what we were saying a while ago. Blacklist doesn't have the damage to support just She's pick. So if they won't be able to burst down the targets, it's going to be having a lot of problems. Just She now on the ground with the matrices. He's dead. Even with the Annihilation, he's not going to survive with that. A lot of safety locks that they were able to breach.
Oh my goodness. Despite the response, Just She here is literally becoming the target. Chammy 1 was the main focus of the mission of Boom Esports in game number 2. Slow down the progress, take down Chammy, hold him, even put him in chains. And this is just Boom Esports taking all this game for themselves. 6-2. Blacklist, it's kind of like a struggle here. It just being put into team fights as well.
Yeah, really tough for them to find any fights here. Doesn't really hit their item breakpoints just yet. They don't have their critical mass. Right now, Boom is already at that point, which is why Blacklist are struggling to even get close. Chaz on the back line might be looking for an Unbridled Outburst. Here comes Chammy. The play is going to happen right now. This might be their last chance. They got the set sail in, but no knockups happened, and the towers are not getting pushed just yet.
Two ultimates used, mainly crowd controls, used to possibly zone out Boom Esports, and it didn't bother. Even a scratch, and they're maintaining, and they're holding their ground to take this high ground turret for themselves. This is kind of like a close call for defense for Blacklist. The question is, can they still hold it though? With the advantage of zone out Mickey from the back line though. Chammy 1v1.
Yeah, they're going to go for the fight though, right there onto the back line. Just she almost got the kill there. They are perfect. They got it. This is the timing that they were looking for the whole time. Toshi still alive. They got Golden Kite in front. Carlos going to back away. Flaming Palm is not going to hit, but they still got the stun in the end there. It's still a 3-for-2 advantage comes in for Black.
They finally got a kill for Golden Kite, but the opening that Just She did amazingly, performing onto the most difficult situation. You said it right. Timing. The possible right timing for Blacklist. Another one. Let's go back through. Oh, there's so much replay happening. But that was just literally the moment of Just Chi. I want to see the possible multiverse of this situation.
Oh, man. I want to see it too. Oh, yeah.
Hey!
With annihilation from Tatsuri. How did he see it, though?
Yo, save some for later, man. This is literally just a dinner.
Oh, and Blacklist though got it on Tatsuri. That's big. They tried to start it, but Miggy onto the back line. They got the set set. Hits nobody, but boom. Now cautious on their positioning. No more unbridled outbursts for Chaz. No more shields. He's not going to be surviving this for long. Good thing they have the destructive deluge to stop them from pushing forward. Golden Kite might be in danger. They have the infinite Vastus at the ready, so this is still good. Boom Esports can just back off for now.
Man, this Nua is out of this world. No pun intended. He's literally Tatsuri. He is a menace, doing the thefts from even for the small objectives for Blacklist International, leaving them starving. Now Tyrant open up for the taken. Will they go for a team fight here? But looks like Blacklist not committing.
Oh, they got the knockup though. Golden Kite. Oh no, he's in danger. Has to use the infinite Vastus. That was good. At least he was able to use it in the end. Boom Esports very healthy at this point. Emergence gonna happen. Set sail's not gonna hit anybody. What a good bait coming in from Tatsuri, using that emergence to let them use the set sail and push it on the wall.
Man, Boom Esports, they have literally waken up. Game number 2 with all of the draft being utilized in their favor. High ground toward falls for Boom Esports. Oh, that was
got the knockup though. Yeah, that was perfect. Dragon got killed. Now they're going to be pushing right there on the bottom lane. Carl is just going to take the tower down, and they're looking for objectives here for Boom.
Objectives. Taking out the final high ground defense of Blacklist International. Yeah. Carl just himself alone in furball. Chaz, when is this ultimate going to pop off? They need the perfect crowd control. Timing is everything. Will they commit to that, though?
Miggy goes in for the drop kick onto the back line. But with this right now, Blacklist trying to push them back as much as they can. They have Just She on the back. They do have sight on where he is. They're trying to find where he is right now. And here on the Tyrant, they are looking. They're stopping them from going for the exit. Uses his Jade Mark. Doesn't have the ult anymore at this point. But Blacklist, they might be able to try and contest this Tyrant.
They kind of need to back off a little bit, because how they manage to just keep on holding the objectives for Boom Esports themselves. It's kind of like a gamble right now, despite all the lanes pushing through pressure. Blacklist International's base. This is just a problem. They need to pick somebody off of this team. How? Like Chaz looking for an opening, this Zhangfei or even this Fade, looking for the right target. It's just so hard. They're literally grouping up once more. Oh, no.
Emergence comes in. The timing's just right. Set sail was already used, but Just Chi, will he be able to back off? And he was able to survive at least. That's a good thing. Boom. Still going for the chase down. They still don't have any T3s anymore on the side of Blacklist, so this could be finished anytime soon. Golden Kite forced to use the infinite fastest, had to back off. And right now, they can go for the finish. They have the minions. Here they come. They have the unbridled outburst to use and push him back. Toshi on the back line. Got beeline. That was perfect. He was able to back away with the protecting wings. Was able to survive because of it. They got the kill and Just She. Make that 2. They could go for the finish. Boom Esports strikes back for game number 2.
And we go in for a reset once more in this best of 5. And looks like Boom Esports is happy. They kind of want to do this once more. This is the race for the final day of PKL. And this time around, they have completely woken up on what happened from game number 1. An impressive show that Nua, out of this universe, I just said literally the planet, now the universe, how did he manage to be in the right present state of mind, just literally keep on stealing those objectives away from Blacklist International. Hands down to that, man. Completely. An amazing sense of macro play, and it was present. And I'm raising my hands as I wait for the draft.
Yeah, I love how ready they are to take down Blacklist here in the playoffs. Because with what we've seen from before, they weren't even able to leave any dents on Blacklist during the regular season. And getting this on a 1-1, big growth coming in from Boom Esports. And I love this. We're seeing the prime form of this lineup, of this new roster of Boom Esports.
Yeah, speaking of roster, now we get on to the draft. A look on what was their decision back there, and Boom Esports capitalizing on this Mayin. It was the clash lane all along for them. They just needed to possibly drain the growth of Chami1 onto the lane, and it literally denied his possible early game laning phase, and that really pushed him to its limits. The team fighted on 60%, and that made a big of a chunk of a hole for Blacklist International's early game tempo.
Yeah, I posed you a question a while ago. Who's going to be dealing the damage in the early game? Because that is a problem that some of the teams have here. You have the Lady Jeanne, yes. You have the Long, but they need to take time in order for them to deal damage. But Fade needs to get early kills. And Justchi wasn't able to get a lot. And that's why in the end here, they were just at a loss on who's going to be dealing the damage. When they were not ahead, they're losing a lot of gold. They were not able to kill anybody on the side right here at Boom Esports. They're having such a hard time. And having no damage is a big problem on that composition that Boom Esports built.
No damage department for Blacklist International. You're right, Dash. With the depletion of the EXP on the clash lane of Blacklist International, how will Fade, Justchi himself, create a good tempo snowball for his hero? And that was one of the main reasons why they couldn't fight back. Verbal was just being the one distracting everybody, and there was an attempt for the backline once more. In a few seconds of the game that Boom Esports ending against Blacklist, that one guy just holding on to Justchi literally denied the possible comeback for a defense. And this is Agudo, Carl, MVP of this game for Boom Esports, the guy that stopped the possible defense of Blacklist.
Yeah, poetic, right? A while ago, we had Justchi getting the MVP, and this side, we have Carl, 505 and 28% damage dealt, 10.1k gold, and damage taken for the Agudo is so high. And it was a nice showing coming in from Boom, because look at this early game. They tried their best to get a lot of kills. What you need to do in Blacklist composition is to find a way to get kills as much as you can. And the steal on that Tyrant was just dirty coming in from that
dirty.
city.
Call it dirty, call it nasty. And this was the start where Blacklist International were literally deer in headlights. They don't know how to react on that moment, because we know how Blacklist always wants to get that Tyrant damage buff early on once it's available. And as you said, the damage department was a bit of a problem for this Fade to pop off. And with that attempt for an early damage buff for the Tyrant, gone. Chami1 early game, gone. And that literally gave them the pressure, man. So tough.
It was so hard, especially that last fight. You could see, right? Everybody survived when Blacklist went in. Everybody survived because they had no damage, and that's why in compositions like that, whenever you're playing a Fade, you need somebody to actually help him out. If there's nobody, game's gonna be over. That's why here, good thing they were able to take it. Boom Esports, redemption for them. I love this story. Always have love this rivalry coming from this, guys.
We call it the fiercest rivalry on PKL. So it's kind of like a matchup we're looking forward to see, mainly because of their experience speaks through, the challenges speak through with their representative, being the representatives of the Philippines back then. Now on to our island and in our country, we're seeing them perform once more, because in game number, in series 1 in PKL, it was a different thing. Now it was a different adjustment for Boom Esports that you want to do against Blacklist, because if you have an opening, that's the thing about we keep on saying about Blacklist. They capitalize on that, bounce back on that. But for Boom Esports, when they had a chance to keep doing that, and when they found a possible pressure point to open for the early game of Blacklist, that's where everything crumbled. So I think Coach Teach and everybody's going to be in an adjustment period heading into game number 3.
Yeah, and you can see the difference in their traits, right? Their skills as players here for both of our teams. Blacklist really loves playing the macro. They always love playing it slow. But if somebody tries to accelerate the game like what they did here for Boom Esports accelerated the game so fast. They got like 6 towers in like 9 minutes. And that is a fast pace that Blacklist isn't ready for. So if Boom Esports could do that again for Game 3 and Game 4, they might be able to take the first seat in the grand final. So I hope that game didn't tire them out. So I hope they still have the endurance for the next games.
Endurance, because again, we're going back to the question that I said earlier. A team who has been undefeated series-wise in regular season, how would you learn from such mistakes, or maybe even looking at the possibility of the draft execution of Boom Esports? Because that's the thing that I'm looking forward to, how they address these kinds of scenarios. Because as we reset for a best of 5 heading to game number 3, that's going to be the main focus of Blacklist International. How will they adjust when the Aguru shows up, and that's where everything changes.
Yeah, but again, let's throw to the host first before we head into anything. So Mara, take it away.
Ipakilala nyo kung sino ka.
Hi everyone, I am Super Kimby and I stream Honor of Kings and...
Hi guys, it's your girl Danix. Yes, nag-stream din ako as content creator.
Hi everyone, I'm Chipu. I'm Chipu and I make content of Honor of Kings and streamer.
Grabe, nag-cheer sila sa'yo. Let me hear you guys make some more noise. Nung pagkita nila sa'yo, bigla silang sumigaw. Okay, sino ang pambato natin dito? Who are we voting for? And all of the teams.
Blacklist.
Blacklist?
Yeah, Blacklist din.
Blacklist din? And Blacklist. Okay, sino favorite players natin sa Blacklist?
Pwede, baka may magselos.
Ang tatanong ko favorite, but you mean to say may crush ka?
Crush ba yun?
So there's somebody na pinupusuan mo sa Blacklist?
Baka meron.
May clue ba tayo? Magbibigay ka ba ng clue?
Clue? Oh my God. Safe ba to?
Kahit hindi name. Kahit hindi name, kami na lang ang manghuhula.
O sige, medyo long hair.
Medyo long hair? Sino ang long hair? Sino ang long hair sa kanila? Ikaw naman, favorite player sa Blacklist?
Pwede ba? Well, sa akin lang I go for kay Chami.
Kay Chami. Yes. Bakit si Chami? What is it about?
Recently napapanood ko siya and may mga unexpected din ako mga gameplays na nakikita sa kanya. So,
gameplay? Ano bang role mo?
Mid lane po.
Mid lane? Yes, favorite hero?
My lady.
Okay, so kay Chami,
ang nakita ko sa kanya kasi may mga sobrang crucial na talaga na game. And nakita ko din kung paano niya nakaka-comeback yun. So, isa din yun sa mga nagustuhan ko sa kanya.
Do you think Chami is yummy?
Medyo dikit magka-rhyme. So yeah, yummy.
Magka-rhyme. How about you? Sino favorite player? Who's your favorite player?
Lahat.
Lahat. Okay. Now, I know you ladies watch PKL. What's your favorite thing about PKL?
For me, I think it strengthens the esports economy because creates more job opportunities, more competition, more tournament, and of course, mas growing yung esports community dahil doon.
Tama yan. With Honor of Kings being in the Philippines, it's making the esports community grow.
Yes.
Meron na tayong more MOBA games.
More MOBA games.
And so it provides more jobs for people and also players to have their dreams come true. I love that answer. What do you love best about PKL?
Isa sa mga gusto ko dito, yung meron tayong qualifiers. And
qualifiers?
Yeah. Bukod doon, alam mo yung welcome ka. Lahat, hindi ganun ka-restrict yung requirements. Like, mapakita mo lang kung gaano kakasipag mag-grind sa taas din ng rankings mo. As in, mayroon ka ring chance para makapasok din sa mga malalaking tournaments.
That's absolutely right. That's what people have been saying also, that they love the qualifiers kasi kahit anong educational level of any age, kahit sa bahay kubo sila nakatira.
Yes.
Kahit sa tricycle sila nakatira. Kahit anong background. They get to join. Basta, welcome na welcome. And they get to join. Basta magaling sila. And they form a team. Actually, invite mo sila para sa Season 2 kasi maghahanap tayo ng mga teams for Season 2.
Guys, it's time. Ito na yung chance nyo, malay nyo, di ba? Mas mabibigyan din kayo ng opportunity, especially big things to Honor of Kings dahil ang dami niyang natutulungan. Hindi lang kami mga streamer, also mga pro players and yung mga audience. Gising ba tayo dyan?
They're screaming your name. How about for you? What's your favorite thing about PKL?
Especially yung 3 teams yung pwedeng pumasok sa EWC. Sobrang big deal nun.
That's
Mas
right.
marami tayong marirepresent sa EWC. And then, alam niyo yung kahit bago pa lang tayo, parang ang dami na nating pwedeng ibigay.
And sabi nga nila itong EWC, it's making dreams come true. Ang laki ng cash prize natin. Tsaka they get to represent Philippines. Now, for this game, so meron tayong tied. It's tied 1-1. Nakita nyo ang ating laban. Ano bang mensahe nyo sa ating both teams para makakuha sila ng panalo?
Good luck.
Good luck.
For me, it doesn't matter as long as they carry the Philippines name.
Yes.
The pride.
Yes.
Yeah. So, good luck to the both teams.
Final message.
Sa lahat ng player, enjoy lang. Enjoyin nyo lang.
At lahat kami dito nag-e-enjoy and we wanna get back to the game. So tulungan nyo akong sabihin, Casters, pasok. In 3, 2, 1. Casters, pasok.
Thank you so much, Mara. That was one of the interviews for KOLs in Honor of Kings. As we head on to game number 3, so we have a breather a bit on how Boom Esports and Blacklist International wanted to step up in this best of 5. Now we're back on the English Dash. I'm OSX together with Dash. Man, I saw something there from Boom Esports, and they were a literal problem for the early game of Blacklist International start.
Yeah, you know what? One of the things that they are so good at is that changing the face of the game. That is one of the things that they're very good at, especially if they accelerate the game. That's the most important thing that Boom Esports has done during that time. This time, Blacklist, at least now they know that Boom Esports could do that. But because of the global ban and pick, they can't go with the same composition. So that's at least a good thing for Blacklist.
Oh, man, you just said the right thing. They kind of open up the Omnitrix right there for Boom Esports. From accelerating quicker than Blacklist International. That was their last name. That was the last name of Blacklist International. Accelerate. And to the early game tempo, they denied it by stealing the most important part of their diet, which is the Tyrant. And that's where everything crumbled.
Yeah, getting the Tyrant was so important. Getting that could have been a lot of kills for Joshi, but because they weren't able to get it, Tatsuri, man, this guy needs to get a lot more highlights because he was a big reason on why Boom Esports was able to do it.
Man, let me be part of your casual RG. I need a kind of like a new one in my team, right? Like he's out of this complete macro president. I love how he's doing it. And that's a problem. Like if you're deprived in such objectives and it's being taken from you minute after minute, how will Blacklist International bounce back? Because that was a problem that we're trying to talk about here. Like with all the teams face defeats and losses, how will they address this kind of situation this time around against Boom, who's going to be taking the blue side? Now Blacklist takes red. Is there going to be a shakeup here? Dash on the priority, because we've seen the pay, we've seen a different route. They were trying to slow down Chami one in his lane. What's going to be the priority here for Boom Esports since they have blue side?
Yeah, right now for blue, have a lot of things that they could prioritize. I'm really surprised that we're still not seeing any Maisha Nuis from our games so far. At least now in the 3rd game and 4th game, there's a bigger possibility that comes out. This time, I do want to see a different jungler for Boom. A pay could come out here for Boom for the next game because they haven't played that yet. And no Byrons yet for all our Clash laners so far. I want to see the Byron come out.
Yeah, the buyer on the Clash Lane. One of the specials, I say, with Blacklist International, we made so much wonders, especially one of the most contested ones as well throughout the PKL, right? You've seen the global ban pick scenario here. And with Boomy Sports carrying this win with this lineup, Concert U, now what's going to be here for a Blacklist? They have used the Arlie, they have used the Luong, the Renji, maybe, for the farm lane.
Yeah.
So you were observing as well how Justy was also struggling to find out the damage. Since the Agudo was the second part of the phase picking, it kind of like shocked them in a way because it's the literal counter for the Ogren. So what's it going to be for Justy this time?
Yeah, for Justy, you could go for the Ogren. Agudo has been picked already, so there's not really a strong counter right now. Musashi hasn't seen the light of day ever since. So,
okay.
So I think that could come out if they want to counter the Ogren, but Musashi's right now is just so weak. I don't think it's gonna come out in this game.
I agree with you. We're not gonna sugarcoat everything here in Honor of Kings English broadcast. Just it's just, man, come on. Like, will they attempt to do that? Maybe that's the reason why Lamb is a bit of the first option, or something that's utility, Ogren, Luna. Well, you can call Yuan some cases for being the jungler. I don't know if you want to build around that, but yeah, I agree with you. There are a lot of choices for the jungling or the jungler matchup for against Boom and Black. So what's going to be fit here since the Agudo has been picked up? Ogren now is going to be a free open choice for Blacklist. It could be a possible reactive priority since Boom is on blue side.
Yeah, one thing that I could see is at least a Menki or a Dun, or if they want a priority pick for Blacklist.
Okay.
Yeah, a Byron could actually come out. Because you know what? One of the things that I love about the Byron is he's a safe pick. Every time you first pick him, there's no actual counter to him. Unless you want to pick the Miyue. But it's not going to get picked because it didn't work yesterday.
I agree. It was kind of like a hard matchup for the Miyue to actually shine in the Clash lane. And we talked about it earlier as we prepare for the broadcast. You said it. We all observed that this hero needs to kind of want to win that lane mostly for yourself. If you lose it, it's kind of like a loss on how your lineup is going to show. So, yeah, I agree with you. So, what's going to be the part here for the Clash laner, either for Boom or Black, to be prioritized? The Byron. Let's see. Let's find out more here. The Dharma.
For Blacklist.
Dharma is one of the most banned, by the way.
Every time. Every game. Every game.
Man, save some for this guy. Guan Yu. I don't know if Black is going to do it. I'm not sure. Menki, I'm leaning towards the tankier side of things if Clash Lane. Or maybe Liu Bang. Oh, hey. Big shout out to our guys there in the on-site dudes for the Filipino broadcast. We kind of want to be there, but we're going to cater to for a bigger audience here for the English desk. So
we can go there though tomorrow once everything is being we can go there tomorrow after the grand finals. Once everything is getting fixed already. Once everything is getting taken down, and once we head there, we take a picture. Oh, this is what happens after every event.
Yeah, so you're the last guy to show up in parties. I know. So you're that guy.
For sure.
Okay, Mr. Dash. So I kind of want to see how this head-to-head is going to show up in this game, because as we make our own assumptions on how Blacklist is going to address heading to game number 3, I think I want to take a look on how the Clash lane had a hard time to make things work for Chami 1.
Yeah, Chami 1, especially that last game, the Sunset, especially if it's against Amayin, it's not going to be that easy to fight against her when she gets serious. And this time around, you could see that Chami 1, number 1 on most things, number 2 on other things. This guy is actually crazy. He's called the Prodigy for a reason.
Yeah, he keeps on performing well, and I agree with you. Like, Chami 1 has been doing a lot of wonders, and I love how we focus on the head-to-head of the Clash lane, because that was the main reason how Blacklist was really troubled on how to address that early game, the loss of the Tyrant, the loss of the early game pacing. So it all boils down, how do you want to address? Because what do you want to do here? I've seen them. Well, Liu Bang could show up. Liu Bang, Nezha, they have done it before. I'm not sure they're gonna do
Yeah.
it. Or Liu Bang Lian Po. I think it is not the game yet on the best of 5, but since they have chosen it, I think they want to be reactive and safe on the things happening moving forward. So, what do you think about this?
Yeah, I do think the Lubang Lam Lianpo could come out game 4, game 5.
The triple
game
Ls?
3, yeah, the triple Ls. And you'll take the L in the end. No.
Hey.
No, I'm joking. But if they will be able to pull that out, especially for this is more likely to go on the side of Blacklist rather than Boom. Because Blacklist has done that before. So I do think game 4, game 5 could be a potential option.
Oh, okay. Despite being the safe guys or the secured slot for the EWC, looks like they're not really being complacent on where they are right now. And I'm slowly getting into that scenario right now where these two are not really settling just yet because there are a lot of things that they need to work on. So number 1, Blacklist looks like they need to adjust more of the macro, the high macro sense of Boomy Sports. It literally showed throughout the game. So will they take the Nua for themselves though? Because they have used 2 picks too. Agudo, the Nua for the mid lane. Just looking at the list here. Sia was even used yesterday, man. Sia.
Oh yeah. From ACT. Yeah. Remember that?
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
It was close though. It was close at least, which is a good thing. But Blacklist, I do think more on. I haven't seen a Gan and Mo yet. I want to see a Gan and Mo in our games.
Man, I was hovering it right now.
Yeah. Even for Tatsuri, maybe. I think a God and Mo could actually work in the games that they have. But the respect that they have for Dragon and his Isheng, you could definitely see it because Boom has been banning it a lot.
Well, the Gan and Mo makes sense if you want to peel the front line of either Boom and Black because Zhang Fei was using maybe it struggled to find the right opening for the outburst. The only tough ones for the roamers for Blacklist that could be used probably could use the Lian Po. Mozzie still available, but something that's tanky. I don't know if they want to shift with they use Dune, right? Oh, okay. Priority onto the My Shranui for Boomy Sports.
Game 3? Game 3?
Yeah, I don't know. We all had this reaction about how these heroes just showed up like in the later stage of a best of 5.
Yeah, like game 3, we had my open for games 1 and game 2, and until now nobody has picked it just yet. But Boom still hasn't had the chance to pick up the Arlie, so getting that ban is actually good. But yeah, your reaction there definitely echoes mine. Charlotte and the Menki from Blacklist.
Yeah, that was my reaction too yesterday when they picked Nua on game number 4.
Right.
Yeah, we were talking about, you were saying about the possible picks of Blacklist could be the Monkey, and this is a great start for Blacklist International. You have a hero for Chami 1, you have a hero for Just Chi, so being safe on how they want to address Boom Esports draft right now. You mentioned about the Byron and the Diadea. Of course, Blacklist International used that already. So what's the better way to aid the Maishran and the Byron even on their own lane?
This is perfect though. Byron, Mayin, actually perfect combos because these 2 Clash laners are very aggressive and they can set up the fights for the team. But really surprised that both of them preferred to go with the Diadea U1. They had like a switcheroo from the last pick that they had here. So right now, is it the right timing to pick up the Diadea? I'm not sure yet because she can fit in most compositions.
Well, speaking of compositions, looks like another one's going to be tricky here. But since Monkey is already present here for Blacklist International, this U1 could actually be in the mid lane already. Just possibly assuming it's going to be the mid lane, despite how they're still banning out the Lamb and the Pei. Still open for Boomy Sports. Good thing though that Coach Chihan here take out the Dolia too and the Luna. Maybe they really pushed out Blacklist International's hopes for being back on their comfort picks.
Woo, they banned the Fade for Carl this game. Really surprised about that because Agudo Ogren has been picked already. I like that they banned the Lamb because this could still be a potential Lamb comp. But right now, there's not really a lot of options except for the Dun and the Monkey that they already picked on the side of Blacklist. So Dun could be the very safe pick that Boom Esports could have here.
I agree. Like the Charlotte counter to the a great force out to the U1 as well. will this be the answer of Boom Esports taking the Dune with them, since Durenji is out of the option as well. So a lot of openings for Boom Esports to take advantage of. So this is the question: will they go for that route? Because Marco Polo for Boom Esports, it could be like the options for Shoyue could still be chosen.
Chano
of course, still open, guys. We're in a reset 1-1. Go ahead, make our draft more amazing, because we're looking forward how you literally depleting out the choices here for the farm lane. Will they go for the Shoyue? Of course. Why am I overthinking?
Yeah, Long is still open. John Wei.
Man.
Okay. This is interesting though.
Esports is not afraid to just pick the most basic thing there is for this composition. Dashiao. Okay, you had the fair reaction. What do you say about this?
Okay, interesting that they have the Dachao here, because I don't know if it's going to be a Dragon pick or a Chaz pick, because they could switch that up. Because yesterday we had the Motsu together with the Dachao from yesterday's game. So I do prefer Dragon taking this and just clear the wave in the mid lane, just so you don't have the problem of dealing with the Meister and Louis. But they went in with the mid lane, Dragon actually taking the Yuhu 1, which is also okay because they still have the utility from it.
Agree. I think that's one of the things that Blacklist shines as well, the utility, and they want to play with macro once more. And this is how they want to shine with their playstyle. The Dakyao or the Dashiao being present here for the lineup of Blacklist International. A great way to sustain the Marco Polo and as well the Charlotte. More like of a close mid kind of invade for Boom Esports with the Diadia and Maestria Nui. Even the John Wei being present, and I think they're still going to go for the early game counter for Blacklist International's playstyle.
Yeah, one of the good things about Boom Esports' composition is, as you said, early game, they have it. They have the early game in their hands because Blacklist would not be dealing damage. It's the same thing all over again for Blacklist.
I know. So let's find out. It's game number 3, everybody. Now we're heading on to the draft. Not the draft, the game that we're starting to see how the draft will be executed. And Blacklist International here starting off with a 2-1 into the mid lane. Chaz and Dragon. Now let's find out, will they be depleting out the early game once more that they did in game number 2?
Might be able to get the resources as early as they can, but Tatsuri was able to get the boars out of the way, so that's a pretty good advantage for them. And looking at the movements here from Boom Esports, they're also denying some of the jungle camps here from Chami 1 so that they won't be able to take anything. And Impressive is on the top side of the map just supporting Mickey here.
If you're a Diadia, kind of share the EXP and gold, care to do it early game, we'll be happy. And Boom Esports presence here in from the mid to the top lane. And we kind of saw that peel from Toshi out of Golden Kite. He literally forced him back to the base. And for this 1v1, Marco Polo and Long onto this matchup, man, this is just literally, you kind of want to play it safe, guys, slowly but surely, and looks like it's still the Clash lane dash for Boom Esports. Do you want to keep on doing the pressure here from this moment on?
Yeah, it's going to be hard, though, for Justy even to get the kill on Toshi. Because with the flash, add to the fact right now on the mid lane, they got the bitter farewell. Tatsuri, super low, but they still got the first blood in the end. Chaz is not going to get any kills here. But while that's happening, Boom also got a kill on the top side.
Man, Chami 1 on the Clash lane. Out. Not even 2 minutes. Now they're looking to do it once more. Continuous poke and pressure for Chami 1, the Clash lane of Blacklist International. And with them all over the place, another one surprise.
The knock up the bit very well has been used against Just G. They are going to be backing off. Good thing Just G was able to back off from that fight.
So much surprises. This is the thing with Boom and Black. We don't have a chance to talk about the possible scenarios, but they're fast. Chaz Carl. He got a good spot here.
Yeah, Carl was able to back off. They had the Sea of Fate. They are going to try and go for the Crimson buff. Just she doesn't have a lot of HP, though. They got the knock up at the back line, though. Chaz gets the kill. Right now, they go in. They got the damage with the Unending Sword, but Carl gets killed in action. And that's good. Right now, they are going to go for the chase down, go to the back line. They got the slowdown on Just G 1-for-1 so far, and Carl fell down.
Another casualty for Chami 1. And with that Sea of Fate fate activating for Blacklist International. Just She receiving the early peel from that team fight really didn't give so much time for him to get back on his feet. And that was a literally lost moment for Black to bounce back.
Yeah, and that's good. That's what they need here. Right now, Blacklist just not need to be phased in any flashy movements that Boom has been doing. They're going to do that the whole game because their composition was built to be flashy.
And with that kind of flashy, it also has responsibility on how to maintain that kind of counter pressure or play against Boom Esports, right? And look at that. Continuous poke, regen onto the mid lane, and a good pace for Toshi, by the way. This long, it's not really invading or maybe moving out of the lane just yet. A great start for Boom Esports. Do you know who to target here? And they're reading through the play style of Blacklist in this playoffs.
I like what they're doing here. They're constantly invading the jungle of Dashi, maybe catching somebody off guard. And that's the goal, right? Goes in with a hard thing. They got the bitter farewell, even not needing to use the other ultimates that they have. Right now, they got one casualty on their side, so like, they can definitely get the Tyrant here.
Oh no, Golden Kite even used his ultimate just to even have that distance away from Boom Esports. And that's the first turret out, taken by Boom once more. Another Tyrant for game number 3, slowly taken away against Blacklist. Boom Esports showing so much good start here. And another objective, damage buff. First Tyrant present, Carl, for Boom Esports.
It's going to be a challenging, so challenging. Because I said this yesterday, and I got proven wrong by Chami1. They're not going to have damage with the comp, but the knockup coming in, they are moving forward. Chami's going to be the target. Flash has been used already, but Boom could still keep the pressure on.
Well, speaking of pressure and even invades of Boom Esports, Black needs to find an opening to stretch them out, make them lose their focus. And so far, mid lane is going to be a slow and steady kind of an exchange of pokes here. And Dragon receiving an amount of damage. And Boom Esports, will they go for a chase though? Okay, blocking
they're not
going to
kill Just She.
No, not the Menki, please.
They're not going to kill
that
Just
guy.
They were trying.
Dragon.
You know what? They were trying so hard on trying to kill him, but nobody is able. Oh! If that Kachusen hit, that could have been a kill. Oh man, Tat City. This guy has been crazy.
That portal, that Sea of Fate portal since yesterday, it was been an amazing escape for every team fights, brought to you by Fleur and everybody from ACT. And that made so much. Wait, did they know?
Okay, they actually know.
Okay,
they have the position though. They have the minions pushing on the bot side so that they can cut off the rotation, anybody who goes to the Azure buff. So with this, they already are painting the map in their favor. And I like that Boom is doing this. Top side, there's a lot of people, but they're not going to be committing. Right now, Boom is just dividing the map.
Well, that's the reason why they want to target out Chami1 and the Tyrant out of Blacklist International. They're left with the first turret here in the mid, still safely guarding it. But looking at the farm lane once more, Chami1 onto the switch of the lanes. Miggy and Tatsuri are also here, trying to maintain focus and pressure and trying to divide the attention of Blacklist once more. Another invade, and they literally pulled everything out of Blacklist to be in that position. They're pointing out a lot of resources here to be taken out slowly, man.
Oh man, they're backing off. Right now on the mid lane, Blacklist trying to find something. That's why they're pushing all their people right down the mid lane just so they can find a reaction from Boom. What I like about what Boom is doing is that they're not reacting. They're being more proactive because they're looking for openings from Blacklist. But look at the gold advantage here. Carl has a lot more gold than Just She, and that's not a good sign this early in the game.
Oh no, Toshi as well, leaving a great amount of gold. Golden Kite, another turret taken out by Boom Esports. As we slowly dissect this game, they're looking for ways to trade. Oh no! Advantage onto the leap. Now targeting the first tier turret in the mid. There goes the defense.
Yeah, they go in with a leap, knock up into the backline. Perfect timing coming in from Tatsuri again. The killer instinct from this guy is just out of this world.
Tatsuri, we've been commending how he was placing those annihilations from game number 2. Oh no, Chami1!
Bitter farewell is going to be here. They have Toshi with a flaming bomb, fades away, gets the kill in the end, and now they have everybody on the top side. Blacklist, is that a loss this game?
Man, What is happening right now with Blacklist International? Is this the shakeup that Boom Esports has been doing, has been waiting for this perfect moment into the playoffs? Now they're looking for something to make everything work. Damage not showing yet for Golden Kite. And how will they reach backline potential invade here for Boom Esports? Because they have been struggling. And Boom Esports has been leaving the crumbs all along.
Yeah, look at the level advantage that they have here. What I like about Tatsuri, even though he is a carry, he is building items, he still built Venomous Staff on a Mai Shiranui. And this is actually good because he's thinking about the team and what they're going to be doing. Right now, Justchi going to be the target, but you know, he's just going to go out.
Yeah, I mean, putting out those kinds of pokes that, since you've mentioned about Tatsuri building up the Venomous Staff and the Scepter of Reverberation, it's a great amount of burst and punch, especially that they have the U1 on their side. So mainly automatic -1 for Blacklist International. Somebody got knocked back.
Goes in for the knockback. Justchi. Gonna be super low in HP. So Fate is not gonna save you there. Oh no, he had been killed. And Dragon doesn't have the Unending Sorrow. They have the Eye of the Whirlpool, but it's gonna be calling back a lot of people. That's what he needs to back away. Fear Barrage comes in. Not gonna be able to get the kill, but they are moving forward. The flash from Toshi, a bit too early, but Chaz, will he be able to get saved? No, never mind. In the end, 2 kills again for Boom Esports.
Tatsuri had a slither of health there, and Diadea said, have some apple. And he just got another kill, maintaining what? A dangerous distance out of Blacklist International. And Boom Esports is doing it so well. And Blacklist doesn't have an opening. It's just 9 minutes and 30 seconds, and they're knocking onto the high ground turrets, man.
Doing so well backline right now. They even went with Justchi. Doesn't care in the world. Dream roaming far away. But Chami tried to go to the backline, but it's not going to work out. Right now with a Fever Barrage. No damage coming in from the side of Blacklist International. And Boom Esports are taking them all down. 4 people out of the way. And Chaz, the only survivor from the team.
This does not look good for Blacklist International. 12-2, just hitting 10 minutes. No objectives needed. 1 member left to defend the base, though. High ground turrets, 2 remaining for Blacklist, slowly being taken by Boom Esports. How will they respond to this problem? It was the same thing from game number 2, Dash. What's the opening here? The Dawn Way, you have the Long, you have the Mind Shroud, so much move. Oh, he literally jumped. Okay, what's the call here for Blacklist?
Timing. That is going to be good. I have the Whirlpool. Carla's going to get killed. Perfect. That is exactly what they needed. We were asking OSX, but they delivered. Right there with Chaz's call to use the Eye of the Whirlpool, that is a perfect time. But right now, they're going to go maybe try to get some kill Toshi in the right distance to actually get the damage. Right there and then. They're not going to be able to seal it, but the backline has been breached already. Chaz might be falling down right here, right now. Toshi going to go and push them back. Gets a kill in the end. Right there, they got back, but Dragon might get killed in the end. Chaz and Dragon super low in HP, but Justchi still has the Dream Roam, pushes them away with Riding the Wind, and 3 people are down. At least they got the Tyrant there.
Chaz, that's what you called express short distance day delivery. Right on to the right moment. Dashiao amplified a Dashiao just because of that platform bounce. A perfect entry for that ultimate, calling everybody. We were talking about opening. Yeah, let's bounce. And Blacklist had taken 3 out of Boom Esports. This is the opening. They find some silver lining, and they need to keep doing this. No, Tatsuri, that's 2. Thank you for the Dream Roam.
Okay, Justchi could have been killed there, though. That was Miggy and Tatsuri and Toshi. There on that position. That could have been an easy kill for them. Impressive, though. That might have been crazy. Leaping Coin Tide got a bit of that knock-up, but if Golden Kite went in with a Frigid Charge... No, never mind. Frigid Charge is on cooldown.
Yeah, I know. Like, so with that amount that the Blacklist could keep on doing against Boom Esports, they need to be aware of something on their back. Chaz here still maintaining position, Vision as well. Okay, pulls himself back to the base. Now opening, will they contest this though?
Backline, and then already used. They're not going to be able to contest it. Carl was able to get it in the end. Look at Boom, respect and back off coming in from them, just respecting the presence of Blacklist in that fight.
Was respecting and not committing for possible risky moves, because Blacklist saw an opening. They need to want to counter out the lane pressure that Boom Esports has been doing. So opening up another chance, they need not to miss any point of any loose ends for Boom Esports right now. Chaz, Will he open up something here from the back?
Might be in the
Just G.
distance. Right there onto the back line. Dream
Oh,
roaming hits 4 people, but it's not going to be enough. They don't have enough damage. We were talking about this a while ago. Blacklist struggling right now, but Dragon almost got killed. The Fevered Barrage might be able to kill the people right here from Boom. Got the kill on Carl. Closer to the back line. Chami was able to get the damage that they needed for the team, and Miggy also falls in the process. And the Shadow Vanguard is also going to fall here. That is 2 down on Boom.
Chami had enough of it. Flash crowd control right away with an opening that Just She did. It was a 4-man cute knockup by the Menki. But man, oh man, Chami 1 had enough. You have been taking me early game, and now it's my time to bounce back. This is the opening that we've been talking about. How Blacklist wants to play at the edge of their seat. Now they need to counter out mostly of the turrets here, and now they're trying to get this T1 turret in mid.
Yeah, T1 on mid, been here for so long. 13 minutes in the game, hasn't fell just yet, and now they're going to be taking it. Blacklist slowly climbing back in this game. Chami looking really scary again with the Charlotte.
Well, is there an expiration time here for Boom Esports, especially with the draft dash? I mean, Mai Shranui and John Wei, is there an expiration time for this lineup to show in the late game?
Oh man, I think it's more on Blacklist's side because the damage from Toshi is just ramping up, and Golden Kite wouldn't be having the same amount unless he hits a good Fevered Barrage. So I do think Blacklist is the one playing on a timer here.
Okay. Will Blacklist make that call, or will they make the final chance here, since they have taken a lot of risk and even openings for Boom Esports? They need to keep on doing this slowly, but surely they need to find the right opening. It's all about the opening and time here for Blacklist International as we repeat it. Tyrant's not gonna be the big problem here for Boom Esports. Will they get with the objective, though? Will they go and contest for the objective? Well, Chami 1 looks like he's being denied of his position here. Not too much of a not too much of a flank for the Charlotte to go in for Boom Esports. But there's no farm lane yet for Blacklist International, despite holding on to this position.
Power gradation, impressive, had to flash away right there in front. Megi is just fighting his own fight. They're gonna try to go in, but the damage is not there. Blacklist, they need to have Golden Kite in this battle. Right onto the backline, Carl goes in, falls down, that's perfect. They were able to get away with a Sea of Fate. Doesn't have the jungler anymore. Blacklist International are coming back in this game, and it's looking really good. They got the Tyrant that they needed. Golden Kite is gonna go in, onto the back. Chami is just playing, sealing their exits. Even the Infinite Vastness was forced out of Toshi.
Looks like somebody's awake as well. Blacklist International with an opportunity of platforming bounce out of the base. Now
they got the damage. Shaz actually falls down. That is good. They got the kill. Shaz is not there anymore, so no fancy Eye of the Whirlpools are going to be coming in. Tatsuri gonna try to go and find the chase down. He needs Miggy in order for them to deal damage. But Dragon could be the target. Goes in, but it's not going to be enough. An ending Sorrow was forced, which is good.
Oh no Sea of Fate back onto the base for Blacklist International. Chaz still on the loop. 20 seconds. Are they going?
Destined Encounter was already used, so they have the Fevered Barrage ready for Golden Kite, but they have no minions, so they won't be able to fight this.
Elite minions for mid and top for Boom Esports. Will they jump on? Just She's back. Chaz waiting for Chaz to bounce back onto this game. Using the possible AoE of control. That was that was so close. So close from both of the teams. Boom Esports and Black. Did you see that? What?
Man, the damage from Toshi, that was just one flaming palm. And that is looking scary. Any target that he latches on could get killed by just one flaming palm.
Even Sam Smith could even shout that song right away, latching onto the right moment. And Blacklist, man, I gotta be careful. The damage is just popping off slowly. Chami 1 will divert the attention dash.
1v1 Tatsuri gonna go for it. With a 2v1, I think Chami has the fight in his favor. Flashes away, but was hit in the end. And the Eye of the Whirlpool was able to call everybody back. They can try to take this. Carl is trying to fight, but with the Fevered Barrage, is not going to survive. Another objective comes in favor of Blacklist International. The fight is not yet over. They're going to try to go for the chase down, but the Shadow Vanguard has been pulled already. And this 4v4, or rather 3v4, could happen anytime. And this is Blacklist looking to maybe finish it.
A sacrifice for a greater purpose. Blacklist International using Chami 1, diverting the attention of Boom Esports, now finding that silver lining, now making it work to the base of Boom Esports. Will they go safely this time out of the base?
Force field suppression has already been used with the Storm Strike. They got the knockup right there and then, and they are gonna go forward. Toshi got the kill in one. They have the Infinite Vastus. Yes, they have. And Miggy is gonna survive. Sage's Sanctuary has been popped. Onto the back, Toshi comes in, riding the wind, pushes them back. Golden Guy still survives. And with the Destiny, they got the double kill. Blacklist International still are alive, but they're not yet over. Carl comes in, cleans the job. Chami 1 in front. Golden Kite gets killed by the Destiny encounter. And Chami 1, the only one alive for the team. The Sage's Sanctuary is here, but Carl finishes him. Impressive is here. They have the bitter farewell. Destiny's gonna be used, and they got the kill in the end there. Right now, Carl could finish the game, but Dragon will be up in 5 seconds.
Chami 1 putting everybody at bay. Boom Esports literally chew onto Chami's armor, and Blacklist International, despite being aced by Boom Esports, thanks to Chami 1 once more, buying time for everybody. Now Boom is up with the cleanup. They're holding onto the early mid game all along. Thank you, Angela, for looking at that multiverse once more. There's a lot of options on how this game is gonna go, but Doctor Strange's not here yet. But Boom Esports, man, you are holding it, and you're up against Blacklist, who found an opening just by the platform bounce, just by the Chaz opening. This was the call all along, the opening that Blacklist International saw. But it's not over yet, man. It's not over yet for both of these teams. It's still good go either way.
Yeah, to remember, Golden Kite doesn't have the Sage's Sanctuary, doesn't have Destiny anymore, even Chami 1. So that's something that we have to think about, because right now, Blacklist, once they die, it's over. They're gonna go for the chase down. Judge's gonna be the target. Tempest Dragon will be up in 13 seconds. Right now, Boom Esports has the right timing here. Judge is trying his best to run away. Here comes the fray. The cavalry's here. They're not gonna be here on time. Judge still survives in the Sage's Sanctuary in the end, and he is gonna fall down right there. And then Toshi is there to be able to fight back, but the top side, somebody needs to go back. If nobody goes back, this game could be over. They need to go for the recall. Dragon is trying his best to cancel it, but Carl is gonna go for it. They're gonna go for the finish. Chami 1 will take the game for Blacklist International.
The Master Thief, Chami 1 once more. A nasty backdoor play. Blacklist International, they've done it again. Use Chami 1 for a sacrifice. Now use Chami 1 to even finish the game. Oh my goodness. The opening that Blacklist International found. We're not exaggerating, guys. They were literally losing. They were literally losing.
Oh man, they were losing the fight. But Chami 1, very smart play right there. I think Boom Esports committed so much that they weren't able to backtrack. But that was a crazy game that we've seen there from them. It was insane that in the end, Boom Esports wasn't the one to win, and Blacklist still showed that their macro sense is something else.
Somebody give this guy a customized Charlotte skin. This Chami 1. The Chami 1 guy, because you have done so much wonders in the final moments of that game. Did you see how he bought time, sacrificed moments just to make the possible right call for Blacklist International? And as we look at the draft once more, 2-1, Charlotte. Yeah, man. Charlotte, Chami 1, whatever you call it, that's literally him. Saving the possible scenarios of this game. Boom Esports, probably, as you said, this kind of lineup is up to Blacklist if they want to expire this window. And looks like they've saw an opening, man.
Yeah, and they were struggling. We have talked about this. The Blacklist International composition isn't as high damaging as what Boom Esports has. That's why they were struggling in most of the phases of the game, especially in the late game, because it was hard for them to kill anyone at that phase. But Chami, again, with the Charlotte, hasn't lost in this moments in where they needed damage. Chami 1 is just gonna come out right there, and it's also because of the last fight that he took before that one, because he bought time for the team to come back.
Yeah, man, a perfect characteristic for a Clash laner to just have an eye on not having the opening for the counter possible push of the team. I'm lost for words how that game went because that was one of the amazing things that I've seen with Blacklist International's play style all along. Man, it's a trait that not everybody has, but if you have it with you, especially with the Clash laner with the Charlotte, man, Chami won. Yeah, that's the guy. He's called a prodigy for a reason.
Yeah, this guy has been so good at doing those, especially the moments that he's needed the most. He's always going to be
Of course.
showing himself
Of
MVP
course.
as well deserved. 465, even though the score is not that good, he was the reason why they won.
No, man, he did more than I don't know. So as I said, they were losing. They lost the Tyrant again. He was one of the targeted players on the early game. And as you go back to the highlights with a bit of a picture of the draft, this was the thing that's happening in 2 minutes. They were eyeing on Jamie 1, slowing down his progress once more. Early game advantage taken out of Boom Esports. So this was the thing that they want to keep on doing. Continuous poke, pressure, momentum out of the base of Blacklist International. Now, with this kind of scenario, I would literally press surrender right away. But good thing it's Blacklist who sees openings. Oh, man, I think we didn't have the moment that he actually... Was this the opening? Yeah, I think... I'm not sure if this was the opening. But with that kind of a chance that the Dashao did Chaz for his team...
Yeah,
it was the great comeback that we're looking for. The angle, the timing, and Chami won with his amazing highlights here as the Charlotte. He was literally holding on for his team to not give up just yet.
Yeah, he was buying time because in this fight, we have 25 seconds on Dragon and he had Sage's Sanctuary and Destiny because that 20 seconds could be enough time for Carl to finish the game. But because he bought enough, it was the reason why this thing happened. Because of what we did a while ago on the top side, the top lane tower has been pushed too, which was why they were trying to get this as fast as they can.
It's all about the timing, the key, and literally, Boom Esports bite the bullet of taking everybody out in Blacklist International, that farm lane. And yeah, you kind of forgot, Chami won, there's something for Blacklist. He did something really nasty, and it worked. So well.
Crazy that until now it still works for the side of Blacklist International. And I love that they were able to pull that off in the end. Boom Esports, man, this team, even though Blacklist won that, Boom Esports game 2, game 3, they were dominating. And it's really scary that we're in this point in the PKL that Boom Esports is now striking back. So this time Blacklist needs to think about the next draft.
You said about 5 games, right? Are you sure about that? Like,
yeah, I think 5 games.
Oh, you think? Okay. Now, thank you for the global ban and pick stats here, because we're trying to find out the possible scenario of a comeback of Boom Esports, because they've used the Luara, used the Concert U. Something tells me they're not prioritizing the power picks just yet. Are they going in reverse for the power picks dash? Something tells me the Luong was the one considered in game number 3, but it didn't work. But with the choices, are they going in reverse for this one?
You shouldn't be picking Long at this point. Nah, never mind. Because all the games that we had the Long, they lost. but this time for Blacklist, we still have a lot of choices, man. We haven't seen the D-Range yet. We haven't seen the Chano just yet. So those picks are gonna be what I am gonna be expecting this time.
Okay, exciting moments ahead. Yep, that's us. Just, observing what happened. And as we question ourselves and shout at the game, momentarily, where are they going to find the opening? What's the opening? What's the open? No, I have, if I'm a losing dash out in my game, I have completely given up, man. Like, I didn't kind of see the potential of the platform bounce. I call the platform bounce as the mini dash out mechanic, mainly because if you can just go back on your lane and go back on the Tyrant's area. So with that usage of mechanic, Blacklist, they're still not facing this best of 5. Going back on their feet, I'm really excited how Boom Esports is going to bounce back. We're expecting 5 games. 5
for sure.
games.
Yeah, whoever goes here, just to rewind on the stakes, everybody, whoever goes here will be taking the first spot in the grand finals. So it's important for both of these teams, not just because it's great, because you're going to be chilling a bit tomorrow. But before that, I think this is going to be a good one. And this is honestly good timing so far from Blacklist and even for Boom Esports, because these two have been really good. And right now, on the upper brackets, this is like prophecy at this point from last year.
Prophecy Dash. Are you I kind of like your kind of RPG single player kind of gamer, because when I hear that kind of prophecy, I think about a seer, or I think about something Greek. So I think I know where your childhood went with this kind of life. If you're a 90s baby, I think you had a great childhood with the games. So with HOK here being present in our screens, Blacklist International and Boom Esports Black goes back in blue with the priority of their picking. So so far, Boom Esports tried to do what they did against Blacklist International in game number 2, which is slow down Chammy, take out the Tyrant, no damage buff. Oh, the Ogren.
Yeah, Ogren's still available.
Right.
I think
So
Blacklist can still pick that for their side. Right
I
now,
love-
Boom won't really have a lot of options anymore. Pay will get banned every time for sure. The Pay early is not going to come out just because they don't want Boom to play it.
Yeah, they have similarities on hero pool, especially with the junglers. That's a good point, Dash, to kind of like observe that what is the possible picks for Boom Esports to actually utilize with Blacklist International. So with that being said, I want to go back to my list here. Since you don't have a wish list, man, I don't know why don't you have a wish list on what hero could actually show up. Come on, just give me a name. Give me a hero.
I
Come
give
on,
you
please.
Young John a while ago.
Okay, one more. What is jungle? Maybe something that something different. Come on, to use Diao Chan. Blacklist use Diao Chan. Maybe they're
No, man. Nobody's gonna pick the Zhao Chan. Maybe Blacklist in the first day for sure. They picked the Zhao Chan against Boom Esports, if I remember correctly. So
They did.
Yeah. So that could be something that they will be picking sometime if we get to game 5, maybe.
Wow. Your assumption on the series could actually go the distance, and I agree with you, because we're looking at the possible place of semifinals tomorrow and the grand finals as the day goes by. So with that kind of placing, it gives you an edge to actually wait and watch, wait and watch on who's going to be your possible rival in the grand finals. And as the interview went early on this broadcast, they're called the fiercest rivals for a reason. Black and Boom, representatives of the country firsthand last year in Esports World Cup, now facing one another. And then we both talked about that Boom wasn't present in the invitationals as well. So it's kind of like a different feel, or maybe a different challenge now, because we kind of dwell onto the story that this is possibly their payback run, right? Their payback run. I'm not sure. I'm not calling stuff.
That's true, but from what we've seen here, we haven't talked about one good thing yet for this story of Boom and Blacklist. Because remember, Dragon came from Boom. He came from Boom before he went back to Blacklist to be with his twin. He was in Boom Esports, and he was the mid laner of the team before everything. So with this, we have Tatsuri filling up big shoes, and he's actually doing a good job at filling the shoes that has been left right there by Dragon.
Hands down. It wasn't easy. It wasn't an easy task to fill. It was a run that he needed to do to just make the chemistry, because it's not as easy as it looks. If you're playing a 5-man kind of team, you want to keep up with a team who's also experienced in the field of Honor of Kings. So I'm kind of excited how it's going to be being pulled off rather by HOK, mainly of the recovery being present from both of these teams in the situation. So I want to see how it goes, because if you want to talk about the junglers once more, I don't want to go in flashy. Lam was, well, he's kind of like banned. Liu Bang has been used yet. There's so much in the table for Blacklist International, Dash. A lot.
Oh, yeah. And you know what? Fade and Lamb also got banned from our last game, which is what I'm surprised of. Even Fade got banned, which is what I'm surprised with. But Boom Esports, it's looking like Carl has been losing a lot of the picks here because he wants to play Assassin for Game 4 and Game 5 for sure. Because if not, there's not really a lot of choices. Menki done, possible for them, but our players, look at them. They're ready. Coach Ian is also ready for the next game, so I'm kind of excited what they are going to be pulling off here.
Excited as the game goes by. It looks like we're not heading in for any breaks at all, ladies and gentlemen. Now we're heading on to the series. How will Boom Esports bounce back? They have found an opening on how to delay most of the timings on the early game tempo of Blacklist International. Because as we hover our cameras to the players here of Boom Esports, what's it going to be? Because it's a different side this time around.
Yeah, it's going to be a different side. They lost during the last time that we've seen them here. Game 1 and Game 2, Game 3, and right now we are on Game 4. It's looking like they're thinking about what they are going to be drafting here and what else could Coach TG cook up with their compositions.
I know this team is one of the creative executioners of the draft. Once they're confident, they want to pull it off in their own way. They're risky, but somehow they know how to play it right. If you are talking about what could be the possible choices of Blacklist International right now, there's a lot of open comfort picks, power picks. Okran, Dharma still open for Chammy 1. He's a menace on the Dharma. We've seen him perform in the championships. And
Dharma open.
Oh yeah. Okay, come on,
Okay.
bring it. Coach TG, come on.
Oh,
Will
man,
this be a Clash Lane priority?
If Dharma gets picked by Blacklist, oh man, it's gonna be really scary.
Oh,
yeah! Let's go.
Call me overreacting. Call me overreacting in the chat, but no, I am happy to see this once more in Chammy 1. Back into the game. Dharma. That's why they picked blue side.
DRNG is secure for Boom, I think. They want a safe, ever so safe bot lane. Could be perfect, but Lady Sun could be good here for Tatsuri if the Dharma wouldn't be able to get that good combo. The Lady Jun is actually really good to counter that.
Oh, wow. So there's so much into the table. They haven't used Lady Jun and the Renji since Dharma was the priority here of Blacklist International. Things that comes into mind is the cleanse of crowd control. Oh my goodness. Break it down, man.
Oh, okay, wait.
Oh my goodness.
I'm surprised about the Lamb pick, to be honest, from Boom Esports, because there's a monster there is in Agudo on the other side, and they picked up the Lamb. What is Coach Cian cooking up here? I want to know, because Lubang has been banned because they already showed their cards here.
Okay, this could be relying on something with their comfort, despite the counter's face card value with the Motsu and the Agudo of Lamb being present into the situation. Maybe Boom is just playing fire with fire here, despite how they're going to be countered by the Motsu alone. They've taken out the possible counter plays, the Zhongfei. They've taken out even the Liu Bang from Boom Esports. So how, Dash?
I think this is going to be a Mayin game. If they still have Mayin, I do believe they do, right? They still have, they don't have Mayin anymore. They picked a game 2. So what else do they have here? They don't really have anything else to help out the Lamb. Sunsa could be their only choice here to maybe make the Lamb effective.
Well, yeah. This is one of the things that I'm looking forward to. How will they make their counter work? Because I believed on how the draft was working with Blacklist. I know Boom possibly or probably assuming that they have been doing it in reverse, but with the Lamb now being present, I think they're just not afraid to use it against Blacklist International. But hey, Nua, Monty, and even Dharma being picked up here, a power start for Blacklist International. I want to give a shout out to Trike Gutierrez of Tier 1 who's watching us right now on the streams, supporting the teams. I believe there's a lot of supporters with Boom and Blacklist International as well. We are really happy to have you onto the stream, guys. Go ahead, tune in, because as we break down the draft, Dash, what are they trying to do here? Are they risking everything? Because Black is on a roll.
Boom needs to think about this. Honestly, right now, match point for Blacklist. They even picked the Elaine without the Dolia. Man, okay.
I did that on purpose.
Okay, wait, man. Wait. We have Elaine, we have Lamb, we have some damage on their side. We have crowd control from most of the picks here from Boom. What I only like about this is that they could definitely disrupt the backline, which is good. But Blacklist has a better composition overall because they have a lot of backup plans with this composition.
Yeah, insurance, as we call it in the game. They have ways to utilize if some plan A, plan B falls or fails. Blacklist International, in this moment that they're on to the stage of moving forward in playoffs day number 2, at the right timing, Dharma goes back on the hands of Chami 1, one of his amazing signature picks into the world stage in the honor of King's World Championship in Jakarta, now being back onto this game. And as we kind of dissect Boom Esports choices right now, it's so risky. I don't know. Maybe they want to, well, I don't know, nothing to lose mindset, I guess. I don't want to be over with kind of the draft moving forward this game. But Dash, come on.
Oh, man. One thing that I would love to add, though, is how Blacklist's composition is very expensive. They need to give items to Dragon, to Golden Kite, and Chami in order for this comp to be effective. So it will take time for them to pop off. So Boom Esports is going to be the one playing on a timer here in this game.
Okay, now speaking of which, Chami 1 back onto the Dharma. Now focus onto the farm lane.
Oh, emergence.
3v2.
Yeah, on the bot side, Toshi needs to flash away. Right there in the Cannon Blast was able to hit. Good thing the Resplendence wasn't able to hit, though. But Tatsuri might be able to fight back. Ocean of Tears is going to be there. Got the stun in, but Chaz was able to flash away.
Oh, good exchange with the pokes of the stuns with the Cannon Blast from Chaz. He used up his flash, but oh my goodness, maintaining that exchange, not giving an opening for Toshi. Burned out his flash, though. A lot of resources slowly being poked out by Blacklist International. Find an opening, amp up the early game. Will this be the same story on how their games has went by with the regular season?
Yeah, Boom right now has a lot of ground to cover with this composition. Their composition doesn't have the higher risk tolerance in this game, so making mistakes is a big no-no for this comp.
No. Yeah. That's why Boom right now has the focus on aiding the farm lane. Tatsuri is being present here as well. Elsa, be careful. It's good to see you in this game. But Blacklist International is now eyeing and trying to make some damage out of the T1 in mid. Oh, started jumping in.
Was able to pull them back. That is good. Just She going to be the target here. Doesn't have any flashes. That's good. They have the Gorge mobilization, but right now, not enough damage from Boom.
Okay, now since they have new on their side, Miggy, one of the signature picks with the Clash laner of Boom Esports has in their team, Miggy onto the Elaine. He could be the key here of the backline ambush or gank or flank, whatever you call it, depending on the position. Will this work, though? Because looks like another annihilation is not going to connect to Toshi. Yeah, we need to have the reaction,
Death
guys.
from below, another use. Again, that is a first blood coming in from Boom. Definitely what they needed.
Okay, Carl showing off how the slam is going to work early game. 1-0 for Boom Esports. Eyes onto the Clash lane. Miggy and Chami 1. Looks like he has a best way to hold on to his lanes. But onto the farm lane, though. Looks like this wasn't the part of the contented or maybe the focal point of pressure for Boom Esports against Blacklist. It's all about the mid lane here. Look, that's why we always see Dragon aiding Just most of the lanes. Maybe because of the presence of Tatsuri being busy as well in the Clash lane.
Yeah, something to add here is what they're doing here for Boom Esports. Carl, eating up the mid lane the whole time, and Tatsuri not giving anything to himself right there on the top side, though. Chambi almost died. Death by Sunset is going to be there, and that's a kill again from Boom.
This is what you're looking for, Dash. We were talking about earlier how risky the lineup of Boom Esports did in that draft, despite being countered face card value by Blacklist International's heroes. Will this be the key of slowly putting out some ropes here for hurdles for Blacklist International's early game?
They need to stop. They need to start here for Boom. They need to have the early game in their favor. If this does not happen, it is not going to go good for Boom. 2-0, 1K advantage before the Tyrant comes out. That's an easy, or rather, that is a good measure for Boom Esports. They're going to try to go for this Tyrant, but Boom Esports already started. Golden Kite not really in a good position, though. Still has the flash, but they have to get the knock-up right there, and then Carl gets the kill, but the Tyrant goes in the hands of Blacklist.
Another sacrifice for a greater purpose. Thank you, Golden Kite. But just she's smiling here, getting the advantage. Do you want the damage buff early on in Blacklist? Wait, Boom Esports, wrong turret, buddy. Wrong turret, but looks like he's kind of want to cut some minions around here against Blacklist International, but looks like he's going to go back here to aid Boom Esports onto the farm lane, Toshi. But yeah, okay. Boom Esports continuously finding counter pressure. But of being a believer of DRNG, he got the Sparkforge Dagger with this early on against the Shadow Ripper. So slowly, they can engage with team fights.
Yeah, actually, they have the damage already, so they can go for the fight right now. Death by Sunset onto the backline. Golden Kite gonna be the target. Gonna get pushed right here. Was able to flash away. Good thing. For a good measure, Miggy is now safe, but the top lane tower is not, and it's gonna fall. Right here, Chaz was able to dash away right onto the Overlord pit, and this is safety coming in from Blacklist.
Impressive use, his ultimate. No more Tremor Smash for Boom Esports. Probably 20 seconds. He was looking for an opening. He's looking for a possible takedown for a -1. But Chaz, just by his cannon blast for Blacklist International vision and information. Okay, Venomous Staff present for Tatsuri. Looks like Elsa is going to be close in team fights here. Depleting HPs since Agudo and even Dharma is here. So maybe, just maybe, they want to engage in team fights. Look at this. 4v2. Use the ultimate. Ooh, okay, exchange of ultimates here, Dash.
Really had to flash away, though. Right now, they're gonna try and maybe take this Overlord, but no, it's just Blacklist just gonna be taking ulti objectives in the game so far. And Jeshi onto the mid lane is looking for a push for sure. They have the wild growth. They have a lot of minions. Shoot! Mancha was able to get 2 on the back line, but it was not enough. Toshi getting a lot of damage coming from Chami on the sidelines, and this is gonna be it. Carl on the front was able to get the damage, but the take inside the box stops him from doing anything. And this is looking like Blacklist International is just making sure that Boom Esports is kept in their place, and that's 3 kills on the board for their side.
What happened? Gar, what have you done? Literally, he went in from death from below, but it was 4. Not even, Chaz, he falls, connecting the damage from Toshi. This DRNG, yep, he could actually kill someone right now with his damage, but looks like the fight's not about to stop here, Dash. It continuously just keeps on going, and Boom Esports not stopping just yet.
Gonna go for the chase down. Blacklist needs to be careful. Half HP on some of the members, but Chami already has Root Mantra, so Boom Esports needs to respect that, because with this, they can get turned around on.
Oh no. Carl Lamb attemptively, he's literally attempting to get a kill, but the thing inside the box was literally open, and he was caged. Probably he was looking for an opening there, or a kill, but that was just in favor of Blacklist. Now they need to equalize the waves once more. Only 1/3 has been taken down bottom, and looks like Cham is going to busy once more equalizing the waves.
Just one fight. Blacklist got the advantage when it came to the gold. The gold gap just widened right here. And now with a 1K gold advantage, this is going to be good. They're going to go for the chase down and impressive. Force the Tremor Smash away. With the Gorge mobilization, Toshi has been knocked up, but Just very low in HP, so he had to back off.
Okay, looks like Carl is looking for open objectives in the camp of Blacklist International, but looks like everybody has been taken. And I just feel bad for the Leon Po just missing all of the possible ultimates there is with a Tremor Smash. And if you want to be that most effective tank there is for Tatsuri, it's the combo of the Leon Po of the Lady Jean that I've been using in my games. It could be a devastating setup burst, but so far they're having problems maintaining position just because of Chaz Dash.
Yeah. And also just she, look at this. Every time he tries to drop the wild growth, it's so hard to even move forward because you need to think about what's going to happen. The Matrices was able to get the damage already with a Cannon Blast. Impressive. Almost at half HP just because of that long-range combo coming in from Blacklist. And because of that, they won't be able to contest the Tyrant.
Oh, looks like Blacklist is finally back on their game from early game start with the damage buff. Another one taken away from Boom Esports, slowly building a lead, and now it's becoming a problem. How will they maintain distance? Because the gold slowly, it's in favor of Toshi for Boom Esports, but for the side of Black, it's just leveled out. But Chami1 leading the economy here. He paves so much way for the team to just cross the bridge slowly in the mid game.
Oh yeah, Dragon getting the advantage here, very much needed for the team. Carl, now gonna try to go for the chase down against Chami1, but not gonna happen yet. So far, everything has been good here for Blacklist. They are painting the map blue. The map is theirs, and right now the emergence on the top side forces Miggy out of the way with the Death by Sunset. Cannon Blast stuns him, but it's not gonna get the kill on him just yet. The Annihilation just missed just by a pixel, and now just gonna get knocked up. They got Chaz, but not enough to move forward from far away from downtown. The snipe coming in from Golden Kite.
That's why you just literally run away from arrows once you see a Chano, and that's Golden Kite has eyes on you. The Leon Bow had an opening, had a setup with the Tremor Smash, but it took so much time for Boom to respond and be in place. That's one thing that they have been doing. Just by Chaz using the Cannon Blast over and over again, it's hard for Boom Esports to be in front. Look at this.
Look at that with the Cannon Blast already. Miggy gonna go for the chase down on Just She. They had the emergence, not gonna be able to get the stun tick inside the box, but they seize the immune, and Miggy survives for just a bit. And now Toshi gonna try to go for the chase down, but not enough to get any kills again for the team.
Okay, looks like Blacklist gonna be bouncing off on this attempt of opening something here for Boom Esports, but this is going to be a free enhanced overlord for this team. It's going to be a push for this one, but it looks like damage is going to be present for Blacklist International. Okay, slowly finding an angle. Impressive here. I know with this kind of scenario, he needs to have a setup. He needs to find something here for Blacklist International, and T1 on mid still present. Still a great advantage of an asset, but not letting go just yet. We have the enhanced overlord slowly pushing and dash. They're still waiting on to this moment to finally have a chance for a setup.
Yeah, they can go for this. Right now, the Overlord is just going to be pushing on mid. They need Chami1 to find a good kill, but Toshi already super low in HP. So this is going to be a safe bet that this tower is not going to get pushed so far. One more hit from the Overlord. No, not yet for the Vanguard. Was not enough to go for that push. And this is just going to be hard for Boom, not able to cash in that take on that Overlord.
That hurts. Like, that's completely a great open space for Boom Esports to just commit and steal something away from Blacklist International's camp. But with the defense here that they've been doing, the code still remains strong. And with the time onto their side, slowly building onto the lead, items really showing up to two teams here really racing on to a bad spot, but impressive. Not a good way to look for a Tremor Smash landing, though.
Yeah,
look at that. Miggy.
Yeah, look,
Miggy chasing on Chami1.
Going for the chase. Chami1 forced to use the Death by Sunset. Pushed back by the Truth Mantra, but is it going to be enough, though? Not enough. Not enough damage onto Miggy. Chaz has been left, and they're going to try to go for the backline with a Tremor Smash on 4, but it's not going to be over just yet. Right now, they got the kill. Golden Kite is still getting the damage. They got the kill on Carl, and they have 2 advantage for the side of Blacklist.
The Tremor Smash was too far. It was too far for Boom to actually find a follow-up. And it was hard for them to reach impressive right away. And Chaz was the casualty, a tank for a tank. But that kind of scenario that Blacklist took advantage against Boom, a chance for the Tyrant to be taken once more. Thanks for the platform bounce here. They're here. Boom Esports is here to contest.
Emergence onto the back line. They have no HP on Just She. Just She's gonna be dead right there. And then they have Golden Kite in front. Gonna go for the 1v1. Gonna get the kill on both the marksmen are dead. And Miggy is gonna go for the chase down. Tatsuri is fighting a 1v1 against Shami. Not really a good idea, but they're gonna go for the chase down. They still have their jungler. Here comes Carl. Gonna go and take the Tyrant because Blacklist doesn't have the jungler anymore.
An impressive reset by Boom Esports for this objective not to be freely given to Blacklist International. But look at that. Look at Impressive holding on to the front line. Don't get any closer because Carl got the Shadow Tyrant and they have a damage buff here. Moving forward into this game, they want to equalize the waves once more.
Yeah, they got back the advantage. Not really a big goal lead for Boom just because of that fight. They're taking towers left and right, and Blacklist is yet to find a T2 tower to go in their side. Right now, we have Golden on the Daybreaker already activated at this point, so it's going to be getting scarier as the time goes on.
Well, speaking of being scary, it looks like Boom quietly building up the lead, and it's all about finding the right angles for Impressive and finding the right pickoff, and they're really responding right away. Look at this. Impressive looks like he's sensing something here down bottom, but it's not really a commitment for Boom Esports to follow what he's sensing. And what's more prioritized here is to equalize the waves because Shami 1 is building another wave that has been doing since yesterday, a lifeline for the clash lane. Find the pressure point, but 2v1
doesn't have anything right here. Dead from Below was able to push him back. Just She is gonna be dead, and they don't have a jungler in this next fight that's gonna happen.
9-8 Boom Esports.
Yeah, Dead by Sunset onto the back line. Miggy might be able to get the kill though. That was perfect. They got the kill that they needed. They got the truth match on Tatsuri, but not yet dead. Miggy on the blood ring, still alive. The annihilation is there, but at what cost? Everybody's down, and Boom Esports could go and finish the game. They have a 20-second timer on Just She. This game will be going to game number 5. Boom is looking to lock on the crystal, and we are gonna go the lengths, OSX. We are gonna go to game number 5.
Never say die. Boom Esports onto the recovery of bouncing onto the series. It's not yet done. Job's not done. And Boom Esports pushed to game number 5. We're heading into prime time, folks. It's not yet over, and the stakes are getting higher for the crown and the title to be taken tomorrow in the grand finals. But right now, Boom Esports, we called it Dash the Seer.
Man, I told you.
5.
I told you it's gonna go to game 5. With how they're playing, Boom Esports is playing out of their minds today. It's like a different Boom Esports that we're seeing right now compared to their regular season version. And you know what? I like this. I like this development that the rivals are still at each other's throats. And this game, you know what? It was close. It could have been Blacklist's game. But because of that one clash at Boom take, that was the end of it.
2-2. Looking back onto this draft, and at the end of it, Dash, Blacklist really struggled to pull this one off. We were questioning, Lamb? What? Against an Aguro? A lane? He's gonna be the one pulling off the other death at Sunset onto the back line of Blacklist International. Well, it works so well. We're cheering on to Shami 1 like he got his signature pick, he got his comfort pick, a way of utilizing his back line, initiating plays. But so far, it was really a struggle for Blacklist International to pull off this one.
Yeah, and even the power levels here, I do understand now why they picked up the Elaine, even without the Doya, because most of the time we just see the Elaine whenever a Doya comes into play. The reason why is that Elaine actually wins the lane against Dharma. And that's what they wanted. They didn't have the Byron anymore. They don't have Mayin anymore. So they had no choice but to pick up the Elaine. And that actually worked out. The last clash, getting the kill on Golden Kite in exchange for your life, was a risk that Miggy was willing to take. This guy still is a playmaker at this day and age.
Call it whatever it is, a playmaker of Boom Esports. Now on to the series, on the game number 5. And as we look at the graph, it could have been blue, could have been red. But the opening, as you said, the instincts alone, Miggy, Elaine. We were like, oh, this could be the final hope of the lineup of Boom Esports. But yeah, call it a doubt. It wasn't just as simple on the execution. Elaine, Miggy, the MVP of this game, 225 KDA. He knows where he's going to go. He knows where his target is, and he's not just looking for an angle. He's looking for a chance for his team to push it to game number 5.
Oh man, going to the grand finals, really sweet revenge for Boom Esports if ever that happens. The usurpers are gonna get taken off their throne. And Blacklist, oh man. These guys, are they gonna finish? Look at the place from Blacklist. This game could have went in their favor the whole time. Their place, Chaz getting the tank inside the box.
I know.
The damage from their side. But as we said, even during the start, we said it. This composition is very expensive. It's gonna take time for them to go to critical mass to the point in where they're gonna be scary.
Yeah.
And it showed during this game.
No wonder Splendor was the second item, third item priority of Lady Jean.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's because of the presence of
No
the Nua.
choice.
Yeah, you have no choice. He's an insta
He used it here.
kill. Yeah, and that was the perfect moment that Suri finally using that. And it was the perfect way to have a chance. So yeah, here we are once more into this game. And as you said, and as you observed, it could have been Blacklist International's game. But with the execution on how Boom Esports is building towards their comfort lineup and even Mickey getting back on the lane, it works so much wonders for them.
Oh man, it's just so good that we're seeing this from them. The performance from Boom Esports is like their prime version. Like the first time that we've seen them ever compete in the bigger stages of the Philippines and even internationally. And the history of this too is because both of them started almost at the same time. Boom was just there playing before them. And that was the reason why they were so ahead during year number 1 of HOK. It's because they were playing earlier than everybody else. But this time, everybody caught on. But Boom, man, they got back.
They really surprised us. Even the first day yesterday, not afraid to use, but what they're known for, Athena. As I say it again, now it's a different feeling that Boom Esports really knows how to wake up even on the worst possible case scenario there is. Being face card value outdrafted wise, not really a problem for them. They remained unfazed. They remained in control of what they can do in this draft. And with the chemistry that this team has, they remain strong despite the challenge of the Agudo, the Lamb. So far, it has been a perfect start for the Lamb since yesterday, Dash.
Yeah, one of the things that I like about the Lamb is it's good against the Agudo. At least against the Agudo, Lamb is good. And I was with Boom Esports since game 1 when it came to the drafting because I think their draft it's just way better until game 4. Game 4 was the only time I doubted their draft because I'm like, wait, are they sure about this? But no. Call me a big doubter, yes. Well, but they proved me wrong.
Again, I reacted. They're playing fire with fire here, despite that they know that that's your kryptonite. By the way, you want to walk into a trap? Okay, be our guest. But Boom Esports said, "Yeah, hold our noodles. We're gonna fight till whatever comes in our way, and we are gonna push it to game number 5." So I'm excited as you are, who's watching us right now in the English stream. And it's game number 5. And it's just series 1. We're happy to do game number 5 at 6 o'clock right now. 6:30. Oh wow.
Yeah, we're happy. Honestly, I'm happy that we're gonna go series 5 at almost gonna go to 7 p.m.
Yeah.
Way better.
No last orders. No last order calls for everybody. I'm feeling we're gonna have dinner soon. But I'm excited to know and hear some thoughts as we wait on what's gonna happen in the series. Because looks like the fiercest rivals are on a race on who's going to be sitting pretty on the next challenge tomorrow.
Yeah, whoever is going to be sitting pretty is going to have a good time seeing the other team playing the lower bracket. You know what? The scariest part about being in the lower bracket is you're going to play the lower bracket finals, then the grand finals on the same day. So that's a lot of effort. That's a lot of things you have to think about because you're basically showing the other team what you're going to be drafting.
Imagine doing leg day and cardio at the same time.
That's
You're
true.
gonna tire yourself to
Nightmare.
whatever
Nightmare.
thing. Yeah. Okay, looks like somebody's doing leg day a lot. So
nightmare.
A nightmare. So imagine that, guys. For those of you who's into running or just even working out, since everybody's calling the Philippines having a running era kind of thing, where you do exchange
The
workouts.
casters also have a running era, right?
Right. So with that being said, Dash pointing out correctly, it's gonna be a very big of a challenge with mental mindset tomorrow, and who's gonna climb up.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Like, I hope you
You know
guys
what?
get enough sleep. Yeah.
At this point, I'm okay with whoever wins because we already got a good game. But again, everybody, before we go into the game itself, let us throw you to Mara first for another interview.
Content creator, streamer, and rookie of the year. Give it up for Liho Miho. How are you?
Okay lang po.
The crowd is going wild, nung minention ko yung name mo, Bakit nga ba sikat mo online? Ano ba yung nangyayari online?
Bukod po kasi sa sobrang gwapo ko.
Wow. At ang soft at ang haba ng hair.
Rakista po kasi. Nag-trending lang po dahil maraming taong nalilito na kala nila babae pero hindi nila alam na lalaki-lalaki.
Alam mo, totoo lang, nung umpisa, sobrang cute mo. Nung nakita ko yung picture mo, yung video mo, akala ko babae ko din. Kasi ang haba ng buhok mo. Pero your hair parang pwedeng pang-Pantene. It's really nice. So you're going trending because of that. And you also stream Honor of Kings?
Yes po.
Nice. Ano bang mo? Role? Hero?
Any role.
Any role? Wow. Any role. Okay. What do you like about PKL? Because we featured you sa PKL. What do you like about the tournament that we have, the league?
Pinaka nagustuhan ko dito is yung hype nung crowd, hype nung shoutcaster, and mismo yung mga player nung laro, yung mga pro player po. Yun yung pinaka nagustuhan ko, yung hype nung game, tulad nung kanina.
Grabe yung kanina. Okay, sabi mo hype ng game, hype ng mga shoutcasters. Sino ba yung paborito mong shoutcaster?
Si Shinbu.
Shinbu! Okay. Si Shinbu, nandiyan lang si Shinbu. Ikaw ba ay dreaming to be a caster also?
Hindi.
Uy, malay mo.
Hindi. Kasi puro beep lang yung masasabi ko dun.
Puro bleep-bleep lang. Okay, PG-13 tayo dito. Okay. Sabi mo nga, you like how Shinbu does it, you like the hype, you like the game. How would the caster, like you, kung ikaw yung caster, okay, na walang bleep-bleep, paano mo i-hype up yung game? I want you to analyze what happened dun sa malupit na laban natin between Blacklist International and Boom Esports caster style. Kaya mo?
I'll try my best, ma'am.
You'll try your best? Alright. Leo Miho, pasok.
Ano ko na lang, ma'am, yung sa buong 4 na games, no?
Sige, game.
So, balik kasi sa laban na yan, Boom Esports versus Blacklist is ang ina-expect na mambubugbog is yung Blacklist, di ba? So, sa game 1, kita naman na dikit yung laban pero i-raos pa rin ng Blacklist yon. Nanalo sila ng walang kahirap-hirap, masaya sila na expected. But nung game 2, ayun, binigyan ng Blacklist ng pagkakataon yung Boom Esports na buhayin yung adrenaline rush nila sa sarili nila. And then yung game 3 naman, dun na ako na-hype, ma'am, dahil sa game 3 po, panalo na dapat yung Boom Esports. Then, ang ina-expect nun talaga is mambubugbog yung Blacklist. So, ang nangyari nun, baliktad. Pero dahil naiparamdam ulit ng Boom Esports na nakaka-comeback yung Blacklist, dahil doon, mas lumamang ulit yung Blacklist dahil sa experience nila, nabaliktad ulit yung tingin ng tao, yung perspective na mas malakas pa din sila. Mas ang nangyari is nabaliktad, mas natakot yung Boom Esports. Kaya nagkaroon ng, ano ko sabihin to, maling play. Like dun sa may bot lane. Dun pa lang, naka-live pa ako sinisigaw ko na, naku, mali yan. Tapos, ayun, na ano ni Chami.
Oh, parang naka-live tayo dun sa live mo ngayon pero the entire time, madidistract ako kasi ang cute mo talaga. Pero alam mo, may narinig ako. Birthday mo daw.
Ay, opo.
Birthday mo. Everybody repeat after me. Happy birthday! To you. Oh, kinakantahan ka. Happy birthday! Happy birthday! Happy birthday to you. Thank you so much, everybody. Happy birthday. This is your birthday cake. Okay, magbigay ka ng wish. Close your eyes. Make a wish. I-reveal mo sa amin yung wish mo. Happy birthday, Leo Mio. What's your wish?
Sana po mas tuloy-tuloy pa po yung mga gantong pangyayari. Mas mag-hype pa po yung gantong event. Yan po.
And thank you for hyping it up. Thank you for giving it that adrenaline rush
Yes, ma'am.
analysis. At sana ikaw din ay mas maging successful. Happy birthday.
Thank you, ma'am.
And may everything come your way. Now, babalik na tayo sa ating mga casters. Kaya tulungan mo ako sabihin, caster, magbe-break muna tayo. Magbe-break muna tayo kasi kailangan ng teams natin magpahinga ng konti. So, we'll be right back only here on PKL, Honor of Kings, the playoffs.
Honor of Kings. Honor of Kings. Gamitan mo ng utak, dagdagan ng puso, laban hanggang dulo, bawal ang sumuko. Gamitan mo ng utak, dagdagan ng puso, laban hanggang dulo, bawal ang sumuko. Dugo naman dirigma, sa akin nananalaytay, watawat ng Pilipinas, sa aking ibawagayway. Sa kasaysayan ng matitirang taga-salaysay, ang matamis na tagumpay ay walang kapantay. Pupusan ng lahi, ang puwersa ko ay pupuntangi, humahawi ng isang batalyon, parang buhawi. Di magwawakas sa digmaan hanggat ang huling hari ay di pa nasasakal gamit bituka ng huling pare. Ubod ng barumbado kapag nang balagbag, sugod lang ng patago hanggat di papasag. Puso lang ang dala ko, palaglan ng palag, uulan ng palaso, taas ang alasag. Kasi kapag ako nakumana, lahat natutulala. Hindi nila inaasahan ang mga atake ko na nambubulaga, namumula pa ang mga mata na parang bata, kalabawasak sa kada atak. Lumalago pa ka mga katawan ng mga kalaban na nakakatapat pa siya. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas, kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas, kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas, kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas, kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas.
Ikaw kaya matikiba yung galing, kahit gano'n ka veterano sa'kin mukhang noob pa rin. Kahit letra lang gamit kaya kang puntaling, kahit pagsama-sama pa akin lang bobombahin. Yung Asta Boys in the hood, yung dating boys to men, sobrang toxic na galawan dapat dyan poisonin. Ako yung Prince of Landling, lahat pupuksain. One hit kill, lahat susubukin for the win. Paalam sa karera nyo, advanced condolence. Mga kulang sa intelligence, no offense. Walang duda na kami ang the best, guess. Pahiya kayo sa amin in-game hanggang sa online trends, diba? Common sense.
Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas, kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas, kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas, kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas, kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas.
Cash G. Hindi ko na dapat gagawin to eh, pero wala, binuhay niyo uli ang dragon, man. Gra! Samda na po, kiamda na pita, lakanda na pita, lakanda na po, salakanda na pita, lakanda na punta na kinda na po. Sa lato pira tapi, sa lato pira tapu, sa lato pila to kulo, sa pila to kilita pira to. Pero mga kompetisyon, bigyan mo ng kombinasyon, siguradong bompanisyon, yun lang ang aking misyon. Malupito ng paboritong kombidyante na jowa mo. Ba't nag-aaway tong dalawa, di ba magtropa to? O ano kung mag-isa mong nagagawa? Pag nagsama ka mas malakas, ibis maghilaan pababa, bakit di na lang tayo maghatakan ng pataas? Kasi
tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas, tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas, tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas, tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas, tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Honor of Kings is what we fight for. Looney, Abra, Malupiton, 2025.
Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas.
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 Happy anniversary at TNT! Pangmalawakang coverage. With free data, calls, and texts. At sulit na rewards.
TNT 25 years, tuloy ang sulit saya sa buong bansa.
The exclusive affinity guidelines for Misty Marshes. The only copy available. Authenticity guaranteed. Be it meetings or partings, leave no regret behind. You found a love that's truly rare. May your wish come true. Unhappy bonds should be severed. May your wish come true. Are you the seeker of today?
I am Ogron, the seer.
A fated encounter.
Back to the marsh.
A chance encounter can still lead to friendship. How could you put it like that, Master Seer? And just get a report. There are no enemies that fate can't bring together.
It's called tough love. 3 to the left, 3 to the right. Twist and turn. I so got this down. Uh-oh. Hey, y'all. Listen to this one. up to you how much excitement you can handle.
Honor of Kings. Honor.
Apat na koponan ang natira.
Honor of Kings.
Isa lang ang tatawaging hari.
Makakuha ng gusto nila kapag kami ang kaharap.
Blacklist International, the pinnacle. Ang binigay ni Jeremy 1!
Nasa tuktok kami at balak naming manatili ron.
Mas ramdamang panalo kapag pinagdudahan ka.
Boom Esports, the giant.
Hindi kami madaling tibagin.
Simulat sa pool, alam na namin kung saan kami pupunta. Sa Kings World Cup.
Rough World era kadiliman, the shadows.
Hindi mo na kailangan makita ang panganib para maramdaman ito.
Is that gonna be it? Or are WKD getting what?
Bago sa liga pero handang manggulo. Aakyatin ng anumang bundo para sa KWC.
ACT Esports Club, the Ascendants.
Dito kami nararapat.
Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Napakalikas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas.
Live from One Ayala, lahat sila ay magpapakitang gilas. Isa lang ang makakauwi ng corona. Kaya sa mga players, ipakita mo ang pagsik ng Pinoy sa Honor of Kings.
Sila ang papasok sa playoff!
Ito na ang entablado. Ipakilala mo kung sino ka.
And we're back, and this is game number 5. Everybody, I'm OSX. I did. We kind of have a change of climate here. Depending on where you are in Metro Manila. I took advantage of that. I took advantage of the break. I did, and we just kind of need to have this refreshing moment. We're in game 5, everybody, and the playoffs, which we kind of expected. Thanks to Dash to Seer here. And that voiceover guy sounds familiar. I don't know if you know him.
Sounds familiar. I'm getting annoyed by that guy's voice, though.
A very multitasker. I bet he's a lot of gigs moving forward after that. Right, I'm OSX. I'm here with Dash. Guys, what's up? I hope you are starting to order your dinner because we're heading to a very tight match with Blacklist International and Boom Esports.
Okay, so this is one thing that I want to talk about, though. So we're predicted that this Boom versus Blacklist goes to game 5. But what do you think about the next series? Let's predict it now. Let's predict it now. If
you're putting me into a bad spot here.
Yeah, you need to be the seer for the next game at least.
Okay, I'm thinking 3-1 in favor for
I'm taking
ACT.
note. I'm taking note. Okay, I'm taking note of that. Okay. Yeah,
I'm a fan of Okay.
I'm not going to be casting my vote. So it's you. It's just you. You're the seer.
How's that fair? How's that fair? Okay. 3-1 next game. Since we head into a game number 5 or 2-2, we're having a last look on what were the choices of Black and Boom from game 1 to 4. What is the point of contention here since game number 2 was the ultimate read of Boom Esports that they could possibly deplete or drain the energy out of Chami 1 into the clash lane.
Yeah.
But now, looks like they have a way to counter it out. Blacklist International in that game. But on to game number 4, it's Boom saying, we're not just done yet for game number 5.
And I do think that they are really not done yet. They have a lot of things that they can do here for the next game. Because with Boom Esports, what I liked about it is I liked most of the compositions that they built. But because they used up a lot of good heroes, that would be a problem here for their side. But Blacklist International, they do have a lot more heroes compared to Boom Esports when it comes to the meta. If we're talking about the meta,
That's
just
a good
because
point.
they have been picking up a lot of very peculiar picks ever since a while ago. But now this time, game 5, nothing can be hidden at this point. Your hero pool is just bare at this point. So if you won't be able to have a good pick at game number 5, man, it's going to be tough.
Game 5, as you said it, Black chooses blue, first pick, now Boom chooses red. Now this is the question, will they go for the priority on Chami once more for game number 5? Because as we make our counters with the heroes in HRK, Lambers, Agudo, complete counter there is, but one thing that we really liked about that game is Boom Esports denied all the possible existence of counter plays there is, which is amazing. That's why Dash had a change of heart yesterday, mainly because of Boom Esports showing more prowess, more potential in taking the possible title in this first season of PKL.
Yeah, it's also because the regular season, what's hard about it is that I see Boom Esports trip a lot. And that's why I thought that, is this the form that Boom Esports is going to show during the playoffs? But no, they're different this time. They've showed it yesterday. They've shown it now. And one thing that I would love to point out when it comes to the drafting, though, is that Blacklist, you know what? They have a lot of Clash laners left for Chami. Byron and Mayin are still up there.
That's a good save.
Yeah, Chami could pick that for game 5 and actually win the game for the team.
Oh yeah, I mean now Clash lane options is more open for Blacklist National. Maybe that could be the case this time around because they've taken out the early, the pay. Oh yes.
Oh, they're gonna go for
the
Lubang Lamb.
Where'd they go for the Lamb though?
Yeah,
which they did yesterday.
Yeah.
and Liu Bang, I love this hero in HRK personally. And in the hands of Chami 1, he was a monster yesterday. Teaming up with Just Chi in the Lamb. Will they go this time around this final game in the series?
Is that a good idea? Lamb is going to get picked here. Lubang Lamb, my shit, I know it.
See?
Oh, man.
Called it.
Oh, man. That's good. Good call, man. But this is tough. Because they picked a Lady Sun for Toshi. And the problem with that is that there's already 3 people that could jump on the Lady Sun. What are they going to pick here? Are they going to go Garenmo? For... Oh, they went for the Dun.
Okay, that's another weight on the shoulders for the Dun, just in case things go wrong with the Matsu. I mean, you can use the thing inside the box once somebody jumps on your farm lane to answer your question, because there's a lot of counters right here for the comfort signature pick of Toshi, which is the Lady Sun. They've taken out the Lianpo. That it could be too much for them. So I'm thinking son of a safety net here for the Lady Sun. Foots? Fuzi ban? Blacklist International?
I'm surprised about the Foots, though. To be honest,
Foots.
They don't have an angle to go for Foots this game, but you know what? Yes, they have an angle because they have a Lubang Clash lane. Foots is just gonna destroy the Lubang lane. That's why, I think the reason why they banned it. But what else could they choose here? Because Lubang is usually a weak lane. You need to have a dominant lane to win that.
Of course, you're going to be called in upon once you hit on level 4. So banning out the Dharma, so much. Wow, it's going global. Makes sense, man. The Liu Bang's responsibility is the whole map, just in case somebody goes, in trouble.
Yeah.
Dun and Sanse in game number 5. Talking about coverage, we were talking about the map earlier. How about this? Dun and Sanse into the Clash lane, teaming up in the first early level 4s of the game, which could be beneficial for the Lady Sun.
Yeah, the only scary part about this is the power of the Lubang with the battlefield command. So Booming Sports not having the Lady Jun anymore, it's gonna be tough. They have the Princess Frost, but it's not gonna work in this composition.
Oh,
They went with Illusion?
Well, I was expecting RWKD to pull this up. Oh, no Dahlia.
Yeah, that's why. What?
Somebody smiled in Booming Sports. As either they're prepared for this, but Delusion. Right now, I have a keychain, by the way. It's very nice, but I was expecting RWKD to pick this one off, but Blacklist International, they're not afraid to use it creatively, making an execution, a test of execution in the final game of the series. How is this, man? How is this in par or in the draft versus Booming Sports?
Yeah, the goal of Illusion whenever you see him in the game is to bully out the other jungler. So his goal is to bully the other jungler and push. That's the only goal that Chaz wants to do in this game. But on the other hand, for Boom Esports, they do have a way to traverse the early game to mid game so that the Lady Sun could pop off in the late game. So with the Motsu together with the Shangwan, they have that. But on the other hand, they also have it for Blacklist. So it's all in par of how both of these teams are going to be tackling the early game.
Early game there is. It has been the same story from these two. Somebody put a pressure on the clash lane. Been there, done that. Blacklist and Boom know what's going to happen the first minute. And finally, get the Tyrant. But let's move forward. We're on to the last match of this series. Game number 5, everybody. It's Blacklist International versus Boom Esports. Whose draft is going to win this one? Lucian being used by Chaz here. And as you said, he could be the bully here. Nice skin, by the way. It's a recent skin.
That's the new skin, right? Yeah.
I didn't know it was that cute. It's nice to see.
The B-Duck skin is actually big.
I know.
Lucian looks so big in this skin.
I know, right?
I don't know if it's an advantage or a very big disadvantage because they can hit you way easier.
Well, I agree with you because Lucian is kind of like annoying when he spins around, right? Just,
yeah.
Whoa.
Nice steal.
Okay, Tatsuri and Golden Kite here with the contest of that objective. So going back to your thought there, yeah, will that be a buff though? The way, I mean, the way the skin will be ducks flying around. It would be nice to see the minions in the duck costume, but hey, it could dream, right? But okay, Chaz looks like he's got a point of contention on
getting
this
chased down, goes
here.
in for the flash. What a great timing from that death from below from Just She to get that first blood.
With the B-Duck skin of Lucian, something tells me Just She being the lamb, he just wants to keep on diving in the pool, right? That's the perfect scenario on how do you want to pick off a Boom Esports one by one. It's all about the early game power spike of these two.
Yeah, the most important thing about this is how they are going to be dealing with Miggy, because most of the time, Chammy is not going to be winning this lane. Chammy gave up his MVP this game just so he could support Just She, so he has to do a good job here. Right now, Death from Below, not gonna hit. But with the Unruly Blade, there's still nothing that is gonna be seen here from the team. No good plays from Boom so far.
Okay, they're not committing just yet on how the draft is going to work in their favor, especially with the crowd control. Dune and Sunset in this kind of scenario really targets Golden Kite and Chaz. And as you said, Chami won. We want to probably work as a unit, work as how yesterday went, how Lam and Liu Bang was the better Batman and Robin duo there. So this is just one thing that you want to pull off. Probably seeing the bigger picture since they have Mai Shernui. I'm expecting more of the flashy ones this time around to happen. First 4 minutes, go ahead, dash in. I'm waiting for it to happen. But so far, it has been invasions, Dash.
Yeah, it has been good for Just She because he has been helped by Dragon a lot in most of the fights that we've seen, because Dragon is just shadowing Just She wherever he goes, and that's good. Even Chaz, they don't even care about the bot lane. Both of them are not even giving anything to the bot laners. They are just leaving them alone. They're just letting them farm because these two are basically muted. They're not going to do anything in the early game.
Muted. That's what you get with somebody gives a lot of interactions with you in the chat when your ranked games happen, right?
Oh, yeah.
Thanks to the report system of Honor of Kings. Somebody listens, by the way. You keep on doing that, dear ENG. So looks like that the farm lane could be the one that they could use as bait against Boom Esports, but looks like Clash Lane is building tension here. 3 from Boomy Sports. Now picking up their 30 blade from Golden Kite. A lot of pokes that can happen. The Shoei pokes from his snipe though, man. It hurts a lot, especially when you have frontline freedom and protection.
Yeah, especially if you have space coming in from Chaz. The scarier part about this fight is Chammy 1 has the battlefield command now, 10 seconds on the clock, and they're already starting to go on the bot side of the map because they know that Chammy 1 is just going to battlefield command out of the way here. So they're going to try to clear that wave before the Tyrant comes in. Boom is in position to take this now.
Okay, who's going to be there first, though? Positioning is so much important right now for Blacklist International. There's so much counter invade, flash, crowd control punish. Looks like Clash Lane.
Biggie gonna be in trouble. Wasn't able to get the kill, but the battlefield command actually gets the shield. And now they have to take the Tyrant because we saw somebody at the top side. Tatsuri gonna fall down because Dragon was able to get 2 kills already for the side of Blacklist. They're gonna get the Tyrant at what cost? Another tower on the top side gonna get taken down. Golden Cup was able to flash away Wild Wind. Will it hit? No, it's not gonna hit.
Oh, that was 3. 3 points in to Blacklist International. It's not going just yet. Impressive. Good thing you skipped that part.
Good thing he was able to dash away and even flash away out of there. And Blacklist now on a big lead.
The lead slowly speaking up to the execution that we were talking about early in the draft, how Blacklist would pull this off. Lam Liu Bang into the invade and vision check that these two have been doing. Dragon and Chaz. This duo, Lelouch, naturally, he has so much potential to tank up the damage of the tower this early on.
Yeah, they're just going to be using the ultimates most of the time. And I love that Blacklist knows that if there is a lot of people and the set sail has been casted, we don't really need to take the fight. And backing off at that timing was actually so good from Blacklist.
Yeah, they know. They kind of heard that there's a boat crashing onto them. And thanks to the sense that they have macro-wise, they have a safe space, but looks like they're calling in something from the mid lane. But are they responding? Chammy 1 just doing his thing. Yep, turrets is my friend, and I'm doing this by myself. And they have taken T1 down bottom.
He's just going to be pushing every time. He's just going to be pushing as long as he can because he has the battlefield command if ever he's needed on the fights though, which is why it's so annoying to deal with a Lu Bang because you always have to have somebody in the side lanes.
I just realized Liu Bang and Lu Shan. The Liu brothers? I don't know.
Yeah, the Liu brothers. Yeah.
There's, man. Imagine them working together. Indestructible. They could face a lot of...
But Stun flashes in with another knockup. Another kill comes in for Blacklist.
Talking about duos, Dash. It's talking about duo. That was a different thing. That was a different thing. And they want to keep on building the pressure here against Boomy Sports. Opening up so much. Mid lane tower still holding on. A 4-0 for Blacklist. And looks like the next lane is up next. Look at that. Positioning from Justin and Lucian. Specifically, Chaz holding on to this position against Boomy Sports.
Yeah, on the top side, we're seeing this position coming in from Chammy again. And Mickey always has to hold one of the side lanes. This is going to be hard for Boom because they were looking for fights a lot. And whenever you pick a Shangwon, you definitely are looking for fights and kills for Tatsuri. But because you weren't able to get that, you are really putting out the reason why you picked out the Shangwon here. Right now on the mid lane, they want to go for the push. And they are going to be successful for sure. But at the back line, they're going to be here. Just G battlefield command right now onto the back. Tatsuri was able to go away with a finishing stroke. But will it be enough to get the knock up in? They're trapped inside. They're knocked up. They're stunned. And one has been killed. Double kill already has been casted here for Dragon. But on the back line, Carl is still trying to do something. But it's still a 3-for-1.
They struggled to find and hold a holding anchor for Blacklist International. Miggy and Carl doing all the work for crowd control. Tatsuri, you were talking about the struggle of the Shangwon to work without the Dolia. It really relies on the setup of Miggy and Carl can do. But with the exchange, the Chammy one is doing counter plays with Just Chi. It was a complete scenario for a survival for this lineup to work in their favor.
Yeah, they're having such a hard time here for Boom because all the towers on the sides have been taken down already, all the T2s, and Justchi is in position already to maybe take a wave, cut the wave off so that they need to react to us right here in the bot lane. And if they don't, this tower in the bot side could get taken down, and they already see at least a glimpse of Justchi.
Wow, 7-1 and they're left with 3 high ground turrets plus 1 in the mid, and Blacklist International slowly taking the map for themselves. It's a struggle for Impressive to find the right cannon blast to hold on to one, mainly because of how tanky these guys are. By the way, Golden Kite not even reaching the most deadliest distance, and as a Lucian, Chaz doing all the right attention that he can get against Boom Esports. This gives up the way to take out the last T2 in mid.
Yeah,
Talk
the
about
6K.
that.
Yeah, look at that. 7K, almost 6K gold lead here for the side of Blacklist. And this game has been just 9 minutes. It's not even that long. And Booming Sports is having a hard time finding anything across the map. They're trying to make plays, but nothing is working so far because they don't really have any catch potential whenever Dragon and Just She goes in.
Catch potential. I think that's the one thing that Boom Esports could think about right now, because again, they have the Sansa, they have the Dune, you have the Set Sail, you have one thing that you can be a follow-up for the Sansa, which is the ultimate of the Dune though. So how will they work this off? Because Tatsuri is waiting for that moment to happen, because most of it relies on setup. And once they miss that point, it could go either way for Blacklist, taking everything out of Boom Esports' defenses.
Oh yeah, they are just taking off everything. All the towers are down. The 3 towers, the three T3 towers are the only ones up here for Boom Esports. A fight could break down anytime. And even with Chaz's Lucian pick, it's actually working out, because if ever they try to push in, there's somebody to defend the backline, which is Chaz.
Yeah, Chaz has been great on this Lucian pick on to day number 2 of the playoffs in PKL, doing a great amount of attention as a Lucian. That's your main responsibility. Be the mascot of your team, and it's not just like be the front line. He's a lot of responsibilities of making things work in their favor, especially rotating with or equalizing the minion waves for Blacklist International. But so far, it hasn't been a problem for them. Just maintaining this, and Boom Esports, slowly they're becoming sitting ducks on their field, man.
Oh yeah, they are already on an 8K gold lead. That's just ballooning in favor of Blacklist. Boom is looking for any opportunity that they can here, but as you said, they have crowd control to even fight back. But Just She is already at level 15, full item for sure. So This is going to be a tough game for Boom Esports if they don't find a way to fight back, because tower in the bot lane already taken down and nobody was there to defend it.
Yeah, this is the question, RJ. Are they just delaying the inevitable?
Yeah.
Boom Esports, this is the main question right now. Like Blacklist, a very dominating start 71. They got what they needed. Yeah, this is the Lucian kind of things they do.
They have the Battlefield Command, goes in, tries to go for the fight right now. It's still looking good. A finishing stroke, no damage coming from their side. Going in for it. This might be the end. Boom Esports lost all their members. Soshi, the only one alive for the team. The game is over. It is a win for Blacklist. Once they took the crown from Boom, now they denied them the throne once more. Blacklist International shuts the door, and the final boss awaits their next challenger at the grand finals.
They had that title in the beginning of the regular season. They continue that streak. Despite the series the series win, they continued how they want to be recognized in PKL. Blacklist International, the final boss of this season, still remains strong in this best of 5, denying Boom Esports for the reverse sweep. They're going to bow out for this one, though. It's not yet over. They still are representatives for the Esports World Cup. But this is the moment of Blacklist International winning, persevering in the series, Dash.
What a great story coming in from Blacklist. Still, on that Game 5, it looked like a different game, right? Because it was just Boom Esports delaying the inevitable, as you said.
Yeah, I mean, how would you find an opening? It's all about, I keep on repeating that word because it has been these small windows that they're committing.
Yep. Let's give it to the host first. They're going to go for an interview.
Blacklist again! Kayo ang nagwagi papunta ng Grand Finals. Not only are you representing the country, para sa Kings World Cup at the Esports World Cup in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. One step closer. Anong klaseng statement ang gusto nyong ibigay sa history ng PKL? Coach!
Siguro walang team na makakatalo sa amin ng series dito sa PKL. Walang team na makakatalo sa amin na series, buong series.
Walang team na makakatalo sa inyo sa buong series ng PKL. And that's right, you made it all the way through with an unblemished match record. Ito, ang daming tao dito na pumunta dito sa One Ayala, and people are watching online to support Blacklist International. Lalo na kahapon, they patiently waited for your battle. What do you want to say to everybody na laging sumusuporta sa inyo and always cheering for Blacklist? Golden Dragon?
Sa lahat po ng pumunta sa venue ngayon, maraming salamat po sa inyo kasi parang sa inyo lang kami kumukuha ng lakas, yun lang. Tapos, si Dragon, family natin, mga family niyo.
Thank you pala sa mga boss namin, kay Boss Doms, kay Boss Strike, kay Boss Jack. And sa mga agents, thank you. And props din pala sa Boom kasi sobrang lakas din talaga.
Malakas ang Boom. And I believe Trike is watching as well. So hello, Trike! Now, i-translate mo yung pagka-thank you, Chami, sa lahat ng ating mga manonood in English. Sa mga international viewers natin, yung pag-thank you, i-translate natin.
Thank you for everyone that's supporting Blacklist International, and thank you for patiently waiting in the venue. And I love you all.
Once again, congratulations to Blacklist International. We're gonna break that down for you, so we're gonna go back to our casters. Pasok.
Well said, Jamie One. Well said. And thank you for patiently waiting for every match there is. That's it for the night. I'm just joking. It's just Blacklist International winning that series. And with a statement translating into English, Coach TG said, nobody can beat us in a series setting here in PKL. A great statement as Mara Aquino asked, what is the thing that you want to be recognized for in PKL?
Yeah, so far, nobody has beaten them in a series ever in the Philippine Kings League. Maybe tomorrow that will change in the grand finals. Let's see if they will be able to keep the streak open. But for now, Blacklist during this game didn't look like the Boom Esports from the last few games.
Yeah, man. Were they draining out? We can assume every part there is, but it's a different setting with the players as well. But with that observation, where's that I don't know, athletic mode, like the sports mode that we've seen against Boom Esports? Either they fell short heading into game number 5, and with that, in maybe 8 minutes, they're just delaying the inevitable. It was very hard for them to even be up front of Blacklist International. Look at this. It was color blue all along climbing up for Blacklist International's favor.
Yeah, that was like a 9K goal lead in the end there. And this was also because of Dragon. Dragon was the reason why the game was very hard to witness, to play with, because they were playing. He was really just going in, getting the knockups on the back line. He was so aggressive that even Carl had a hard time there.
Oh, yeah. And that MVP is none other than Dragon. Mai Shiranui 5-1-3. As expected, they went on high and flashy with their movements. The micro mechanics, since they know they have been beaten by the macro plays that Boom Esports has been doing in those games, now they take it in a different level. Dragon in this series, as you said, gave so much way for this team to make it work.
Yeah, paved the way for the team, got so much damage. And look at this game, though. Just looking at the draft, I was really surprised about the Shangwan last pick here, but the others have been good. I think they didn't really had any choices here for Boom, because there could have been the Sure. The Sure could have came out this game and it will do well, but there's always a threat of the assassins from Just G on the Lamb, Dragon from the Maisha Nui, which was the only reason why Tatsuri went in with that with that Shangwan.
Well, yeah, I agree with you because the Shang one probably would work so well with the Dolly. I don't know, maybe it was too late for him to decide what could be the best possible duo for this hero to work. And we've seen it yesterday with the teams as well performing in those choices. But Blacklist International, that was a quick highlight recap, by the way. It was just them being dominating in that game 5. I know you could say could be anticlimactic as people observe, but it wasn't an easy game number 5. Right? It was a climb for Blacklist International to be pulling off those kinds of momentum back there.
Yeah, and it was something that I wasn't expecting for the last game because game 4, game 3, even game 2, it was so intense. But game 5 was so different, to be honest, because this time Blacklist just got back their groove and just dominated as usual.
Yeah, same old Blacklist, still maintaining what they're known for, capitalizing on small mistakes and eyeing on the possible windows of comebacks. Good thing the Dasha, you know how it went back there and Boom Esports. I say, despite Boom Esports losing the series, I believe with experience and sheer balance that they've shared through Blacklist International, I believe we're in the safe hands on who's going to be representing Philippines in the Esports World Cup, right?
Yeah, for sure. With Boom Esports in this form, they could definitely go toe-to-toe with the teams on the other regions. And Blacklist International, I do think that this form that they have could definitely win against Nongshim.
Well, I'm excited. I'm excited to see how they bounce back because we're heading in for a short break. There's still one series left. There's the English broadcast of PKL. We will be right back.
Honor of Kings. Honor of Kings. Honor of Kings. Gamitan mo ng utak, dagdagan ng puso, laban hanggang dulo, bawal ang sumuko. Gamitan mo ng utak, dagdagan ng puso, laban hanggang dulo, bawal ang sumuko. Dugo naman dirigma, sa akin nananalaytay, watawat ng Pilipinas, sa aking wagayway sa kasaysayan ng matitirang taga-salaysay. Ang matamis na tagumpay ay walang kapantay. Ipusan ng lahi, ang puwersa ko ay pupuntangay, humahawi ng isang batalyon parang buhawi. Di magwawakas sa digmaan hanggat ang huling hari ay di pa nasasakal gamit bituka ng huling pare. Ubod ng barumbado kapag nang balagbag, sugutan ng patago hanggat di pabasag. Puso lang ang dala ko, palaglan ng palag, uulan ng palaso, taas ang kalasag. Kasi kapag ako nakumana, lahat natutulala. Hindi nila inaasahan ang mga atake ko na nambubulaga, namumula pa ang mga mata na parang bata, kalabawasak sa kada atak. Lumalago pa ka mga katawan ng mga kalaban na nakakatapat pa siya. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas.
Ikaw kaya matik iba yung galing. Kahit gano'n ka veterano sa'kin mukhang noob pa rin. Kahit letra lang gamit kaya kang puntalin. Kahit pagsama-sama pa akin lang bobombahin. Yung asta boys in the hood, yung dating boys to men. Sobrang toxic na galawan dapat dyan poisonin. Ako yung prince of landing, lahat pupuksain. One hit kill, lahat susupukin for to win. Paalam sa karera nyo, advanced condolence. Mga kulang sa intelligence, no offense. Walang duda na kami ang the best, oo. gets. Pahiya kayo sa amin in-game hanggang sa online trend, diba? Common sense.
Kami ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Kami ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas.
Cash G. Hindi ko na dapat gagawin to eh. Pero wala, binuhay niyo uli ang dragon man. Gra! Samda na po, kanda na pita, lakanda na pita, lakanda na po, sa lakanda na pita, lakanda na po, darakinda na po. Sa lato pira da pi, sa lato pira da po, sa lato pila da kulo, sa pila da kalita pira da. Pero ang kompetisyon, bigyan mo ng kombinasyon, siguradong bumpanisyon, yun lang ang aking misyon. Malupito ng paboritong kombidyante na jowa mo. Ba't nag-aaway tong dalawa, di ba magtropa to? O ano kung mag-isa mong nagagawa? Pag nagsama ka mas malakas, imbis maghilaan pababa, bakit di na lang tayo maghatakan ng pataas? Kasi
tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Honor of kings is what we fight for. Looney, Abra, Malupiton, 2025.
Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. 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 Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas.
tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas.
Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas.
Happy anniversary at TNT! Pangmalawakang coverage. With free data, calls, and texts. At sulit na rewards.
TNT 25 years, tuloy ang sulit saya sa buong bansa.
The exclusive affinity guidelines for Misty Marshes. The only copy available. Authenticity guaranteed. Be it meetings or partings, leave no regret behind. You found a love that's truly rare. May your wish come true. Unhappy bonds should be severed. May your wish come true. Are you the seeker of today?
I am Ogron, the seer.
A fated encounter.
Back to the marsh.
A chance encounter can still lead to friendship. How could you put it like that, Master Seer? And just get a report. There are no enemies that fate can't bring together.
那副铠甲是怎么回事？
凯因已经变成恶魔了，快杀了他！杀了他！
妖若未成的凡人，我竟然有点喜欢这小子了。
It's called tough love. 3 to the left, 3 to the right. Twist and turn. I so got this down. Uh-oh. Hey y'all, listen to this one. I'm in a terrible mood. What a plain-looking, disobedient brat. I'm so gonna snitch on you. It's up to you how much excitement you can handle.
Gamitan mo ng utak, dagdagan ng puso, laban hanggang dulo, bawal ang sumuko. Gamitan mo ng utak, dagdagan ng puso, laban hanggang dulo, bawal ang sumuko. Dugo naman dirigma, sa akin nananalaytay, watawat ng Pilipinas, sa aking ibawagayway. Sa kasaysayan ng matitirang taga-salaysay, ang matamis na tagumpay ay walang kapantay. Ipusan ng lahi, ang puwersa ko ay pupuntangi, humahawi ng isang batalyon, parang buhawi. Di magwawakas sa digmaan hanggat ang huling hari ay di pa nasasakal gamit bituka ng huling pare. Ubod ng barumbado kapag nang balagbag, sugutan ng patago hanggat di papasag. Puso lang ang dala ko, palaglan ng palag, uulan ng palaso, taas ang kalasag. Kasi kapag ako nakumana, lahat natutulala. Hindi nila inaasahan ang mga atake ko na nambubulaga, namumula pa ang mga mata na parang bata, kalabawasak sa kada atak. Lumalago pa ka mga katawan ng mga kalaban na nakakatapat pa siya. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas, kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas, kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas, kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas, kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas.
Bumbugaw kaya matitiba yung galing, kahit gano'n ka veterano sa'kin mukhang noob pa rin. Kahit letra lang gamit kaya kang puntaling, kahit pagsama-sama pa akin lang bobombahin. Yung asta boys in the hood, yung dating boys to men, sobrang toxic na galawan dapat dyan poisonin. Ako yung prince of landing, lahat pupuksain. One hit kill, lahat susubukin for the win. Paalam sa karera nyo, advanced condolence. Mga kulang sa intelligence, no offense. Walang duda na kami ang the best, oo guess. Pahiya kayo sa amin in-game hanggang sa online trends, diba? Common sense.
Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas, kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas, kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas, kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas, kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas.
Hindi ko na dapat gagawin to eh. Pero wala, binuhay niyo uli ang dragon man. Gra! Samda na bo, kanda na pita, la kanda na pita, la kanda na punsa, la kanda na pita, la kanda na punta, la kinda na bu. Se lo topira tapi, se lo topira tapu, se lo topila to kulo, sa pela to kila tapira. Pero mga kompetisyon, bigyan mo ng kombinasyon. Siguradong bumpanisyon, yun lang ang aking misyon. Malupito ng paboritong komedyante ng jowa mo. Ba't nag-aaway tong dalawa, di ba magtropa to? O ano kung mag-isa mong nagagawa? Pag nagsama ka mas malakas. Ibis maghilaan pababa, bakit di na lang tayo maghatakan ng pataas? Kasi
tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Honor of kings is what we fight for. Looney, Abra, Malupiton, 2025. Honor of kings. Honor of kings. Honor of kings. Gamitan mo ng utak, dagdagan ng puso, laban hanggang dulo, bawal ang sumuko. Gamitan mo ng utak, dagdagan ng puso, laban hanggang dulo, bawal ang sumuko. Dugo naman dirigma, sa akin nananalaytay, watawat ng Pilipinas, sa aking iwawagayway. Sa kasaysayan ng matitirang taga-salaysay, ang matamis na tagumpay ay walang kapantay. Pusa ng lahi, ang puwersa ko.
Apat na koponan ang natira.
Honor of kings.
Isa lang ang tatawaging hari.
Makakuha ng gusto nila kapag kami ang kaharap.
Blacklist International, the pinnacle.
Ang binigay ni Johnny 1!
Nasa tuktok kami at balak naming manatili ron.
Mas ramdamang panalo kapag pinagdudahan ka.
Boom Esports, the giant.
Hindi kami madaling tibagin.
Simulat sa pool, alam na namin kung saan kami pupunta. Sa Kings World Cup.
Rough World Era Kadiliman, the shadows.
Hindi mo na kailangan makita ang panganib para maramdaman ito.
Is that gonna be it? Or RWKD getting what?
Bago sa liga, pero handang manggulo. Aakyatin ang anumang bundo para sa KWC.
ACT Esports Club, the Ascendants.
Dito kami nararapat.
Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas.
Live from One Ayala, lahat sila ay magpapakitang gilas. Isa lang ang makakauwi ng corona. Kaya sa mga players, ipakita mo ang pagsik ng Pinoy sa Honor of Kings.
Sila papasok sa playoff!
Ito na ang entablado. Ipakilala mo kung sino ka.
Another intense match awaiting inside the Heroes Gorge. This is PKL Honor of Kings the Playoffs. Ang huling pagkakataon na sumabak para makakuha ng ticket. The last ticket towards EWC to fight for our country. Ang unang magpapakilala, Rough World Era Kadiliman. Kong, Syndicate, Zalpi, Toons, Danny, and Fleur. And their opponents, ACT Esports Club, Switch, Lukio, Mitsua, JC1, Shy, Coach Shadow, and Happy Birthday Armsen! Survival of the fittest. One team will fall, and one team will head to the Esports World Cup. Let's get this started. Casters, pasok.
It's do or die time for both of these teams. Rough World Era Kadiliman versus ACT Esports Club. Love their poses, by the way. But again, we're gonna be your shoutcasters for today. My name is Dash, and I'm here with OSX. And OSX, how have you been feeling? Have you eaten dinner?
I have taken my share of snacks, spaghetti, and I'm pumped up for this series because this is a do or die, as you said, the final ticket for the Esports World Cup. We're still ready for a ticket, by the way, so you can still message us if you want something else.
Yep,
we're,
for sure.
We're up for grabs. So this time around, I kind of felt some tension moving forward how RWKD made that entrance, but good thing they just went.
The coaches, though,
yeah, it just went. You know, yeah, that's
Coach Shadow and Zalpi.
Yeah.
The beef. There's probably beef in between these teams, and I would love to see it though. But we've seen these teams already, right?
Yeah.
We've seen Rough World Era Kadiliman and ACT fight it out before in the regular season, and it was 2-0 overall for Rough World Kadiliman. But with this new form that ACT has, do you think ACT could win this?
They had a share yesterday on how a 3-0 wasn't easy up against the final boss, Blacklist International, if they know how to play their cards right, especially not being trapped on how Chami1 keeps on giving the attention in their macro play. So if they kind of wait to fix that up, maybe this could be the time for them to bounce back from the losses of yesterday.
Yeah, I hope both of them will be able to bounce back, but what's more important is, thank you very much to our sponsor, TNT. You have free HOK vouchers for TNT subscribers. Just load TNT Only 5G with non-stop data 30. You have only 5G plus only data in 4G areas for 1 day. And you're also going to get free HOK vouchers with it. Don't forget to load to TNT. This is going to be until June 15 only.
Great discounts await you when you purchase TT Racing products by using our special HOK PKL vouchers. Get as much as 3,000 pesos off when you use the voucher code HOK PKL 3000, 2000, and 1000 on the ttracing.ph checkout page. Terms and conditions apply. You bring the passion, we bring the comfort. TT Racing has your back, the official seat choice of the PKL.
And also, last but not the least, the Philippine Kings League is under the regulation and supervision of the Games and Amusement Board. They're probably there on site right now, so thank you very much for supporting us, even when it was so late yesterday.
Well, they have been dedicated to witness the first day of the playoffs of the Honor of Kings, playoffs, and we're just excited as they are, so they remained unfazed and waiting for the possible right moment. Now, RWKD versus ACT. This is the heat of the day. one will say goodbye to the position of moving forward in the playoffs and the chance to represent the Philippines at the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, something to point out though. I've seen the lineup. So Nitsu is not going to play anymore. So for ACT, is that a good thing or not a good thing? Because yesterday, the last time that you've seen them, it's the first time we've seen Nitsu after the second round robin of the regular season. So seeing him here in the playoffs, or rather Shy in the playoffs, this is going to be a different flavor from the ACT that we've seen from yesterday.
I love the scenario variance, and specifically in an esports team, especially now that ACT is playing along with it. Maybe they have this contingency plan to make it out even for a series for this one, because as you said, RWKD versus ACT, 2-0 for RWKD, and on for the regular season. Maybe to answer your question, maybe they have been preparing for this moment for the final switch, I guess.
Yeah.
Because they're kind of waiting for the right moment to bounce back. And we have a birthday buff, by the way. It's Armson celebrating his birthday on site. Talking about cakes and birthdays on site. We have two lucky guys on site today, no? It's good to be
Yeah, if they win, there's two celebrations for ACT. There's a celebration for Ormson's birthday, a celebration for getting the ticket for Esports World Cup. So they're going to go out tomorrow, or rather later, even if they have a match tomorrow.
Wow, risking every part of rest, Mr. Eugene is stepping for tomorrow. It could be something, but yeah, you also need to celebrate the small victories, right? But this thing is going to be huge because you could you could represent the Philippines on the Esports World Cup at the KWC. So I am excited as you are. And to answer your question, maybe this could be their chance of bouncing back since they have a way to switch up something, and it could be their advantage up against RWKD.
Could also be the strategy, though. That will be the biggest big brain moment that I've seen in a team, is that in the playoffs, they didn't show their cards on the upper bracket. Then they switch up on the lower bracket with Shy. Gonna be big. But look at this. Personalities coming in for the head-to-head. It's Fleur together with Ormson. You know what? Ormson has my favorite voice line in the PKL voice pack.
Oh, so, I agree.
It's the best. It's the best.
Very expressive. Ormson, the birthday boy of ACT, known to the stats as a player head-to-head, 83.20% kill participation, mainly because Fleur is not afraid to use any possible tanks or heroes there is for his team. And he has been a great beacon of hope and being the great mind of a setter for every scenario there is in HOK.
Yeah, the question is who is going to be standing as the coach for the team here. I know that Xiaopi is also a substitute for the team, but not really the coach of the team. So with Syndicate and Fleur both on the helm of the ship, will it crash or will it stay afloat? That's the question here for Rough World Era, because yesterday the drafting was rough for Rough World Era.
Are you saying that they don't want to get Sansa? I'm just kidding. You're
maybe,
talking about boats.
Maybe.
You were talking about boats, man.
They stayed afloat at least because it's a double elimination.
So maybe have the Sansa and the Dolia just in case you need water power?
Yep.
I guess.
Yeah. No problem. Yeah.
I'm sorry,
I'll take that.
I'm just playing with you. But yeah, it's a great point, right? RWKD, they kind of lost to Boom Esports yesterday. They showed great potential, though. I can't hide the fact that they really can stand out against Boom Esports yesterday, and taking out 1 point away from them could be their swing in motivation, I guess, since we're talking about motivations earlier on the broadcast. Will this be the key for the RWKD? Because one has to say goodbye. The sad nature of the competition, so sad.
Yeah, that is really true. This is what's sad about the esports. Whenever somebody goes out, somebody isn't going to be part of the Esports World Cup. As we said, during the start of this broadcast, I said that if we could just fly everyone to Esports World Cup, we'll do so. Because these players have been so good at what they were doing. Everybody deserves the spot right there on the Kings World Cup.
You're hearing the CEO of Bank of Dash, and if you want to go completely capitalize on the
10
teams,
years, maybe in 10 years.
Yeah, well, it could be quicker if you skip something on this multiverse, Mr. Eugene Esteban. That's how he truly believes on the teams here. Again, we had the first PH qualifier for PKL, and teams all over the Philippines had the opportunity to show what they can do. And it's all about the magpakilala ka kung sino ka, or who can you really be here in the PKL. It's just amazing to see ACT, one of the teams also who made it from the qualifiers, and RWKD, one of the staples of the grassroots tournaments. You were present as well, casting those tournaments since last year. I know we both had the same photo shoot. we had the same photo quality. So maybe with this team's being staple from the beginning of Honor of Kings to the Philippines, this could really bring something up, especially for the opportunities for teams who's going into HOK, right? Those of you watching this as well.
Yeah, especially the teams that are always present on community tournaments. They're very close to my heart because I casted some community tournaments. I've seen Team Flash.
A lot.
I've
You
seen
casted a lot.
Eureka. Yeah, we casted a lot of that. And those guys, and even ACT Esports before they became ACT Esports, these guys have been grinding it out. That's why I want one of them to win here, because they really deserve the spot here, because the whole year of 2024, even the earlier parts of 2025, after and even before Invitational Season 3, they were playing a lot of community tournaments.
Esports in nature, depending if you're a player or a talent, consistency is key for you to make it all work. So I believe what you're saying here is this team has been really grinding their way up early 2025, taking up experience. Fleur was with us during the invitationals, so I'm just excited as they are to compete in this final way of punching their ticket clutch last minute. If they can do it, probably reign on the possible scenario of a silver line, and I'm just excited for them. And I believe in an underdog story. So ACT, if they could make it out alive here, well, this could be an amazing statement for them.
Oh man, it is gonna be an amazing day. But as we are talking about the positive things about this tournament, there's also something that is not gonna be favorable for the other people here, for some other teams that we have here, because some of them, or one of them, is not going to be joining us because there's only 3 slots for the Kings World Cup. So they don't want to be that team. That's why this game is the last game of the day, because somebody is going to get sent home.
I want to see some motivational photos on my screen right now for the teams.
Motivational
yeah, because right now we've been sharing the codes, right?
Yeah,
we were seeing the motivational words from Miggy and some of the players from Blacklist International. Maybe now, as you said, motivation, last ticket to go. So maybe you could probably do something, because the potential of these teams of a recovery, potential of leading the pack from the captains of each of these teams has shown up, and they have taken a lot of responsibility of winning such series. So I'm excited as you are, because as we wait for the game to start, I want to keep on sharing my list on what hero could show up. Enough with the farm lane. Guiguts could be, I don't know. Fleur, come on.
I think that's a very something that Fleur could actually pull out this game. Yeah.
Fleur things. Fleur has been confident in pulling off the Dongwang. One of the things that I've been, it was a weird wish back in the championships. How about the pick Dong? Yeah, it's a single target tank that could actually not be a lot of a setup. So if Fleur has this mindset in picking these kinds of heroes, what more of the unorthodox ones? Because we were naming it yesterday, RWKD is not afraid to try unless they're not sure about it.
Yeah. One thing, one wish list that I have though is Sumayi.
Finally.
If ever Sumayi could come out in this game, because I want to see the Jujutsu Kaisen skin on Sumayi in the PKL, because I haven't seen it ever in the PKL. I've seen it a lot in my ranked games, but in the PKL, I haven't seen it yet.
For me, Sima is very intimidating, such as a Luban main myself. I hate those guys. Just pop off
you're not gonna have a good day.
No, even for a mage, if you're somewhat not mobile at all, it's so hard to function as a real hero. And as we,
I have a question for you.
Oh, go ahead.
Because you have Luban number 7 as your main.
Oh yeah.
Are you wishing for Master Luban to come out in the game?
Oh yeah, come on, bring him in. He's not Luban number 7 without Master Luban. And yes, I want to see him, please.
Yeah, man, he's gonna be meta. Luban is gonna be meta, and if Luban, that's why I'm kind of looking forward for him to come out in the game. And we need a lot more rovers, please.
Yes, please. Like we have a lot of heroes to expect for, not to mention so many collaborations.
Oh yeah.
I've seen some Jurassic stuff moving in our social media
right,
pages. Like,
right. Yeah.
how do we get that? We just had a collab.
When?
I don't know, man. The keep on HOK stuff has been doing all these teasers on a social media pages.
Yeah.
Like there was a dinosaur opening his eyes, and I wonder who's gonna be the dinosaur
who do you
here.
think is that gonna be? Who do you think is that gonna be? I was thinking it's Guan Yu.
Tyrant.
It's Guan Yu.
Guan Yu.
Yeah.
Wow. You mean the horse, or maybe the whole person?
Yeah. The horse.
man, you're Guan Yu again. He had the amazing Ghost Rider feel.
That's true.
Skin.
That's true. He had
How
the
is he
bike.
going to get a lot of skins? Save some for long, please. Maybe a pterodactyl skin. Just kidding. Not gonna match up. So,
yeah.
Man, I'm just thinking, what could be the possible human to switch with a dinosaur? So Guan Yu, that's one.
Pei?
The Tyrant maybe, or me. How about the Overlord? I don't know.
Pei going raptor mode.
Pei.
Yeah. Gonna be a raptor.
Oh,
yeah.
right. He switches into forms. Okay, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Pei. Okay, Pei. I'm still thinking.
What else?
I think farm lane. I'm not sure if there's gonna be a farm lane kind of option.
There's not there's not really a lot though, if ever.
Yeah, if I think of Jurassic, I think of something that's small. Well, the Velociraptors maybe. I'm not sure it's gonna be considered as one.
Yeah.
I don't know if a long neck could be considered. No.
How about Cirrus? I think Cirrus could be a pterodactyl.
Wow, you got me there. Cirrus.
Yeah.
Of course. That guy had a skin.
Yeah.
Recently.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
A pterodactyl Cirrus. Finally, a human became dinosaur. We are really dwelling on the possible scenarios of collabs.
Yeah, we're still waiting for the players though, so we can actually...
I know some of you are saying, why you guys keep on talking about dinosaurs and human exchanging lives? Well, we're still waiting for the match to happen, not unless we keep on talking about what's going to happen. But right now, we're just enjoying the fact that we're enjoying the skins being collaborated, especially the Sanrio ones.
Yeah.
A lot of cute stuff happening. So, I don't know. I don't want to get ahead of myself. The Luban skin, I know something's going to possibly come out.
Yeah.
Something that's comic-y.
We're getting a lot of Luban skins, so I hope it becomes meta at one point. To be honest, yes, I really want Luban to be meta, or
wow,
just even the farm laners. That what do you mean by that?
Are you just because I'm the only one who really believes on Luban now being a hero now being picked on a playoffs professional setting? Are you just saying that?
No. Before HOK went to global, Luban was meta. And I was looking at a lot of the games from before, and I was like, whoa, if Luban becomes meta, could be insane and would be nice to have because his passive is actually annoying.
Oh my goodness, talking about penetration, armor penetration too.
Yeah.
And the Gatling, as you said, the passive, it's annoying as hell if you're up against a team who's tanky in the early game. Ooh. And one thing that I hate just about Luban is the only thing that you can do for escape is the flash.
Oh, yeah.
And since we're talking about the heroes, bring in the draft. It's going to be a bloody series right now against ACT and RWKD. So banning out the clash lanes, Dash, what do you think about this?
Yeah, for me, banning out the clash lanes is always going to be important here for our teams because we always see them banning clash laners because even during our game 1 or rather series 1, we have this priority on banning the Dharma. I'm just curious on what Rough World era would be going for here because the idea getting banned, just banning the soft support, Maya and Arlie are open, so could be a first pick here for ACT.
Going back onto the power picks for the farm lane, it's kind of like a thing yesterday. If they don't pull off the power picks in the first game, since it's a global ban and pick setting, that's a complete loss for a momentum boost, literally. So if we're talking about they want to prioritize the farm lane early on, if you're ACT, we're not getting ahead of ourselves. Relax, Dash.
Okay. Still not having any bans so far.
And me.
at least we have seen a bit of the picks, the ideas of what they want to do here. And also to point out everyone, ACT, we talked about it a while ago, but maybe you're just tuning in today and you just had your dinner. ACT switched Nitsu with Shy again. So we're going to be having Shy this game. So this will be a different ACT that we have for today. But oh, Zalpi is actually there supporting the team on the back lines.
Okay, a bit of a switch up that we're seeing, and also the change of preparation from these two, but specifically on ACT. Dash, I believe in you that this team is really preparing for possible variant strong players. I believe in this kind of situation because you can't expect that this player could go this kind of composition and build around it, not unless they have prepared or maybe just sticking to textbook on how they've been doing in day number 1. This team alone, I have completely observed how their potential and comeback plays actually work.
Yeah.
So I'm just happy how this team managed to be in the PKL at the beginning of the regular season, mainly because of how passionate and young they are. Just completely dominate what HOK PKL can do.
Yeah, you know what? I wish when we were their age, not because we're old, but when we were there, we're still very young. But when we were their age, I was kind of wishing to be like them. Honestly, during that time, it was these players. You can really see the passion from these guys. And having a league like Honor of Kings and them providing this this space for the players to compete on is something I'm very thankful of, because at least now the players are getting the space, getting the audience right now in front of them, and getting a stage for them to present their skill is actually such a good thing to see.
Dash is kind of saying, ladies and gentlemen, if we were born in 2005 and 2010, we had the potential to seat in the TT racing on stage right now, mainly of the opportunity in esports in the Philippines. I believe in what you say, man.
Yeah.
The opportunities right now is endless and hybrid.
Yeah. Shout outs to TT Racing. Shout outs to TT Racing. And yeah, it's really great to see that we have this right now for the teams. And I would love to know how the teams are going to be playing for today. I think because we are not seeing the draft just yet, they are probably ping testing.
Oh, possibly. For the integrity of the tournament, yeah.
Yeah, look at that. Because look at Switch. He's in game mode. Okay, at least it's done. It's done already.
Switch in game mode. Yeah, it was released 2 days ago, the second generation. I'm not talking. You kind of activated the part that I didn't had a chance to pre-order.
I activated a part of your brain somehow.
Yeah. But good thing they don't have games just yet. So not really.
Saves your money. Save your money.
Be frugal on your expensive, guys, especially now that some of the people that we know are entering the nostalgia period.
Yeah.
A lot of things that being sold. Excuse me? You said that we're not old,
not
right?
because we're old.
Born. Yeah, we're born the year 2005 or 2010.
Oh yeah, that's true. We're their age. We're the players' age, everybody. Don't worry.
Yeah, of course. Our time is not our player era is yet to come. And I believe in you.
What are you saying? Our player era is about to come?
Yeah, you're still young, man.
Oh yeah, that's true. At least right now we're still, I don't know if it's right. I don't know what to say. I was about to say we're both still not pushing 30. I don't know if I'm right with that, but am I right?
Yeah, we still have potential, Honor of Kings.
Okay.
Listen to us.
Yes.
Yeah, we could wear those jerseys. Even
we
imagine us representing the country. Yeah, we're just dreaming. But opportunities at hand.
If it's a show match, no problem.
Oh, a show match.
If it's a show match. But here, with these players, nah, man.
How about we actually apply for qualifiers for PKL?
We have been doing that, right? We have been doing that.
Maybe you're not just in the right team. Maybe you're not with the right people.
Okay. We should build like a caster super team that will go to the qualifiers.
What if? Just imagine us, you and me, in the seats in PKL Season 2. And the
Oh,
casters
man.
saying they started as casters. They started as...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's good to
Imagine
hear.
that.
That's good to
You're-
hear. Yeah.
I think
We can
I know
dream.
you're-
We can dream.
No, man. We make this into reality.
Oh, man.
We're so much lost for words right now as we look at the faces of these players. This is a very tight match, ladies and gentlemen, and we're conserving the possible energy there is because we don't know what is going to be next for their story in the inaugural season of PKL.
Yeah, especially for ACT for this first season. We talked about it. It's all about pride for these teams. It's all about who is going to be winning. It's all about who is going to go to the Kings World Cup. Any of these teams that will go, honestly, just looking at the record, Blacklist, Boom, Rough World already has the experience of international because we've seen Invitational Season 3 with Rough World Era, but ACT hasn't had that yet. And I want to see them succeed, to be honest, because having that first time for the international stage is something good for the books for the team, at least for the experience of the players.
Well, experience, we're looking forward to it, so we're kind of seeing and possibly assume what could be their possible picks in the draft. But I know in the chat, once to enter Honor of Kings PHE Sports Dash, since we're talking about the players, you could actually vote on what team is going to win in this series. You want to do it?
Wait, what?
Let's make a vote.
You go first. You go first.
No, I'm going to put you on the spot here.
No. Okay.
Because when you go into because when you go into the HOK Philippines Esports live stream, it's gonna ask you one thing: who will dominate this match, RWKD or ACT?
Oh man, who will I go for? I'll go with. I know you're a fan of ACT, so I'll go with Rough World Era. Do I need to state the reason why?
No.
Okay, good.
We'll leave it to the draft when it happens.
Okay.
Save your words.
Yeah. Okay.
Not yet. So, okay, I'm gonna go with ACT, and I'll explain why in the draft.
Okay, in the draft.
So we're gonna talk about the skins once more.
Okay.
Because ACT is probably...
You know what, everybody? We're just joking about the skins, but the skins are actually good in this game, and that's why we always talk about it. And don't worry, guys, we also get skins. We also buy skins from HOK. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you're being given.
What nobility? What nobility are you in HOK?
Wow, you're gonna judge me with that? No nobility.
No. I mean, if you have like nobility 10 like Shinbu, oh man, you've been spending a lot for the skins.
Shinbu has buff in terms of tokens, but right. I am nobility 4, and I'm proud of it.
Oh wait, really?
Just 4.
I am frugal. Not disappointed or anything, but okay.
I am frugal with my esports expenses, and I'm happy just to get what I like.
That's good. I'm 7, nobility 7.
Wow, talking about flex. Somebody take me out of the stream. I'm sorry.
Okay, we're back in the game, everybody.
Yeah. Nobility 7. I'm gonna request more of the skins from you, man. Don't worry, I'm gonna be in your inbox.
Okay. Don't worry. I'll be answering. I have no skins. But again, everybody, let's go back into the game. We're already into the draft. ACT versus Rough World Era Kadiliban. They already are halfway to the draft, and we were still talking about skins. But looking at it, Rough World Era starts off explosively with what Blacklist International finished with. The Lam, Lubang, and the Mai.
I love it. You just said explosive, and with these two being present, they could go anywhere, especially if they want to delay the possible scenario of this Arlie to pop off. You know how Arlie works. It's so hard for the Arlie to be really in a great power early game, mainly because of the items that you need to build with the Arlie. But with the scenario of you just diving in confident, maybe this will be the pressure that will be built upon Yixing and the Mayin once they hit maybe level 4. So
yeah,
I'm thinking about a great tank here for the Arlie, and that would really make a lot of difference.
I think what they need here for ACT, the only problem that they have here is that Yixing is already picked, and there's 3 people who could just jump in and out of the board if ever they need to. So that is going to be the scary part here. So Shy needs to do a lot of work in order for this to work. Once they catch one person, definitely dead, which is what's good with ACT's draft.
Well, that is one insta-kill that you're looking for with this lineup. What will be the decision of RWKD? Consort U, mainly of the damage of the Arlie. I'm good with the Consort U versus Long, but I'm thinking what's going to be the partner here for the Arlie. I'm thinking about Hamatsu or maybe the Zhangfei. Oh, it's banned.
Oh,
never mind.
Yeah.
What's the better partner?
There's not really anything as fast. The Da Chao actually could be good, not because of the Arlie, but if they want to rotate pretty fast, ACT has this. It has this good idea of moving fast just by rotating because they know that Rough World is really fast. Drafting the Da Chao was very smart.
Well, yeah, smart and as well as global in terms of responses and flank. So, as you said, ACT really put out strong picks here in our statistic on how Yixing is one of the most contested, maybe banned hero. But the Byron, as we discussed in the early game, no counter for this guy alone. But how about that? Will it be rough for RWKD? No pun intended. How about that?
Good lead. Good segue. Honestly, good segue, man. but will it be rough? It is going to be the question. But looking at the draft right now, I really like what Rough World Era has drafted here. Surprise them with Fleur going on that Lubang rather than Calm going for it. So with this, the Byron Mayin matchup will be bearable. But I do think I like ACT's composition a lot more because what they have is a lot easier to work with. And on the other hand, the Lam Mai Lubang has a lot of risk in this draft. But what do you think about it?
So much. I believe that will be a great way of utilizing ACT's first 5 picks because we're looking at the possibility on how the Lam and the Liu Bang, I'm just expecting more dives, more initiations on how they want to delay Arlie. It's all about the Arlie here being delayed early game because it's the damage spike. Because I can see Yixing and Ogren teaming up to make Arlie cross the bridge, not unless they get good early kills for this, because it's always good for Arlie to be early.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's true. That's why she's called Arlie.
Yeah,
the Yixing. And with this for ACT though, with the draft that they did here, the Yixing together with the Ogren, I always love having this two on the same draft just because the Ogren could get close when the World Is My board is laid out already and the Conductor of Souls will hit a lot of people. And that could have been the problem on the draft of Rough World Era because Ogren will have a hard time reaching anybody on the draft of Rough World Era because everybody has dashes.
Right. It's all about being athletic. Yeah. Concert you,
running era.
Oh, yeah, come on, put in your running shoes, baby. RWK, everybody's running, right? Everybody's running recently. And don't tie yourself too much. You can actually run anywhere. So I think that's a good point to observe because if mobility is concerned, there's so much counter plays that you can do against an Ogren. We were taught about the Agudo being the counter for Ogren. But if your team is as nimble, as quick as Mai and Byron, none of you can hold it back because the only thing that can defend you here is damage.
Yeah,
what the Dasho can do? Give you koi? Koi fish?
That's true.
So yeah, damage needs to be one of the strengths of the lineup. Yeah, and as I was frozen right there, and I'm thawed. They need damage, man. Snowball damage.
Yeah, that's true. And that's what they needed here for the team. And you know what? I always think that teams think about drafts differently than everybody. And I love that Da Chao has been considered here because their draft isn't as flashy, as nimble as the other team. And using her as basically an elevator, an escalator to go from one lane to another is really good. And also, I always love having a Da Chao in the game because the game runs differently whenever a Da Chao is in the game.
Right. It's either global map domination, follow up on the objectives, last minute hit or clutch plays, and it all boils down on how the Da Chao is going to work because the one thing that's really strong about the Da Chao is the Sea of Fate, the portal is an automatic exit for you to go back to the base. And with the teams here being present, they know how to use this portal. Some of my teammates in RG don't. They make me go home in tough team fights. But here, with these teams holding on to Da Chao, they could utilize more of the micro mechanics that they can do up against each other.
Yeah, and even the Eye of the Whirlpool is always important, but you always need to have like the advantage in the game whenever you have a Dacho in your team so that you could utilize the Eye of the Whirlpool a lot more. But this time, on the other hand, for Rough World Era Kadiriman, they went in with a draft that is a lot more stable, or rather, for Rough World Era, is a lot more flashy. And I like that. Seeing Syndicate on a lamb in the first game was what I was waiting for yesterday.
We've all been waiting for so long. And now we're back in the game. 2v1 Switch. Calm. Looks like Switch and Flukio is going to be the one to shake you up early on. And yeah, Dash, I believe in you. We need to do this and observe what's going to happen here in this best of 5.
Yeah, in this best of 5, there's a lot of things that everybody needs to look at. We are in a game 1, flashing in.
Oh, that's one first blood going in for Tons here, using the flash, a worthy first blood. So much happening, close moments. RWKD really striking first against ACT.
Yeah, and Shy, gonna try for it,
looks like
though.
gonna poke out 1 or 2 members of RWKD, stealing the boars here in ACT. So following up, they need to have the control right now in the river, and looks like Floor is gonna be the one to secure most of the positioning right here.
Yeah, they got advantage already very early in the game. And right now, we are seeing the advantage right here of JC1. Even if he lost his life a while ago, Arlie is just too strong. Honestly, that's the reason why Arlie is always banned, is because she's really, really strong, especially in the early game. Even with the protecting winds, she was not afraid to take the damage coming in from Danny there.
Man, speaking of Danny and most of the members here of RWKD, since we're in the topic of defending their early game, Pokes being exchanged for the mid lane, Flukio and Shy have on HP. Now going back onto the farm lane, the roamer choice of RWKD. I'm not a fan of Lubang being present in the farm lane, honestly.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Why is that?
Oh, switch to V1, make it 2v3. Path of Passing being committed. Now Calm, will he be calm in the situation? But he will be the first one to go. And that's an exchange of 1 point out from RWKD. Now they want to clear these minions out, but looks like RWKD would not commit just yet.
Good kill coming in from ACT. What a great catch on Calm, and now they're punishing them for it.
Oh, speaking of punish, Invade as well. Make it a plus.
Blur.
Talking about bridges here in the Philippines. Yeah, it's a very important resource for you to cross EDSA. But right now, it's going to be traffic. ACT and RWKD, look at that. They're prying on arms of the birthday boy! JC1 looks like the battlefield command will connect. Fleur to the rescue. JC1 out of position. And that's how they take another one from ACT. That's JC1, Fleur. No wonder this Lubang works so much wonders for them. Make that 2 words in 1 sentence. But Fleur rocking it out slowly.
Great catch again for JC1. Once they see the Parasol coming out, they go for the punishment. Flukio fighting against 4 here.
Yeah, Fluky just wants to be in this situation. He's not afraid to commit for vision or just be aggressive. But that challenge, man, that the JC1 has been committing 2 deaths onto this Arlie? How? Like, you should not commit in this kind of moments, man.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard, though. I mean, the early game of JC1 is actually good, but Tons...
Okay, 2v1. Will he survive this? I think no. He's still sustaining and still fighting back Flukio.
Okay.
But no, he won't. Syndicate takes the kill. Shy, utilize that small amount of AoE.
Okay.
He knocks back. That's the burst. Switch takes the kill. And with a follow-up, RWKD still maximizing the thought, but he disappears once more. JC1. That's 3 deaths onto this Arlie. Not a good sign for JC1.
Not a good game for JC1. Drops in the Parasol in the middle. That could have been their fight. A 1-for-1 could have been a fight that they were happy with, but right now, almost on a 2k gold lead in this early parts of the game, this is not good. Right now, Rough World Era is taking over the game.
Looks like Rough is going with ACT right now. A rough start, but with the first objective, damage buff is going to be taken here. Flukio, 4 members back at the Tyrant. Now on a reset.
Nice reset.
Not committing just yet. Floor, though. I'm not just using the Lubang being at front. Honestly. Okay. They have committed. And that's where it goes. Flukio is down. But that moment, Shy still secures the damage buff. Battlefield Command will connect. That's the sustain. But mostly, they want to back off just yet. A steal from ACT.
What a great steal coming in from ACT. Even though Flukio died, not able to smite. That was just unfortunate because Syndicate now. The timing wasn't just right there, but that bought them some time here. At least Rough World Era wouldn't have the extra firepower on the fights, and they have been dominating those fights, so having the Tyrant could have been destructive for ACT.
But looks like they need a damage department here for ACT. This could be the possible point of pressure. The Arlie, JC1 just got his Doomsday, so he needs to build on the Trinity of damage because that's how the Arlie is gonna function. But I sense something here, Clash Lane. You need to get your Spider senses up, Switch. Remember, you just been released
you're getting
2 days
baited.
ago. Just kidding. We have 2, 3, possibly takedowns here. Okay, not just committing just yet. Physical damage immediately pops through. Danny,
what? He's still winning that?
Yeah, man. Like surprisingly, but somebody called into the eye of the whirlpool here, taken out the turret. Looks like hesitations was the possible worst case scenario here for RWKD, and ACT took that advantage.
Cancel the TP. That was perfect. They were able to take down the tower on the bot side of the map, and now with a 1k gold lead from Rough World Era, not so far right now. Syndicate trying to go for that Overlord, but Switch already sees it, but they can't do anything about this.
No, don't commit just yet. ACT is not yet done. Look at the position of Floor as a Liu Bang. A very deadly position to sustain their team wherever they are on the map. But they need to go and clean up here for the farm lane dash.
Okay.
They need to maybe just take on one turret. The defenders of ACT is still high.
Yeah, right now it's still good. This is still a healthy state for ACT because they're the first team who got a tower. Even though they were not ahead against Rough World, they are still fighting back. Right now, what they need to do is find a way to get some of those shutdown goals. Knock up though.
Looks like Bapanerom is being called upon Clash Lane. Switch. Oh, good flash out though. Healing to on the way. Fight continues. Syndicate and Armson. There's no turret to defend down bottom. Calling all team is for ACT. Are you ready to fight in? But looks like 2 responded already. And RWKD maintaining distance for ACT. Just commending how Fleur is just present in the scenarios, man. It's always a duo kind of thing.
Yeah, every time, every fight, there's a battlefield command coming their way. But you know what? I want to commend JC1. Even though he's 0-3, he's only 300 gold gap against Danny. And he's doing a good job right now. They're going for the fight.
Battlefield Commander will connect, switches down. A great takedown for RWKD. Looks like overcommitment and overstaying for ACT has been made. And with the presence of Fleur activated Battlefield Command, and Danny saw opportunity up top to take the T1 into the Clash Lane. JC1, we were talking about the economy, man. Are they still fighting through?
Yeah, right now in the mid lane, I was surprised about the fight that they took there because they're in the middle of the first and second tower and they tried to take the fight, which is really surprising. But ACT, with the towers down, 3k gold lead, at least now they're keeping the lead in their favor.
Now, speaking of taking up the lead, they're also holding on to this tower to be taken down. RWKD, they need to make this move because they have taken the tower up top. Now, slowly, they want to equalize the waves down bottom. This is for the switch. No, this stunts. Oh, he's got spotted. He got spotted, and this is a very troublesome Mayin, though. It's just hard to angle up and make the micro play. And it's just so hard. Calm and Danny combining the damage all together. It's just truly devastating. Oh, that's the jump. Will they go and get one? Calm. Will he remain calm in the situation? The burst misses. And that is Flukio and Shy trying to get a distance away for RWKD. That's the Tyrant up for the grabs.
Yeah, didn't even need to do it. Right now, they're going to be dancing. Syndicate is not here. So Rough World Era needs to think about this. They're taking resources while the Tyrant is getting taken.
Oh, resources. That's the most important thing right now. But Flukio secures the Tyrant for himself. No contest from RWKD. Now, the tier 1 turret on mid is still up. But Waves, ACT still doing a great job in maintaining this, despite the gold lead that RWKD has been rising up.
Syndicate already in position, level 14, 2-level advantage against Flukio. This is a very scary lamb. And right now, Switch might be in danger.
Not again, Switch! You literally ask for 2 people to come, then that's 1 from Floor, uninvited guest. Lubang making all the wonders. Not again. Switch, looking for openings, opportunities for vision. But so far, RWKD stepping up. No vision given. Looks like they're going to do this one more time. Trying to protect tier 1. Armson and trying half HP.
Calm?
Will he do something calm? Still being in the front line of defense. But look at that. Armson, Flukio, he is still going back and forth the bridge. Hesitating to attack. No distance made just yet. But that was a great clear kill angle for Toons though. That was a very
Yeah.
Yeah, Dash.
Might
Go
be
ahead.
a kill though.
Oh, look at that. Battlefield command being called upon. Yeah, just
Nice
do it.
try. Yeah. Honestly, you know what? That was a nice try coming from them. The Tyrant is already being taken here. And right now, even with the gold lead, it's not looking like Rough World Era is dominating. Switch 1v1.
Another one. Switch, please don't. It's 2v1. Tons to the rescue. Will he be the one to aid him for his life? Oh, no. Syndicate falls. JC1 gets his first kill. And ACT, will they commit for this objective? Overlord, enhance Overlord. You need a push.
No
so
jungler,
far,
though.
3 members. 3-3. Another turret taken down by Danny, who secures his objective. Enhance Overlord. RWKD. Oh, Flukio secures. No contest at all for RWKD.
Not even a chance that they will be able to steal that. Rough World Era tried their best to get something there, but slowly, it's looking like ACT is getting back into the game. A while ago, they gave so much kills, but we saw the gold graph a while ago. JC1, I do think JC1 has a bit of an advantage on the gold here compared to Danny. So that is a scary sight to see. Calm going in.
Battlefield command connecting onto Calm. Now the secure kill. Shines down. Arms is going down as well. JC1 and Arms falls. That's 3. RWKD and Tons on a rampage. Another one bites the dust. And ACT now going to back away. We're just talking about the possibility of a comeback for ACT, but Danny was the only casualty. And the Tyrant, an open objective for damage buff, now maintains with RWKD.
Not even structural damage from the Overlord that they took a while ago. And now this Siren is gonna go down. And what I love about this is the no hesitation coming in from Rough World when they started to go in. They went in, they had the damage from Syndicate and Tons, and you always have Fleur trailing in with a Battlefield command every time that they go and fight.
Yeah. Somebody play on that song One Call Away by Charlie Puth, because that is the complete soundtrack of this team. They're connected. The chemistry shows. Floor always on your back. That's a code, by the way, by Milady. It could have been
oh yeah,
I thought I was yeah, it's a code. I got 2 protection last time. So probably you guys grab it, yeah, especially if you have losing stars. Not everybody's perfect. So
yeah,
somebody take it. So right now, RWKD is looking to counter this vision and engage. Oh, very small. The world is my board. Will they go for a commit for a kill here? Calm, still maintaining the damage on a square, but it's not enough for damage. And JC1 falls once more. One more to connect Armson and Shy. Now onto the third. Will they be safe though? That's 4. That's 4 from RWKD, making it triple. Flash Cloud controlled by Tons and Syndicate. Syndicate with a triple kill. Switch is left to defend.
Timing again from Syndicate on the back line. He was waiting for the right time that JC1 just moved an inch forward. That is when he went in with the death from below, and everything just went in their favor after. So now the top T3 is gonna get taken down, but at least ACT still has a chance here.
High ground turret up top taken. Elite minions pushing. It's gonna be hard for them to clear out this one. I see the struggle right now of Switch Dash. It's just so hard to be on my yin right now in the situation of the line of RWKD. Who's going to be the one that you're going to be targeted here? It's just so hard to maintain that kind of damage. And Calm has been the one dealing a lot of soaking up damage.
Yep, JC1 has been caught up a lot in this game, and that is not good, especially if you're fighting against like 3 assassins, or rather 2 assassins and 1 extra on the side of Rough World Era. That is going to be hard. And you always need to think about your positioning, because it has been 5 times now that JC1 just got assassinated.
It's not looking good if you're an Arlie. Like in this minute, you should be the one shining in this moment of damage, because it needs to happen right now. But Switch, being the first one to see where RWKD is probably attempting to visit the blue buff area once more. Flukio building bridges, building connections. Looks like one is going to escape. Syndicate, will he be the first one to go? That's the Battlefield command connecting. Thanks to Floor. Flukio trying to find an opening, trying to find the damage, but Syndicate still. RWKD still survives. Immunity not going to work for Danny. And Flukio still making the way for his team. ACT can't be the first one. Probably to go follow-up for follow-up. Flukio, this Ogren finally getting a chance for ACT to slowly bounce back.
Double kill to their side, even though they got the kills there. At least with the Overlord, they might be able to get the push that they wanted. Right now, look at what Rough World is doing. Rough World is going for the map, going for camps, so that they can take resources while this is happening. And maybe even a tower in the bot lane, because look at that big wave in the bottom part of the map.
Yeah, talking about Splash Island, right? Like it's a big amount of way that we're seeing here from our WKD.
Okay.
Thanks to a Syndicate here. Yeah, it's summer. No, it's done. It's rainy season in the Philippines. But somehow it's still hot.
Yeah.
But for ACT, still reviving the fire in them right now. Despite the 714 point right now that they have, this could be the possible chance that they could actually capitalize on. Syndicate, make sure the soil is really deep for you, but Flukio and Switch here, it's overall payback time, and Flukio finally getting the third kill. How are they committing to this? Overstaying position on WKD. Is the mistake they're looking for ACT, looking for a way to be overzealous in this T2 turret, and Flukio shines through, making a double. No response for shield for Floor. 2 is left for our WKD. How is ACT still surviving? They have waken up thanks to that buff. Now the Overlord is with them with a push.
Man, it was an 8k gold lead, and they were able to traverse the gold gap. 10 seconds for Syndicate. They might be able to push this.
Is this it, Dash? Is this it? Path of Passing connecting through. 2 remains, Danny and Calm. Looks like this is it. Game number 1. Who would have thought? ACT turn things around. It was our WKD in early game. And he can't believe it. Look at his face. He was looking down.
Man, I think JC1 is frustrated. JC1 is frustrated because he knows the game that he played. You know what? It was supposed to be Rough World Era's game. And they won it. JC1 was just frustrated. That's why he was there. He can't believe that they actually clutched that game.
What was the chance? It was the part where they kind of overstayed that clash lane. That follow-up they went through. And man, you said it correctly. Even he can't believe it. They didn't know it.
Yeah.
Like the rough wasn't supposed to be with RWKD, no pun intended, but it just so happened tables have turned.
Yeah. If that was me, man, if that was me, and I got 5 deaths like that, I'm not gonna believe that we won. I will feel like we didn't deserve it, but man, did everybody play so well for ACT to get there to that point.
Wow.
Shy getting that double knock-up on a very crucial fight in the mid lane. Bot lane, Syndicate just overstepped on the bot side and they got the pick-off, which led to the finish in the end. And man, look at the graph. It's not even favoring ACT.
Look at that blue. It can't even reach the
You can
line.
see a bit of a blue though.
Are you sure? I mean, look at how small. See? How is that gonna be a shining silver lining? But Flukio, not on a flashy hero, but Ogren really showed up last minute. Clutch play.
Man, it's crazy. I still can't believe it, man. Until now, I still can't believe that ACT won this. I thought they fell off already in this game just because look at the fights. JC won 0-3 at minute 9. And man, they were still able to come back from it. Rough World Era did a lot of things right, and just a few mistakes, and ACT came back from it.
Yeah, it was a very hard start for ACT. This was the moment of comeback. Calm was starting to build this kind of soak-up damage, but in the small space that Shai has been doing with the World's My board, they kind of want to play it safe with a short distance, but when RWKD overstayed this position, it kind of went in favor for ACT. This was the moment, the path of passing, when Flukio had eyes on Calm and Toons, 3 people were really overstaying their position, and from that's the thing that the Ogren needed to bounce back from what he lost from the early game.
Yeah, you always have to respect a Dachau in the game because you can see they can take the fight longer, which is why right now, even here, they didn't even need to reset because they had the Sea of Fate, they have the Eye of the Whirlpool, they can call people back, which was why they were able to win it in the end. And man, we can see our friends there, but before that, it was a really nice showing coming in from ACT.
Amazing performance. Again, I had my votes up for ACT for this series. To be honest, I didn't expect them to kind of like come back in that scenario.
I agree.
It was a losing game number 1. And who would have thought that the R League getting what, 4 or 5 deaths? No, you said it yourself.
5 deaths. It was 5 deaths.
Arlie on a start of 5 deaths. No way they're gonna pull off the damage output from ACT. But thanks to the overstaying decision, like there were some hesitations coming from RWKD, and ACT just remained calm. Right?
Yeah. That's what I liked about ACT. At least in the games that they won, especially against Boom, for example, they won against Boom. The one game that they won against Blacklist, they are always waiting for that one mistake, one trip up coming in from any team, and they're gonna capitalize. And they know how to do it a lot of times. And ACT, man, it was such a great payback for the team.
Yeah, a complete payback. If I had the visual of that victor winning moment, I don't know, it could be a miraculous comeback. I'm not sure. Or comeback or I had a glorious comeback for some reason. It's a very hard fought RG match in my match history, but for ACT, I'm sure they had that title with their winning card. Exactly how they expect to happen. Again, in a scenario of best of 5 in a global pick and ban setting, you need to make the power picks win. This is an early Ogren and a Yishe.
Oh, yeah.
You have no choice but to make it work.
Yeah, you have to win it. You have to win it. Honestly, this 4 picks that they have very high priority, and getting the wins here is the most important thing to have. But Rough World Era, this is also one in their playbooks. And this is going to be scary about it because they have this in their playbooks. They didn't win with it. This is going to be tough for them.
I'm just excited as you are. Like, how are they going to be bouncing back? Because things have been tough. All right? Tough, rough. That was a rough re-entry. RWKD. You just lift off to space.
That is true. That is true. They have to start ACT-ing right now. This next game.
Nice try. Like the ACT.
Yeah.
It's It's I don't know. It's I was really not in favor of that game for ACT. I was completely losing it. But
they had good picks. They had good picks, but they were losing the game. I would not sugarcoat it. They were losing the game that time, and I thought with the 8K gold lead closing to 9K, that could have been it. That could have been the game, but I like how they were playing, and ACT, at least with this new version of them, they are patient with Shy on the mid lane.
You were talking about the switches of ACT, right? And could have been this is their secret weapon. I don't know. Maybe it's I might call it cliche with a secret weapon, but it might be obvious. But this variance, as I call it, with a switch of a 6-man or whatever, it actually works for them, mainly because of which teammate could actually be in the chemistry or maybe on the draft. But so far, it was a different flavor for ACT. And one thing that shined throughout the regular season that I've been casting ACT is the recovery potential. And they have similarities with Blacklist International. We called them yesterday as a baby Blacklist kind of team, mainly of how they move, how they pick the heroes. And there's so much similarity, but to be your idol requires more than, that. But so with the similarities they trying to show since day number 1, they're keeping their dreams alive.
Yeah, like one of the things that you want is that if ever somebody deems you as like a baby version of a team, is to go away from that notion. I think ACT is starting to go away from that notion. Having their own identity would be much more important moving forward here. Because with this, at least one of the things that I love about ACT is they recognize their win conditions because they know their timing. They know when they start to strike back. And always they find a way to get those wins, which is why they had a lot of upsets against top teams in the regular season.
And these players, specifically for ACT, only checks out they have been prepared. The closeness of this team alone really translate on how they're really prepared to answer their winning conditions, as you said. Now, wow, we're heading on to the draft. RWKD now is on to the blue side, and ACT picks red. They want priority. They don't want the Mai Shernaway. They don't want the Leon to show up.
What?
But
it's the first time that...
Yeah, it has been picked,
yeah, it's the first time that we have a priority on the Liang getting banned. Yeah, even game 1, we had the Liang ban, which is why I'm surprised because that screams a lot to me. If you're banning a Liang, you want to play an assassin. That's the only reason why you banned the Liang.
Yeah, and the Dharma, one of the banned and contested heroes in PKL, RWKD with the opportunity to prioritize one, it's Dharma. Was the angle a problem in game number 1? Or were they struggling to find an opening or a setup for ACT? Because it has been a problem, like continuing what they're going for in the base.
Yeah, they have to deal with it again. And I like the Byron pick. Honestly, every time I see a Byron, I always like it. And the DRNG, this is 2 safe picks that doesn't really give a lot of opportunities for the other team to counter. So this is good picks for the red side. But the Ruffle, Ira, Kadiliman, they still have a lot of things open for the team. They can't go with the peculiar picks now. They can go with the standard. Wait, Lady Sun? Woo! And a Ganon, no. On the second, third pick. I'm surprised about this.
Talking about risky moves, RWKD. I know you're on both of these teams are on a brink of elimination, but will this be the great time to use this? I'm not doubting your potential, but it's just that the poke, the Lady Sun, what could be a better way to partner up with this farm lane hero up against RWKD's strength in macro prowess, but the sustain that they have that they're going to build upon this Yuan, I don't know. I mean, I'm with you in this one.
Yuan with the DRNG. I think Rough World ACT needs to ban Matsu because Rough World could go for a poke comp here with what they drafted already. The Ganon mode together with the Matsu, that's a lot of range to deal with. And the Lady Sun also has a massive range. So you have to respect this range by banning the Matsu for their side.
Another ban that hasn't really picked up just yet. Is this targeted or is this just one of the signature picks?
It is.
Yeah, okay.
Look at your places.
I hope they're not overthinking as of this point.
Yeah, I hope so.
Yeah, I am really hoping for that because maybe ACT is just maybe we're just doing our classic thing, you know? But with the ban of the Menki, so they don't want that poke because as you mentioned, they need range, right? They need range for the Lady Sun. Motzi still here. Ban on the Agudo. Yeah. So I'm thinking, what could be the best possible pick here?
ACT could just pick if this is a flex pick on the Yuhuan, they could pick the mid laner. I think right now is a good time to pick the mid laner. Yeah, perfect. Against a Ganon mode, that's a perfect answer. The sure is a perfect one. But it's going to be a struggle from the early to mid game because Sure needs a lot of items to work.
Yeah. Yeah. So we can call it an expensive mid laner?
Not really. Okay. You don't really need her for the damage. You need her for the Silky Imprint. If she pulls you in, you're dead.
Yeah, that's the most deadliest thing becoming or just being the front line, right?
Yeah,
as a tank, I don't want to be in front line of a Sure. It's just a bigger problem for you showing up for your team for a setup. Oh, Matsu. Okay, that is long range, everybody. RWKD showing up for this one. The Dionwei and the Matsu. The composition of damage, long range. I'm thinking they want to go fast early game with this one.
Yeah, one thing I want to say, though, is that Rough World's comp is expensive. That's what I want to say. Ganon Mo is a very expensive pick together with the Lady Sun. And it takes time for them to have damage. And this Fade pick from ACT, this is the only time I'm going to say yes to this because he has a lot of targets in the back line. Add Matsu to the mix.
I don't like it. It's scary. It's a scary... I don't know, man. Like if you leave that final ultimate coming in from the from the fade. If I'm not sure, was that Fluky on the bar or just a switch up?
Yeah, it's Flukio on the Matsu.
On the
Or rather Flukio on the fade. Sorry.
On the fade. Wow, that was a transition to the multiverse. Man, are you here? Just kidding. Well, we were talking about range. Maybe that's the reason why we're trying to dwell upon the toolkits of RWKD. So Flukio onto the fade, one of his specials at the beginning of the regular season. And as we talk about the damage that he can leave around the backline of RWKD, puts up pressure for the Matsu and the Dharma to respond for the Lady Sun. Now, unless God knows going to be a problem for the damage, is execution here. A test of execution once more. As you said, an expensive way of a draft.
Yeah, they have a lot of damage though for Rough World. They have a front line on Dianwei and Matsu. And what I like about this though, at least with their draft, they can make a lot of mistakes. The risk tolerance is high, but again, everybody, we're gonna go to game number 2. 1-0 already, so Rough World needs to strike back.
Oh, they're stepping up the pace here. ACT onto the first situation we were talking about. Onto the Shy. Wow, similarities on the 3-letter.
Shy?
Yeah,
Shy?
Shy. Is that a song? It's something familiar.
Yeah, it is a song. It is a song.
Somebody was singing down the crowd yesterday.
Really?
Yeah,
Really?
I think
somebody's doing a dance?
Possibly, and one of which was Yasu. He was trying to chant, but hold on, Danny here being trapped onto that stun. JC1, will he get a chance to poke out Danny? Floor being in front, Armson, 3 from ACT, holding the line, backing away. And this is Danny, still respecting the pace that ACT is doing.
Here's the thing that they have to do here. They have to give all the resources to Flukio in the early game. They need to give this wave in the mid lane to him on the 3rd wave and let Shy go to the bot lane so that they can put the pressure on Danny. Because in the early game, Lady Sun does have a lot of damage and he really just caps out on the mid game. So that is the time they're gonna fight.
Look at how aggressive RWKD is right now, but the jump from Flukio, will he be dealing damage here? Look at the stun coming in for the Cannon Blast. Will the follow-up of the first blood goes to Flukio? What a perfect entrance. And RWKD can do much about it. The counter back from ACT.
Good rotation coming in from Flukio. Really stepped up the pace by being on the top side for both of them so that when they go down, they knew that he was going to contest the Spiketail Beast, and the call was perfect because Shy was also there when that happened.
Yeah, it was an amazing response from Flukio, and here he is onto the Clash lane. It's 3 against Calm. Will he remain in the right composure? But I think there's going to be a bit of a pressure just building up for the portal to be open, and Shy, as we call it, could be in any part of the map right now.
Could get the pull though. He's not going to go for it. I thought he's going to go for the pull. But this is what you want. Flukio, you can see that he's in his element because he's playing an assassin and he always wanted to play an assassin here. And even Syndicate, both of them likes playing assassins and they're both in their element here. No, not Syndicate, at least Flukio.
Yeah, going back to the roots on what he's really capable of. Okay, here's the response, Flukio. Switch and Flukio, will he dive through the turret? No, not yet. Not just yet. ACT, Spiketail Beast being taken out. But ACT now onto the focus, onto the farm lane. 2v3. It's a pressure building by RWKD. Will they call onto rescue? Tons here, letting out those blades. Not just yet for RWKD, but still not overcommitting just yet.
Oh yeah, Flukio needs to farm the kills. Once at the 4-minute mark, they need to fight the clash so that he gets the kills that he wants here before Syndicate starts building tanky items. So right now with Rough World Era's side, Calm needs to step up on getting that root mantra, especially that he has the flash right now. That's going to be the most important element, the most important catalyst for them to win the fight.
The truth mantra of a Dharma, the most deadliest setup there is. And I'm thinking about so much possibility of how Skins
this is scary.
Special collaboration could be in par with that. Oh, the flash coming from She, but that is a knockback. Oh no, Floor instantly countering out. Shit.
What a miss from Shy. He flashed in, Silky Imprint missed. And man, that feels bad. They weren't able to kill and donated one to Rough World, and now they can take the Tyrant because of it.
What a timing from Floor. Think inside the box. Just landing on that possible safe position for I'm confused. It's Shy. Anyway, now RWKD, you started, man. Oh, we're heading for a pause. I need to work on my tongue twister with Sha and She right now.
Shy and Shy.
Yeah.
Just Shy.
Yeah, and I'm frozen. And this time we're heading for a pause. Let me relax my tongue for a bit.
Okay,
Shy.
Shy.
Please.
Shy.
Shy.
Shy. Yes.
Shy. For
We
some
call him
reason, Shy. The hero Sha is SHI.
Yeah.
But the player is SHY. So
Shy.
confusing.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
still trying.
Yes, sir.
You started.
And right now we have a tech pause. This is gonna be tough because you know what? A tech pause is the most important thing about our games, because if they play at the best thing that they can, it will be really tough on. So I like that the league ops are always ready for this.
Oh yeah, I'm just really looking forward on how the pause or after the pause is going to be, because RWKD is on a different heat right now. They lost game number 1, expected they want to restart and bounce back. And tempo wise, since Mots is there, I think Floor is really utilizing the fact that the Matsu in the early game is very deadly.
Yeah, Mots is really strong in the early game because you know what? The tank inside the box loses its value as the game goes on, because it's gonna be harder and harder to find the good timing on the tank inside the box. So getting good ones in the early game is important.
Yeah, that's true. If that's kind of like an expiring window for the Matsu, because it could be instantly countered by a crowd control, and that's how your ultimate is gonna go for a waiting cooldown.
Oh yeah,
it's a very challenging state. Yeah,
that's true. Right now, I think our players are already ready for our game. Never mind. They're still chilling. So the game is not yet there. Game is not yet underway. And our players are still waiting for the call if they can start the game right now. But for now, I do think I'm seeing a lot of familiar faces there on the league offside. Shoutouts to Bossing.
Hey, what is up? And as we wait for the pause to unpause, there's so much to talk about, but I want to keep the hype in the game itself just right now, because there's so much happening in the minds of ACT right now. How do they counter engage?
Yeah, good question, because right now I think Flukio will be the most important part here for the side of ACT, but Rough World, wait, they got the kill.
And we're back. So much stuff happened. Look at the poll coming in from Tons. Blades won't connect just yet. Syndicate switch as well, holding on to T1 in mid. Looks like they're being called upon the clash lane, but Danny getting the chance of taking out T1 down bottom. They continue the movement of flow of minions down for ACT.
Yeah, bot side. Oh yeah, we're gonna be having under the tech pause here. Let's wait for what is up here for our players, because right now they got the push in the top side, they got the push in the bot side. At least now we have towers down from both teams. So that is the state of the game today. So far, no advantages on any side just yet.
Well, that's what we're looking for in the state of game number 2. Possibly RWKD really tried to reset everything, and it's not easy, because right now this is the most challenging part of day number 2, the elimination. I think this is the only pressure that all of the teams are really not gonna be in a very cool spot to be in.
That's true. Anybody could get eliminated because of if ever a tech pause happens and somebody gets eliminated, it's gonna be tough here for the team. So it's very important for them to, I think they're also changing the internet of this player so that they can really get their games going pretty well. So I hope they will be able to resolve that soon.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm just excited as you are, because RWKD, we kind of talk about it early on into the broadcast. The main challenge, you don't have a coach.
Oh yeah, that's true.
So right now, they only have each of them as they go in and face these challenges. And I commend them for just going this far, man.
Yeah, just the players, just the sheer power of them, especially the brains that are working here, which is why most of the teams need coaches, is because there needs to be somebody stopping the players from thinking about the draft so much. At least there is an alleviation of that pressure. So that is why most teams have coaches.
Well, this is the advantage of ACT if you want to talk about guidance. And looks like RWKD is really pushing themselves to the limit. As you said, you mentioned about overthinking on the draft. I think that's one thing they not just want to be, in that scenario, be in that scenario once more, because overthinking on the draft sometimes it's day number one. A lot of teams just went textbook, just doing the most possibly basic picks there is. Because the more you, I don't know, in life, either once you overthink, it's done, and gives you more challenges along the way.
Yeah, that's true. You really need to just not even think about a lot of things whenever they're drafting. And right now, man, we are still seeing our players. I think it still hasn't been resolved. So, yeah. What skins do you like?
And we're back to possible future collaborations of HOK, because it's possible. Okay, one thing. It's just kind of weird that I was dreaming about Dharma getting a possible collab. I don't know if you're thinking the same thing. And I was mentioning it before the fight breaks. A very not a good place to do play-by-play though. But it kind of just pops out in my mouth. But Dharma, I'm kind of thinking something very close to the sea. Something that a very great guy who just voyages just to reach a very important line.
Like a Captain Dharma, for example.
Yeah,
is
something
that
like something like, I don't know.
Is it like a?
I don't want to assume.
Is it like a summer skin? Yeah. Is it like
it? Well.
Oh, we're gonna go in the game.
Yeah. Oh, really? Okay. Be my guest. We're back, ladies and gentlemen, into the game. 1-2. So much for dreaming about collaboration. But HOK, thank you for making our experience great. Yep. Right now, let's talk about 1-2 scoreline. Whoa! Initiate from the back. He disappears. Ormson, what were you thinking? ACT had an attempt to reach the back line of RWKD. Was it worth it, Dash?
Oh, no, not worth it, though. Ormson didn't have the unending sorrow, and the confidence to even go to that brush without any information was a mistake. Right now, JC1 is still pushing on the bot side. At least now they have advantage when it comes to the towers.
Well, speaking of advantage, Shy, I said it right, has the Splendor, Dash, and one of the
first
most...
item.
Yep, as the Splendor's first item, the Mage of ACT, mainly of the squishiness and the softness of this hero, but his addition, or the addition of this hero alone for the front line of RWKD is going to make a big difference for this placement that we were talking about. What?
They have to recall.
They need to recall. Oh, what? Okay, a different situation. Flukio trapped in 3. They missed the chance, but Flukio is running back. Can he still be safe, though? Last hit. Will it connect? Syndicate, run faster than you can, because Flukio is up onto the hills. And last hit for...
Nice
he missed! What? He missed, but so far, he's not going to go end safely. But ACT bought a little bit of time, I guess?
He bought so much time. That tower in the top side could have been taken down if he didn't try to fight Danny. But because of that, he was able to save at least a tower. But the punishment happens really fast. Rough World Era is just going to be taking some of their camps just because of what Flukio did. And oh no, Switch?
Got trapped on the Truth Mantra. 2v1. Will he survive that? Syndicate has the damage, but they just go and fall back. RWKD, Flukio targets one. Syndicate. That's the ultimate connecting. Damages pops off. And Ormson on the guard of ACT. An exchange of the Cannon Blast from RWKD. Still maintaining distance from ACT.
Yeah, still not far away. Still equal, at least on both teams. Rough World Era just has like an 800 gold lead. Not really that big. But right now, Rough World needs to really think about what to do next.
Yep, it's about the next step for ACT. Ormson and Syndicate, they have been eyeing for Ormson to be the one to fall down, mainly of the peace mode, the sustain. Wait, another fight is going to break out here. Flukio and Calm, will they be on the same spot of damage? But since Floor is here, releasing those Cannon Blasts from this Matsu. Oh, perfect timing for the stun. RWKD, no, not just yet. Do not cross the line of RWKD.
Nice shot coming in from Fleur just to stop them from even considering the fight. But this time, they are stalling the game. I like this for Rough World Era because they know that their composition works in the late game as much better compared to ACT. So they're playing the long game and they're doing so well.
Long game for RWKD. It's all about the bigger picture. Floor stuns at the right moment. Switch can defend that turret. T2 falls. And ACT, what will they do here? Will they go for the objective? Enhance? Not just yet. But this could be a meaningful push for the waves being counter-equalized by ACT, Dash.
Yeah, looking to go for the finish. Maybe even a tower for this side. The Tyrant is in their sights. 8 minutes on the board, and they're trying to set up this Tyrant in their favor. But will they try to contest this? Flukio doesn't have mana.
Okay, doesn't have mana, but he still has the confidence, though. He still has the smite. Will he go for the steal? No, he won't. Tuns secures the objective. Now they out in the open. Will Tuns keep forging everybody damage and burst out of ACT? But here comes Switch. Will he find a great position? Flukio on the side. Oh, no! But he goes in from the middle. A perfect situation to use the turn, but he falls to his down Danny as well. Fleur and Danny down. That's a double for Flukio. And ACT lost for words there. But RWKD not on a good spot to respond.
Good shot from Danny to go to Ormson. Ormson got killed pretty fast in that fight, but the reaction coming in from ACT, the flash in from Switch and Flukio to go to the backline actually netted them more kills in this fight, and now they are equalized when it comes to the gold, and this is such a good place to be in for ACT.
Man, keep doing this. You have the momentum. If you have the fire, keep pushing it through. Waves pushing in top to bottom. Goal difference, though. Danny still leading for RWKD. And as you said, this could be a mid to late game power spike for the lineup. That's where they're buying time here. Nash, completely against ACT.
Look at Flukio, though. Flukio has the most gold here for the team. Syndicate is just 1.5k gold far away from Flukio. So this is going to be important. Right now, they need to win the next fights.
Oh, next fights is the main question for these two. Will they commit to a fight? That Switch leaving the clash lane with a push of minions.
They're starting.
Okay, they're starting to build this diversion open. Another open objective for ACT, but looks like I'm from the back. Armson! Will he be the one to defend? No, he won't. But that is the casualty. Switch is gone at the cost of his life. They got the damage buff. Shadow Tyrant for Flukio.
Good distraction coming from their side, and now I think Overlord is going to be up for grabs for Rough World Era after taking the L from that fight. Now, they're going to try to take it, but here comes ACT.
Will Flukio be the one to steal this away? Will he be the one to contest this, though? Reset for the Overlord. Okay, completely. Okay, I had you right there laughing, man. Oh, my goodness. They're still going in for the skips, exchanging with the push. What was that, Dash?
Bot lane?
What was that?
Yeah, I was laughing because they got the steal. Oh, they're going to go in.
Okay, it's diving through. Flukio. Oh, the chain steal damage connects. Fluor's gone. Cam no flash. And they taking out Shy. And ACT. T2 is gone as well. Mid is open. High ground turrets to be taken. ACT. What a move. Man. Divert attention. RWK doesn't know what to do just yet.
First and foremost, good kill from Calm. But at what cost? They lost the second tier tower in the mid lane, wasn't able to take the Overlord. ACT is slowly building the lead in their favor. And right now, look at ACT, look at Flukio. He's so fed and he has tanky items. That's why he's not afraid of facing anybody from the side of Rough World.
Yeah, and this is just purely confidence. Item speaks through. Switch onto the cleanup crew here. Waves being countering the flow of RWKD's been doing against the map. Another objective. Will they use it as bait, though?
Yeah, they're going to try for it. Maybe use it as bait, but Switch, look at the wave, the big fat wave that is going on the bot side. That is good investment coming from ACT before the Overlord fight happens.
Oh, it connects once more. The Hardened Jade Steel really works wonders. Floor is down. There's no crowd control. 3 is on to the most toughest spot there is. And RWKD needs to fight back. But look at that. Ormson, free flowing damage thanks to you. And ACT, that's a double for Flukio. And that's going to be a one heck of a push from Switch. High ground turret is gone. two of the most important members for crowd control, RWKD, loses it on the tight moments that ACT did.
Nobody's gonna front anymore for Rough World. They go in and flash.
Oh, this is gonna be it. Is this gonna be it for RWKD? Oh, ACT has taken the high ground turret. Minions pushing through. RWKD on a tight defense, Dash.
Yeah, I could go for the Overlord. Maybe the last hurrah. Maybe the last fight here for Rough World era. Man, this is so good. ACT just woke up from their slumber from yesterday, and they are going out with a bang in this game. Right now, they're on the advantage. It's 13 minutes in the game. We still haven't hit critical mass for Danny and Tons, so this is gonna be a tough battle.
Yeah, not just yet, man. If ACT wins this, they're close. They're close in escaping the brink of elimination and PKL playoffs. This is the best of 5, but if you win it with a sweep, and RWKD is going to be the most challenged team in the situation. But ACT, if they have momentum, just keep on building it, because this is the thing that really matters right now. Continuing the pressure that there is, it has been started from RWKD.
Oh, they're starting the Tyrant. They have the Primal Bond, though. They don't have enough damage here, but they're trying to bait out ACT.
They're baiting
Remember, they have the Shadow Vanguard on the top side, so they can place it there so that they always have to think about the top side on the side of Rough World, and this time the Tyrant is also going to get taken. Look at the position from Rough World. They thought that they're at the top side of the map, but the Tyrant is getting taken. They're hidden, and this could be a chance here.
Okay, they're running through. Flukio is dashing through.
flashing.
RWKD floors the first target. There be missed. Oh no, it's an ambush. It's a flank.
Oh no, Syndicate, no.
ACT, they're committing. Two has been stunned. Unending Sorrow committed. Now Calm, will he remain in the
pushing,
situation? But JC1, it wasn't the main picture. It was a split push, and ACT wins 2-0 against RWKD.
What a smart play. Again from ACT. Surprising the crowd. Surprising everyone. The birthday buff is on from Ormson. And man, JC1 did his job so well that game.
I really thought they were just putting up another team fight and break a high ground turret. Thanks to our observer back there, but it was a different story when he literally hovered down and looked upon the possible scenario of a comeback and switch, twisting the story of this game, and they won with a split, and they really shook off the potential of a late game power spike of RWKD.
Oh man, only Flukio has kills here. 1 for Switch, 2 for, but 7 kills in this game, all from Flukio. But let us take a look at the picture again. The reason why they took the fight there, the reason why Ormson flashed in and even used his support item to just get the movement speed to go forward was because they were planning this the whole time. They saw him on the top side and they saw the other 4. So they had to chase them down and get JC1 the space that he needed to get the tower. Man, that was so smart. ACT, where was this version yesterday? Where was this during the start of the regular season? These guys are playing so differently from yesterday's game.
I agree with you. And from the moment that they kind of closely won against Blacklist International, I had a theater reference that could be their second act.
Oh, yes.
No? So, ACT, as you were calling, when was this version? Maybe being in the lower bracket is the motivation. No.
You know what? That might have been the big brain plan, though. I think it was part of the plan all along. Stay hidden, then show everybody in the lower brackets that they can perform like this.
Agree with you, man. Agree with you. I was lost back there, but MVP, stunner than Flukio, 7-1-1. You were talking about the kills for a fade? 7 kills!
Well, he has an execute, so I don't... You know what? He deserves it if he gets the kill from the Jade Mark.
Right. That ultimate, the hardened Jade Steel plus the Mark, additional damage, punishing through their HP. It's like a chef's kiss as you leave the perfect picture of taking out 2. As he continues to poke everybody out here, when they got that tyrant, it was the opening. But Switch said, to hell with this. There was an opening down bottom. Take down the high ground turret.
Man.
Keep everybody busy. There's no one left to defend. And JC won.
What a play.
Yeah. What is it with the IGNs with ones, man? What is it with ones? Shammy won. JC won. Dash won. I don't know.
You know what? I've seen a player in a community tournament named Tommy One.
Tommy One. Seriously.
Seriously. Yeah.
Is he a Clash laner?
He is a Clash laner.
Oh my goodness. Who are you, Tammy One? Show yourself in the chat.
Yeah. Yeah, show yourself in the chat. Or maybe tomorrow in One Ayala.
Oh, yeah. If you want to be with us here, go ahead. 2-0. Global ban pick, Dash. Wow. Colored heroes.
Oh, man. Really sad to see uncolored heroes.
I know. We've seen the exchange of black and white in the first series.
Yeah,
as
that's
you
true.
call it. But with RWKD here, they depleted out the choices for the farm lane with Concert U and Lady Sun. Not much of a power pick.
Yeah.
But they can use the Arlie and the DRNG. But so far, what are the things that need to focus here for RWKD?
You know what? Most of the compositions that they built for Rough World, they had the idea. They had the right idea. The Lubang Lamb, the Ganmo Motsi, together with the Lady Sun, a lot of range. But the execution, I do think the execution from Rough World needs a bit of polishing for Game 3 and Game 4. They have a lot of heroes. So this is still a potential comeback from Rough World because they haven't picked a lot of very big power picks. So they have more leeway on the next games moving forward.
That's right. Like, I'm not a fan of cramming. Like, if you want to reserve those
Really?
power picks
I'm a fan of that.
Really? Are you?
Really? Yeah.
Oh, okay. Maybe gives out the pressure boost, I guess. Maybe at some points it happens to me. But in HOK playoffs, if you're in the position to, I don't know, hold on to your power picks into the last moment, better make sure that one last game of yours will actually work.
Yeah, that's true. They need to really win game number 3, game number 4. Match point already for ACT. And you know what? The pressure comes in this moment because you have one more game, or rather one more loss and you're done. Your dream shattered. The efforts you did during the whole regular season done in one day. And that is the sad part, the sad truth about esports and even the PKL. Because right now there's only one more ticket for KWC.
Yeah.
And I hope Rough World could find a way to come back from this.
That's the thing. Like in a competition, when somebody's winning, also there's someone losing. And as Dash said here, he wants on every team there is for Esports World Cup. But for this situation, it's a battle of the fittest, best of the best, and we could only assume that they could have a few cards left on their sleeve. But ACT, yesterday, it wasn't an easy 3-0, and Blacklist felt that.
Yeah.
Blacklist literally felt that it wasn't an easy 3-0. Second game, I know, in their faces, when there was a hover on the cameras, the faces of the players, they knew, and they admit it, right?
Yeah, and you can also see ACT from yesterday, even if they lost, they were smiling. ACT was smiling. They knew. This is why I was thinking that this might have been the biggest brain move in the PKL. Because if they really wanted to go to the lower bracket, that could have been part of their plans, though.
Well, talked about last minute, but yeah, it's not too late just yet. I'm happy that it's still 9:05. I'm really happy right now. It's not 9:05 Dash, right?
Oh yeah.
Are you happy?
Yeah. It's 9:05. Yeah, that's true. 9:05.
Yeah.
But we can still go to game 5. So
yeah. So that's the question. What could be the key here for RWKD to push it to game 5? Because they're on a match point right now. ACT is on a momentum, as he said. And as I observe also, a team that doesn't have a coach, and if they want to have a complete reset, they need to get their stuff together right now to make it work. What are the possible scenarios here, Dash, of coming back into the series? Come on.
they need to really put some, maybe the composition that they've done during the regular season could come out here. That could be some surprises that they've had. These supports, or rather the roamer picks that they picked that were a surprise to everyone. The Mai Shiranui in the roamer, but we don't have a Mai Shiranui anymore in the pool because they've already picked it. But that's the only thing I'm thinking of, because they should stick to their guts. They should stick to the meta and pick the power picks now, starting today, because game 3, there's not really any way for them. There's no more leeway for them to go for those non-meta picks.
Yeah. And experimenting, as you were trying to talk about there, is not really a good choice right now, because in game number 2, we had a look of why, like how would you pull this off? John Way and John Way and the Monster are good, but for some reason it's just so hard to keep up. It was just so hard to keep on what's happening from ACT. So we're looking forward for them to bounce back, and as we wait for the draft or the game to start, we're now going to go back on the future possible collaborations of skins in Honor of Kings. Lead the way, Dash.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you know what I'm really looking forward to? You know what? I want to go back to 1, though, because there was a collab skin for HOK that I was not able to get, because I always play DRNG. I always play DRNG. Wait.
Okay, wait, hold that. Let's compare stats. He's one of my hero pool right now. Go ahead, get your phone. I want to see the power score. I just want to know.
You have more, probably. You have more. Wait, I'll open it.
As we go and open our phones, design selection, ACT chooses blue, and RWKD chooses red. I just want to know if me and Dash are just in line with a hero power
Do you
score.
have like a number something your city? Number something your city? I don't want to dox you though. So I didn't say it.
You wanna no. Let's keep the title away. Let's just keep the title away. Let's for safety purposes, what is your highest power for DRNG?
Wait, I'll check.
And I'll reveal mine.
I think you have a higher power than me. I only have 3,304. You have a better one? How much is yours?
I'm a proud DRNG of the highest power of 3,878.
Okay.
But
what
still, I don't have a title.
Okay. What hero do you have that is the highest? What hero is your highest power?
My highest power right now is Leon Po. It's for 4.6.
Oh, we're the same. I have Matsu on 4.6.
Okay, so we both start as a tank, maybe in Honor of Kings. Matsu, okay. So 4.6. So it's just so hard to maintain a top 5% title, you know. And next Monday, I'm a depth. How? Like how to keep up, man? Because if you lose one RG or two, it's gonna hit your win rate percentage, and that's gonna go bye for my tank for Lian Po. So Lian Po, Luban number 7.
Luban. Okay. You have higher points on Luban?
No, it's just 3892.
Oh, just you have high. It's really high though.
I'm conserving him. I just
once he becomes better.
Like I'm gonna brag everybody in the page and in the group. Like, if you want to be strong, go ahead and fight with me. Like I had this morning when I won against a rank. I had that pentakill, and my title was "Good Morning Weaklings" out of nowhere.
Good morning, weaklings. Oh man.
Yeah, that's how confident. For some reason, the gods of HUK was in my favor. it was still a pentakill. I'm happy with that. Sorry, too much bragging here, guys. It's farm lane stuff. Me and Dash is kind of like a great duo. We had a winning game earlier. So back onto the draft. RWKD, red side. Dash, what is the possible composition here for them to win?
This is interesting though. We have the Luong already on ACT. They always not prefer to go for the long most of the time. They already picked it 7 times, but I am really looking forward to what they're going to be picking next here because RWKD has a good one. The first 2 picks are good, ENG together with the Mayin, but against the long, I'm not sure if ENG could hold a candle against him just because of the range. So ACT, okay, I like this. Princess Frost together with Agudo, a lot of zoning potential for them.
The princesses have shown themselves once more in game number 3. Will they pick the Lady Jean though? The Princess Frost combination you were talking about, the Agudo Furball combination, plus the winter is here. Oh, you can't just walk freely out of these two. So I'm expecting this Princess Frost, considering ACT moves around the map quicker, yeah, it's going to be a deadly bush from the RWKD side.
They have picked Menki on their side pretty early here. I do favor the ACT on that Agudo. They're not going to be killing each other, yes, but I love the fact that they had a lot of ways to stop them from getting close. The Riding the Wind, the Wild Growth coming in from Flukio, the winter is here. So Rough World Era needs to think about the next steps here. What are they going to use so that they can traverse the AoE spells that ACT have?
That's the main question. Maybe that's the reason why they banned out the Nua and as well as the Yixing. I know it's been present, but for RWKD, they don't want it to be a complete counter for the Princess Frost. Poor hero just walking onto the world's my board. One of the most challenging heroes there is for a mage hero. But into the burst side and the team fights, it's very strong. Low key, it's a very strong hero with the right team.
Yeah, honestly, not just low key. It's very strong. Whenever you pick Yixing, you can definitely win the game just by supporting your team. But Heino?
Man,
Been a while.
Our rough, wild KD Kadaliman. You guys are just literally creative, and this is not negative. We're just amazed that into the final moments possibly of the possible last game there is in the series, you're not afraid to try what's going to work for your lineup.
Yeah, what I like about the Heino though is the reason why they picked this is because they recognize that ACT doesn't have good wave clear, and picking the Heino in this comp is actually so good just because you would be able to stop them from pushing.
That's a great idea. That is, okay, Ming on the long.
Been a while. But on the long, this is surprising.
That's a very hard Ming. It's hard to be a Ming right now if you're pairing up with the Arlie or a long.
Yeah,
to be honest.
True.
So maybe this is a different picture that ACT wants to deal with RWKD. And going back to your thought there about the Heino, hasn't been used that much. Yeah. But for RWKD, they're not afraid to try. And with the wave clear that they can go up against ACT, this could be their final possible weapon. Well, strong choices. So damage focuses on DRNG for RWKD.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They have the cleanup potential.
Yeah,
what I like about this is they have the cleanup potential coming from the Mayin. They have the DPS coming from the DRNG, and also with tons on that Heino, because once you rack up the scepters on everybody's heads, you're definitely gonna die, and you have to respect it every time. So I like this. You know what? I like Rough World's composition a lot more just because of that Heino pick on their side.
So this is the main question. Will this lineup be their saving grace and deny the sweep of ACT in this best of 5? They're on the brink of elimination. Who is going to move forward? A last look onto their drafts. Princess Frost, Long, and Ming. A very challenging Ming to be in this draft, but who knows? ACT probably has also cards up on their sleeves. But for RWKD, they need damage here. And Heino as well. With this composition, I think this combination could actually work for wave clear as well.
Yeah, they need to think about this on both of our teams. But again, this is game number 3. Could be the end of the game. Match point already for ACT. So Rough World Era needs to find a way to strike back.
It is now the time. RWKD, will this be your possible video of Empire Strikes Back in this series? Because a lot of members of the community are looking forward to you to bounce back. A lot of them believed But it starts with the early game. How will they control this Danny on half HP? JC1 and Armson teaming up, healing up JC1.
It's gonna be a hard lane.
Yeah, hard lane as well. I think to add more to that, you can't do much if you're Zhangfei, unless you hit level 4.
True. Yeah, that's true. Especially when you're facing against a Ming, you can't really do anything. You push them back, it doesn't matter if you push the Ming back.
It's just an exchange, like tank, soak a damage, push back, and RWKD. This is a draft that relies on time and execution.
Wow.
So a visit, that's a visit from ACT. 4 against 4. They're diving onto the early engage. Floor jumps out
close
of the possible scenario of a first blood, and ACT eyeing on the possible pressure and push. They just did not chase what's missing from RWKD.
They always respect the Scepter of Fate. Once you get one on your head, they are going to be hitting you harder. Right now, they might push here.
Okay, will they push? Thanks to that knockback. Now ACT, will they bounce back with damage? Not just yet. Floor and Danny possibly eyeing out the visit of Shy here. The Princess Frost back onto the game. Action continues to brew. Clash lane calm. Tunes, I love how they're doing this. Maintaining lane equilibrium and balance against RWKD.
Yeah, just looking at the composition of both of our teams, though, they don't really, both of them have a lot of burst damage. And that could mean good for the team who would be able to strike back first. But right now, a fight could break out here.
That's a knockback coming in from the Luong. Ormson still sustaining JC1. No pokes just yet. Not much of an action. Not unless the outburst is there for the Zhangfei. But RWKD maintaining the time, buying more time for their lineup to pop off. A cute skin, by the way, the Cabbage Dog. I love it. In action. Cabbage Dog of Agudo, though. Great pass for the season.
Thank you for the pass. It's actually a good pass. You have a lot of good skins. But this one, yeah, that's true. Right now, we have 1 more minute before the next objective, and we have Tons still scaling up. At least now we have Danny to really latch onto if ever we're looking for the damage department this early in the game, especially when he builds the Sparkforge Dagger. But this time for ACT, there's a lot more ways for them to work with just because they have a lot of crowd control.
The crowd control is the most cased scenario there is. But speaking of which, that's a 2v2 Ormson.
Oh, didn't hit.
No, man. I was kind of like, am I going to shout? But not just yet. But they were sustaining every part of it.
Yeah.
No, damage not really showing through. You mentioned about the Sparkforge Dagger, and it's not yet ready for Danny.
Oh, yeah. And also the Unbridled Outburst. Oh, switch.
Okay, 2v1. Will he be in trouble, though? He's still chasing. They're still chasing one. Will this be the first blood of RWKD?
No!
He's wrapping a bit. Not a good spot. Calm secures that one. And RWKD goes to show that they have openings. First blood goes to them.
Oh yeah, first blood goes to their side. What a good way to start it. Switch was trying to cut the wave. And because of that, now they are going to be giving this Tyrant like what they did during our last game. So this Tyrant is going to be for free for Rough World.
Will it be free though? Shy and Ormson is here. Will they commit? No, they won't. Ziope secures this one. Thanks to the crowd control and toughness of the early game, they can pull up against ACT.
Wait.
Yeah.
I forgot to point out it's Ziope playing.
Yeah.
Not Syndicate.
Yeah, it's a switch right now for RWKD, who talking about variants. 3v3 onto the farm lane. Now, Danny, low on HP. Will they cancel out the recall? Will they cancel? Oh, he's throwing the Cabbage Dog. Literally, moments that Danny would recall. They're just literally being annoying right now. But Zaubi, he falls. And that is the kill for JC1. ACT on a chase, onto the visit, onto the invade. Now, Scepter of Fate will not connect just yet. Space being created of ACT. They back away.
1-for-1 for the team. Still not a big advantage on any one of their sides. And right now, it is looking like it is scary for ACT because of the switch up that Rough World has done. Zaupe is a good player, but this time on the most pressured moments, maybe he is the secret answer of the team.
Yeah, man, we just noticed a few moments when that thing happened. Zaupe onto Menki. We were focused on some points here, guys. Like ACT right here is onto the momentum. 2v1, will Floor jump in? Will he go for initiation? respecting the visit and reinforcement of JC1 and Armson. Not just yet.
ACT still in the lead with a 1K gold lead. Right now, I want to see what items they've already built. Blazing Kelp is already up for Zaupi on the top side, so he might be looking to get the kill on Ormson because that will be a good counter here.
Well, speaking of counter, Zaupi's onto the brush, waiting for the chance to pull through, show himself up. Not a good spot for ACT to take a peek, but RWKD has different business. They're taking the objective. Nobody's taking this from ACT, and Zaupi taking another great objective for RWKD.
Okay, still not done though. Winter's here has been used.
Okay. Ultimate. Slowly, they're using up resources. RWKD. ACT still on the lead though. They're still on the lead. They're still walking through enemy lines here. RWKD. Tower into the bot lane has been taken out by ACT. And slowly but surely, we're seeing a switch from Danny. You want to do the same thing. Let's take out one turret. Yeah, go ahead.
Slowly,
Keep
slowly.
doing it. Okay. Every effort is counted here, Danny.
That's true.
And that's
he was trying, but the tower is still not down though, so it's
sometimes
still
I
good.
do that with the Garo.
Really?
Yeah,
really?
it works.
With the Garo? Okay.
In
You're
some
right.
cases.
She has massive range.
I know.
That's why.
But Garo's sitting duck for me if you're a tank. It's not really that good. It's just so hard to move around. But for the effort of Danny, do you want to take out a turret from ACT? There are no defenses left. But look at this position from ACT.
Okay, never mind. I think Switch has already been found out here. I think right now they're going to be trading the tower on the bot side for the top one. But TP is going to be coming in. And will he be able to defend it?
No, he won't. RWKD backs off for the possible damage. Oh, he used the outburst. JC1 will the damage pull through. That's Flukio and Ormson will let out the cabbage dog for reinforcement. I think the Scepter of Fate connects. Will the damage pull through? Oh, it connects as well. Floor is down. The flaming palms, a perfect scenario. Winter is here. He can't move. Duns. Now with the possibility of falling back thanks to time and Tuns not just being on his feet once more. T1 in the mid goes to ACT slowly, but denied. And that's where it falls.
Tower's back.
Cam
back
on an ACT. Tons as well, falling back. ACT now marching through T1 on mid.
Oh man, and while that was happening right there in the mid lane, they even used the ultimate of Heino to revert the turret back, but it's not enough. 2 towers make that 3 towers are down from just one push coming in from ACT.
Oh, this is bad news, Dash, for our WKD. ACT is on a match point in this lower bracket, and one is going to say goodbye if this could possibly be the last game of our WKD.
This is tough, especially with what they have here. Right now, there's nothing. They're really not dealing the damage that they're looking for as a team. And Tons is still not at the point in where he's going to be a threat. This time, Rough World, even with the setups, there's not even a good setup. I think Fleur needs to step up and getting great unbridled outburst.
Wrong bush, bro. Outburst connecting to Switch. Completely evades possible takedown. Switch. Yeah, just walking in freely. He knew.
What? He just dashed away.
Yeah, when he had that dash away moment, he knew he could be safe. But RWKD, are they safe? Look at that damage connecting to Tons. HPs dropping down, and as well as the turret. Look at that rewind. Okay, still safe. Thank you, Heino.
No more ult now, so they can actually go for the push here right now.
Okay, will they go for the
what an ult.
Okay, connecting to one, Danny, and that is just a high ground turret taken despite the usage of Tons' ultimate. It's not going to go through this time.
What a gold ult coming from Shy, though. The Winter is here. Just shoves back 3 people so that they won't be able to defend. And now, the Tyrant is up for taking. Not even going to be a handshake on this take. RWKD is going to try to take the Overlord here, but it's looking like ACT is already purchasing their ticket to KWC because they had so much advantage with the 6K gold lead.
They're printing their ticket as of the moment, Dash. The question is, will RWKD pull the plug of that printer to hold it through in this best of 5?
Yeah.
I love what you're going with this Princess Frost. Winter is here, such a complete dangerous zone out. Shy looking for an opening. Winter is here, slowing everybody down. That's 4 for RWKD, backing away. Switch, will he make a move? Oh, okay, slow steps, slow and baby steps for Switch. T2 up top, slowly taken by ACT. And also, Minions pushing in, Elite Minions pushing in down bottom. Will they be able to defend? Oh, the Cabbage Dog has been released. Verbal is out. Winter is here.
The
Frigid Prison. Clutch play for Zalpi. He still lives. And High Ground Turret is out up top. RWKD1 is missing. Usage of Ultimate by Tons Hano, making things work for this turret.
Okay. Bottom time. That's good. But there's another push that's going to happen. Here it comes, ACT.
Okay.
They might be in danger. Rough World.
Okay, this is a rough situation. Albert has been made. Switch, trying to break down the turret up top. They use the infinite vastness, landing out in the price situation. Oh, come. You onto the crosshairs of Flukio and Switch. They fall. RWKD3 is down. One high ground turret to defend. Is this it for RWKD and ACT? Finally, printing out their ticket. But Minions, they need Minions to finally print the ticket out of the sprinter. 8-2 and RWKD, the last one to defend IOP, it's done! And ACT reigns on the series, finally punching through Kings World Cup and Esports World Cup Saudi Riyadh. They live to fight another day.
They were doubted, counted out, ignored. But ACT has risen above it all. Descendants takes down Rough World era Kadiliman and will claim their spot at the Kings World Cup. Man, what a story for ACT Esports Club.
Oh my goodness. 3-0. We were talking about that earlier. If they're
big brain. Big brain.
If they're generous enough, they're gonna do it in a sweep. Yeah, that's the thing me and Dash were talking about earlier in the broadcast. Like off cam, if ACT has risen up, has waken up from what happened last night against Blacklist International.
Oh man.
Someone wins, someone loses. And a Rufford era Kadiliman. I know it's a rough situation if somebody wins. Also, somebody has to say goodbye. They have fought so hard. They represented one of the roots of the traits of a great athlete, esports athlete, of being a Filipino, but they really need to bow out on this one. They really tried their best, and we're happy to see them once more fight until this very chance in the lower bracket.
Yep. What a really tough opponent. But again, let's go to the interview first for these players from Rough World era.
Unfortunately, RW Kadiliman will not move on. Floor for the final message.
I guess, thank you sa lahat pa rin ng sumusuporta sa amin. And despite our loss, grateful pa rin ako sa opportunity na nakapag-play kami on PKL, dito sa big stage and everything. And wala.
It might not have ended the way you wanted it, but during the regular season, we all fell in love with your team. This is not the end for you. Chin up, keep your head up high. There's always another chance. We're expecting to see your team next season, and we expect to see you come back even stronger. Thank you so much to RWE Kadiliman. Everybody, let's give him a big round of applause. You all have our respect. For now, you've been eliminated, and your journey ends here. And now, to represent the Philippines at the Kings World Cup in Saudi Arabia, Let's give it up for ACT Esports Club. Congratulations to ACT. It's been Philippine. Okay. Yung pwedeng yung gusto mag-Tagalog. Yeah? Congratulations. It's been a roller coaster ride. During the first phase, the first half of the season, we weren't sure if you were going to make it to the playoffs. You've done it, and not only have you succeeded, now you get to represent the Philippines, and you're going to the Esports World Cup. Let's talk about the journey, how it feels to have this triumph.
Masaya po kami dahil marami pong pagsubok na dumaan sa amin. May mga upside and down po. Like, palagi kami talo sa mga scrim or first season ng regular season ng PKL. Hanggang sa nag-sync na kami lahat, patuloy-tuloy na rin.
You improved game by game, series by series. And of course, I'm gonna give the mic now to the birthday boy. Happy birthday!
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday!
Armson!
Okay, Armson, happy birthday. Repeat after me. Happy birthday! Happy birthday, Armson. I guess this is the best birthday gift that you have right now. How is it like coming to the Philippines and now you get to carry the Philippine flag? You've made everybody so proud. Top 3 right now so far, and you can have a chance to go to the championship. Now, you still have a battle for tomorrow. How is it like with everything that's been happening, including your birthday, and you get a chance to be the champion?
I not expect that this far. I just do my best and touch my teammate, and I am been here. Yeah, see you in it will see.
Thank you so much. And you guys have proven that dreams can come true. You have proven that with hard work and determination, it doesn't matter how you start, it's how you finish. Congratulations for making it to the Esports World Cup. You may now take your bow. Great job to ACT. Kompleto na ang ating mga koponan na pupunta sa Riyadh para i-represent ang Pilipinas sa Esports World Cup. Kaya ngayon, we're gonna break it down for you and head back to our casters. Pasok!
What a great story to look at. What a great team to see in the Esports World Cup. Right now, we have ACT Esports Club, one of our representatives punching the last tickets to King's World Cup. What a great timing. This team came from the qualifiers. This team was not even the 4th placer in the regular season, and they had to play the play-ins in order to get to the playoffs.
It's an amazing time to be prove all the doubters wrong. And as you said, they came from the qualifiers, and this is a statement. If you came from the grassroots of Honor of Kings and you made it and escaping the possible brink of elimination in the playoffs, and you're representing the Philippines, this is where the dreams of people who believe in esports career potential heading into the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, and seeing ACT with this form and seeing them in community tournaments, they were, remember, even before PKL, they were in different teams. That's why right now that they got together, got to ACT Esports Club, and able to get to the Philippine Kings League, or rather to the Kings World Cup with this version of them, man, this is such a great story. I just want to talk about Rough World Era. It's just sad to see players bowing out, just going home after this with all the efforts that they did for this whole tournament. I still salute what Rough World Era Kadiliman did in this tournament.
It wasn't an easy journey for RWKD. You have our respects, and it wasn't easy carrying your team yourselves up without a coach. and that's one of the most impossible things
Yeah.
that could actually exist in a team composition. But you guys held on so strong. But if as we look back on the statistic, what happened in that game, it was a very hard final game for RWKD. So ACT, since they started their momentum high in the series, they just want to keep on going, not letting go of what they have started.
Yeah. I want to see them tomorrow, ACT, especially with how they're going to be dealing with Boom Esports. Because remember, the last time we've seen them on the playoffs, it was Blacklist that they had to face against. But remember, during the regular season, ACT defeated Boom. And now this is a story for tomorrow that I'm excited for. 403 for JC1 first, and a 30% damage dealt with 10.3k gold for this guy.
Long, I am a believer of an underdog team in the story. And as you said, they have got a scratch out of Blacklist International in a series. And you said now Boom Esports, teams who's been up top, there are also teams looking up to them and they're hoping a chance to also take a point out of them in this playoff. So it translated into success into the series. And how they want to keep on doing an RWKD in the previous game. It was a hard time for Toons, Hano, or even Calm to be in the front line just because of the Princess Frost.
Oh, yeah. And also the range coming from them. As you said, the Princess Frost was just so hard to deal with. And if you ever try to even go close, the Fluker will just throw Furball at you. And you will not be able to move after. And yeah, this was a very well-deserved win here for ACT Esports. And as you said, even during the start of this series, you were rooting for ACT Esports because slowly but surely, they made a fan out of us during the whole Philippine Kings League.
I agree. And I had a situation or a score in mind, 3-1 or 3-0 in favor of ACT, mainly of the fact that RWKD could push another unorthodox pick. But as you said, into these type moments, experimenting or even trying something could be a 50-50. It's hit or miss. It's a complete gamble. On the last moment, we know that Zaupi was playing onto the final game, kind of changed things up. And it was a hard-fought situation and journey for RWKD, but still making it this far. Props to you guys. You have our respects, and we're hoping to see you come back stronger into the next season. But for ACT, you're proving that dreams do exist, and keep on flying with your situation that you have started with playoffs day 2.
Yeah, and also the first time that they will be able to fly for an international competition, because we've seen it, even though that Invitational Season 3 doesn't look international, it's an international competition, everyone. Rough World Elevate and even Blacklist International perform there. So ACT, they're the only team that is going to go to the Kings World Cup that this is their first time flying.
Wow, a great opportunity and a great way to represent the Philippines as well. We started with 2 representatives, Dash. That's Boom and Blacklist International last year. Now we have one from the qualifiers, made their way through the lower bracket, now representing us as well. So I'm just excited for how these teams are going to go into the bigger stage.
Yeah, different plan, different things. I would love to see a lot more development for the players, especially moving forward. Now that we already had all the teams for Kings World Cup, now we're just looking for the crown. Who is going to take the first crown of the Philippine Kings League? That is the question that is lingering on everybody's mind, because I want to see tomorrow who's actually going to win to the grand finals.
We'll keep our predictions as the start of the day tomorrow, not now.
Sure.
Okay, because when you said, and I recall that the one against Boom, we had a tough best of 5 in the first series, and those two teams who's now just waiting to fight tomorrow once more.
Yeah,
ACT has proven themselves worthy of a fight since yesterday.
That's true. And they're fighting against Boom tomorrow. I want to know your prediction. I mean, tomorrow. Let's talk about their predictions tomorrow.
Can we do a 12-01? Maybe my luck is going to run out for some reason. How about 12-01? We'll just message each other and say...
Gonna send you a message. Who's your prediction, man? But before that, everybody, we have been your casters for today. We're just gonna be throwing it to Mara first in a bit because she's gonna have a closer for us.
intense battle in the Heroes Gorge, we now have our top 3. Blacklist International, Boom Esports, and ACT Esports Club. Sila ang magdadala ng bandera ng Pilipinas at the Kings World Cup at EWC in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Remember their names, memorize their emblems. And for the teams going to that international stage, it's time for you to challenge yourself. Now this ends day 2 of our playoffs, but you better be here tomorrow. It's gonna be a busy day and you better be here for it. Sino ang magiging unang hari ng very first season of PKL Honor of Kings? And if you missed it, remember to keep June 28 and embed that in your head. If you want to know more, well, you just have to wait. Again, my name is Mara Aquino, and this is PKL Honor of Kings, the playoffs. Keep it good vibes, everybody. See you tomorrow at the grand finals.
It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears.